That's a thing.
Hello. Ooh,
Hi.
did it all work? It all worked.
Yay.
Holy crap.
Nice.
Oop, my hair's still wet.
I wish
All right.
Hi.
So how's everybody doing? What's that? Yeah, you need to
weird.
slide this way a little
Random.
bit more.
No, I wish that this art was like over here so you can
Oh,
see it.
yeah, that would be kind of neat.
But you see
You'll
the
have to
happy
switch.
little birdie.
You'll have to switch.
Oh my God, happy
You have to
birthday.
switch mats.
Hey, Ineth.
Hey, we're just shooting the shit.
Something. I don't know. We're doing something.
We're doing
Yeah.
something.
So hello. How's
doing a
everybody's week
magic.
been?
Hi, 5 viewers.
Oh, I'm frozen.
Uh,
Oh no.
Oh no.
yeah, it all worked perfectly until we started. Let me refresh your camera.
Well, at least NPC looks really cute. I have my hand in front of my face.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, right? Oh God, it's not that again. And it's funny too, because
Jordan.
we set everything up and
Hey.
we eat dinner. We had dinner for the last hour. Everything's been fine. We've been checking on it. Yeah. So I'm just gonna refresh the camera, see what happens.
So before we start, since our cam is working,
Oh, you want to look at that?
this mat is from Gaki, and you can find her on Etsy. I bought it at Gen Con.
And that
So
one
it's
is
GAW.KI,
1C.
and it's called Wandering, and she was selling playmats of her art, and it was really cool because she's not,
There we
I don't think she's a magic artist or anything.
I like
And there
it.
was like a whole little story behind it.
It's
Like,
got little birds.
go. Oh,
Yes.
wrong one.
Little birds.
There you go. If you want to pull over one more time. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is really cool.
It's pretty.
I
like
posted
it.
about it 2 weeks ago in the Facebook, I think, and
Yeah.
also on my Valorant Facebook page. So if you want to find her, they are
Uh,
for
We're
sale.
still frozen.
Let's see. Let's turn it on and off. Nope, that didn't work. All right. Well, I'm not stopping the stream. We'll get it set up.
Alright. We should. Why are our faces so big and the play area so small?
What do
on
you
the
mean?
Screen.
They're about well, because the play areas, in order to get it all in, I got to stretch it over two
There's a
people, and it's.
Yeah, it's just the frames at the top are bigger than the frames at the bottom.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Okay.
See,
Alright.
fairy tales, fairy tales.
Yeah.
We do
That's
want
not
fairy
so
tales.
That's,
Comes out
that's
tomorrow.
coming.
Who's getting Eldraine tomorrow? Who's picking up a box?
We're probably going to do the pre-release very soon.
I don't know if I'll
Is it
play for
reconnect?
that, but I think we'll go to that.
What's that?
I don't think I'll play for it, but I think we'll go to it.
Okay.
I think
Come, it's
also,
gonna be fun.
I think we're planning on coming by here Sunday.
I can meet up with you probably after the pre-release.
I think we're going to the same event.
Oh, I know what I did.
Oh yeah.
Because I
It's a birthday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I did something silly, so.
What did you do?
Bear with us, folks.
I wanted to try to see if I could make all of the keyframe intervals match.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's a five. That one is an iPhone 5, and the rest of them are 6s
You've
or
got
bigger.
All of this space, if you want it.
So let's refresh that, and I'll bet you that fixes it. So we go to none, and then we reconnect. That one is 1C. Come on, like you like me. Oh well.
doesn't.
All right. So you should bring up or talk about your commanders first.
Okay, we can. Yeah. We can talk about them.
Or
Who
we
wants to
could
go
thank
first?
our Patreon peoples.
Yeah, let's wait on that for a minute.
Yep. Talk about your commanders, and we'll go from there.
All right. Commanders first.
Yep.
Who wants to start?
Who wants to choose?
Mine
another
is
name?
Are we choosing randomly?
I feel like y'all know
I like
what these are.
purple.
I like purple. I go for purple. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is either.
Yeah. I don't remember the purple
Oh,
sleeves.
That's all the
enchantment.
time.
Oh, it's the one that murdered us last time.
Do you want me to play that, or do you
Yes.
want to choose one of these two?
Yes.
I like murder.
Yes, I do
I'll start
want
with
you
this
to.
one, and then I will
What's
play...
the green one?
I'll play Seducia.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And that's Brina.
Oh, okay, awesome.
I don't know. They're both solid choices.
They're
Have you
both-
played Sudici recently?
We tweaked her a little bit today.
Do you want to play that first? Because you.
Because we
It's the
might do
first time.
plane chase with 60s next, so maybe do Sudici then.
Sure, we'll do that.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. Like it.
Okay.
I believe that will do it, but who knows?
Only the gods do.
Magic.
Yeah.
So I'm
Oh,
obsessed
no.
with the fairy tale theme.
Oh.
I am obsessed with fairy tales in general.
Yep.
I'm making.
Are you
a
gonna
board
get?
game
Are
based
you
on
gonna
fairy
get
tales.
a box of the Eldring?
I'm not gonna get a box, I don't think, because I have literally been locked out of my bank
Hello,
account for
Chad.
2 weeks and just got back.
Hey, Chad.
Hey, what's
We
up?
are.
We are fixing cameras.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we are fixing cameras.
Technical difficulties.
No, it's not.
Well, this is probably. All right, so
We have
Val, tell
commander
everyone
effects.
what your CDC is. Sorry, what your commander is. Now that I've just given it away. CDC, Brood.
Brood Tyrant.
Brood
Okay,
Tyrant.
tell us what it does.
Well,
Well, we could do this. Well, there we go. Well, wait, it's not CDC.
You're busy.
We'll get it working.
the DC Brood Tyrant.
Yep, this one.
Yes, Jordan. Unfortunately,
Yeah, we'll get them back momentarily. I'm working on it. I tried something new with the camera tonight, and I forgot
Why
that I
do
tried.
you do
It
that?
wasn't. All I did was change one setting, and I changed it back, and it's not gone back. So, all
The
right.
camera gods.
Yes, we've angered the camera gods. That was silly.
Godzilla.
Isn't it?
And I'm playing Get Rug.
Gitrog. What does Gitrog do? No,
Lots.
lots of things.
He's a frog horror.
Do you want to unplug it?
Not to be confused
That's
with
exactly
a
what I'm
frog
gonna do.
horror.
You're playing Gitrog?
Yes.
All right, then. Let me bring
Ooh,
it up.
we're playing the same colors.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
You're a team.
This is
You're
gonna be a
playing-
long
You're playing the
estimate.
same colors with Blue.
I'm actually playing Anya, so it's going to be a very... I'm either going to
Oh, yeah,
obliterate
you-
people or... yeah.
Not if we obliterate you first.
Yeah, I know, right?
Arch enemy already.
Yeah.
It's always arch enemy.
Because you like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna play Marin of
I don't know
Clan
what that
Neltoth. For
Yeah,
those who
so-
can't hear me,
I
or
like the
can't
Marin
see
art.
me, but can hear me. Hi, I'm Jayberry, and I'm playing Marin of Clan Neltoth.
We do exist. We really do.
Yes.
You're in there somewhere.
Yeah.
And DM is playing Anya Falconwrath, who I had a lot of fun with playing basically the pre-con version of that last week. With
Madness.
with Madness.
What do they call it?
Is that the one
there was
that
only
basically no, your bolus deck is the one
Bolus
that
is
made
that-
me exile.
The bolus deck. So what's funny about that is that I went ultimate on Nicol Bolus, which one? Not the Ravager that flips. Whatever he becomes after that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I basically took you out with that, but you killed me on your turn, and then you had to draw a card, which then killed you. So technically, you died after I died, but I did the killing blow on you first.
Yes. And that's what matters.
And that was awesome.
Yeah, it
And that was
pretty-
awesome. Alrighty. then.
I enjoyed the hell out of that,
that's
even though I lost.
All
It
right.
doesn't matter in Magic.
Yeah.
All right, we should figure out... I should bring up Anya.
And Marin.
And
Yep.
Marin.
Marin of Clan Netoth.
So
I
pretty.
like that art.
So pretty.
Ridiculously good graveyard
Shenanigans.
shenanigans. And then...
I think I have a bog in here and
You're gonna need a yeah.
Krugs.
You're gonna need a Bajuka Bog me.
and I will be playing
Legit.
Anya Falconwrath.
Nice.
Yes.
Or Bajuka Bog him.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
probably want a Bazooka Bug. Well,
Yeah,
It's
I'm
a hard
probably worse.
decision.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Depends on who needs to be
Like
bogged.
all of you guys.
I'm gonna
like,
flip through the scenes real quick,
Sidisi,
just to make sure the...
Are we back up?
No, not yet.
No.
We will be shortly, though. See, look, our
I'm
smiling
afraid
faces are
it's
there.
going to be a restart that's going to bring it back.
I am not gonna deal with the restart.
Well,
I'll plug in a fucking
we might
webcam
not.
before I have to restart the computer.
I need to dump 2 to get some lands.
okay.
Alright.
Well, hello, 5 viewers again.
Yes, hello, 5 viewers. Even though you cannot see
The person who's talking.
who's talking to you.
Wow, this would have sucked. Like a
Alright,
lot.
let's see.
That's okay.
Alright, well, I guess
Enjoy some blueberries.
this, let's see. Hold on.
Just gonna
Come on,
shuffle
load.
The whole thing.
Load you. Alright. Well, I guess we will take this time to
Talk about our patron.
talk about our awesome patrons. So we have, for those of you who can't see me, if I can hear me, we have a Patreon. Search for Coven MTG. We have some really cool rewards on it.
It's new. We're open to suggestions.
We're new. We're open to suggestions, but the $2 tier, our lowest tier, you will get a shout out on every stream. At our $5 tier, you get entered into.
blueberries somewhere.
Why is there not?
I was interrupted because there are blueberries on the floor, but that's okay. Chaos happens here. So the $5 tier, you get entered into a raffle for a signed card, a signed Magic card, but from a Magic artist. We have some cards signed by Alan Williams and Todd Lockwood right now. We're going to be adding more to that, especially in the coming months.
Especially around IllixCon time.
Especially around IllixCon time.
Like Halloween time.
Yes. And then the $20 tier is you're going to get something really fucking cool from us. And we get to choose. So, but we also are open to suggestions for what fucking cool thing you might want from us. So, feel free to check it out on Patreon at Coven MTG. And at this time, we should bring up the list again.
We should probably make you like come over and actually talk into a camera.
Yes. Here, I'll come into a camera.
Yep.
Talk into a
You
camera.
can sit
after
in
this.
DM's chair for
Special
now.
shout out time.
Exactly.
Special shout out time. Hi, you can see me now. What's up, Fran? Hello.
I believe Jordan's one of them.
Thank you. Yes.
So,
well,
thank you.
since Jordan is here, Jordan, thank you for supporting us. Thank you to Rochelle, Clover B, Banshee, which we'll shout out later when we see them pop up on the stream, and the Secret Weapon, which, you know, is secret.
He's a secret.
Is a secret. And, so yeah. We want to give you more cool rewards for watching us, and as we update our stuff. So we update, cameras and make things work. So thank you.
It's a really good time to join our Patreon right now, especially before Halloween time, because of IllixCon and all the possibilities that we could give you.
Yes, Jordan.
Yeah.
Phantom Hands eating blueberries right now.
Which is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Ah, you took us away.
Wait.
Woo, ah.
Got to feed the frog monster.
Good Lord.
He's got a little arm as now.
Mm-hmm.
Did everybody roll to go first?
No, alright. The sacred D12 in honor of Socks,
I need life.
wherever it is. D12, where are you? That's somewhere. Here's somewhere. Somewhere in this box, I guess.
Yeah, I see the. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's
There was
one
one
right in front of my face.
Yep.
Story of my life every time I go into a store and ask for
Two.
Two.
I am not going first.
One!
You're
that.
not going first either.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah. 6.
So.
Somebody roll for me.
Someone roll a 9.
Let me roll for you.
Yep.
3.
3.
Val goes first.
You go last.
Oh
I
no.
haven't gone first in a while. It's weird.
DM's going to need life.
Everyone say hi to Jim.
Hello.
Hi.
Blueberries.
Hi, what's up?
I draw when I go first.
Alright.
Everyone draws.
Alright, are we gonna work?
Well, I'm gonna add a new camera.
Alright.
It'll be a second.
Spider, spider, spider.
Do.
Hey, look at all my tokens. Spider, 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 zombie, 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 oven,
I
oven.
like it already.
Zeverling, 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 zombie. Oh, zombie goes over here.
Oh,
Gold.
force?
Germ, germ, germ. Zepperding.
God,
Germ.
should have played Hythonia.
Elven, elven.
Yeah.
Not like you weren't just here 5 minutes ago. Because you live 10 minutes away now. I'm playing a broccoli and a crop sigil.
Okay.
So at the beginning of my upkeep, I can put the top card of my library into my graveyard. It's also got Delirium. And that was it.
Ooh, I got wolves on the other side.
Wow.
So, while you can't see our faces, I'll just be cards that are playing here. You
It
get to
literally
draw
won't let me
per
add a
turn.
camera.
Oh.
I'm going to play a forest. I'm going to tap a forest. And I'm going to play an Amulet of Vigor. Whenever a permanent enters the battlefield tapped under my control, I can untap it.
Okay.
Nice.
Alright.
Does that work against things like?
Yep.
Oh, cool. Nice. Very cool.
Like a blinder being
Yep. I need more Earth Pal yet.
Baron Moore, go.
Or when something like that happens.
Oh, interesting.
What's on?
I think I figured it out.
Okay.
Good.
Take your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one USB port, and I think that was plugged in the same one from last week where the camera went wonky and I had to plug it into a different port.
Oh.
And I just plugged the new camera into the same USB port, and as we can see, there's no light on the new camera.
Ah.
I suspect that USB port has gone bad.
Oops.
All the graveyard shenanigans. Put that card in that corner. Sure.
Alright, let's just assume that this is playable. I guess, yeah, nah, I need one land. Fuck it, I'll play it.
So we need a different.
Or a
Yeah.
still shot.
There we go. Pass turn. And I'm just gonna plug it into a different USB port.
Yeah, see what happens.
We just need to have like a poster of our faces behind their heads.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see if
At
it
the beginning of your.
Did the light come on?
You can put the.
No.
Huh.
Where is the light supposed to be?
Where's the? Oh.
What does it do? It says something you may put the. Oh, okay, yeah. So, oops, jeez. So you just do it. What is it?
It's a Milliken. It's an artifact creature that also lets me basically do the same thing.
Can I
Untap
see that card?
at the beginning of your upkeep. Yeah, so you untap, upkeep, and then draw.
At the
So.
beginning of your upkeep, you may put the top of your library into your graveyard. Ah.
Yeah.
Delirium.
So I do not have enough like get rid of y'all's graveyard.
Shenanigans.
Yeah. But then
Here.
again,
This is my
I'm
own
also
card.
playing Get Rug, which there's some graveyard shenanigans in here. Just a
Seeing
little bit.
Quagmire, and I am done.
I wonder if I put a Bajuka Bog in here.
Okay.
I
so
may have.
untap.
I may
upkeep,
have.
Draw. Going to draw. I am going to play a swamp. I'm going to tap 2. And I'm going to play Steve. Or a Sakura Tribe Elder.
Cardboard cutouts of Jayberry and NPC or bust.
Look, that could be a Patreon if you really want it.
Can we offer that as a tier?
You have
special
to
tier
sign a
level?
waiver.
My turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, well, because I don't have a lot of options, a slippery karst. I'm
All
going to
right.
here more. And pass turn.
Okay.
Oh, it's my turn.
Yes.
It is.
Good thing you have long arms.
Zombie infestation.
No,
What does
God.
that do?
I can discard 2 cards to put a 2/2 zombie in play.
Why don't
No.
I have that?
And you don't have to pay anything?
This is going to
Nope.
be an interesting game.
Oh boy.
Especially when I play an Urborg.
Yeah. Can I see it?
I want to see it too.
Here. We share.
Because I think I need
We
it. Oh wait,
share.
that comes in the deck, correct?
Oh, it does.
Does it?
You probably didn't. Yeah, it does. That's
No,
the
I know.
symbol.
I own that deck,
That's the symbol.
so I guess I have that card.
You already have that
Or
card.
it could be an older.
No, that's the new. Here, show me the
2019,
show me
yeah.
the commander. Yeah. It's,
Yeah,
it's,
Anya Falcon. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's the same symbol.
I don't know where it is.
It's fine.
Yep. That's
I guess
cool.
I own that card.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't
So-
play that when we when I played it
Untap.
last week.
Upkeep. Did you want to?
I'm gonna just put that down.
Yeah.
Let me put this right in front of my face.
Yeah.
Hello, Dragon Gem.
Remember what you need to do in your upkeep.
Discarded a Jared Bogart.
Ugh.
Which would
Okay.
Necromancy. Mama said, "Make new friends." That's the way I like to roll.
one of the cameras isn't working.
Which is why I'm
GM's
We're getting
playing
there.
Grave Cleric in 2 D&D campaigns.
Hey, Dragon Gem. We are
Hopefully I can
having
get
some
tower.
technical difficulties, so you can hear Jayberry and NPC talking without bodies.
So
Yeah.
put a
But
command
you can
tower.
see our hands. Look at our
Play
hands.
I'm trying, damn it.
Ranged assistant.
What does that one do?
Okay, it's a 1/1. I can tap it to put the top part of my library into my graveyard and add 1 to my mana pool.
The
Okay.
camera is rebooting.
Deranged
I
assistant.
am done.
Okay. Untap?
The camera didn't die. It was just plugged into the wrong port, and
Well,
then
we
had
think.
to-
Who knows, really?
Something happened to it. It's
It's
not
us-
dead.
It's us and the cameras every week, basically.
Yeah.
It's us versus the cameras every week.
Yes.
But soon we'll have a new space.
Yep, and,
also,
nothing
the
will get
more-
moved
The more
or.
money you guys give us, the nicer space we'll have.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to
I think
play
Dragon-
an Oran Reef.
Ooh, we're in Reef the Basswood.
It comes in, well, technically it comes in
tapped,
tapped,
but then
then
you
I
untap
untap it. And then I am going to tap 3 and play Kadama's Reach.
Nice.
So
The ramping. All the
It's
ramping.
begun.
I'm gonna just start doing that.
Awesome.
since it's
Alright.
Awesome
got
plan.
Camera is rebooted,
Okay.
and let's see if it actually fucking works.
We
Do
are
you
also
want
on
to do
7 of
anything
9.
else?
I don't know. I'm at
No.
7 of 9. I don't know if you want to check that.
Yeah,
Yeah, there are
I
some
mean,
things
I
that
guess
they're never
your
gonna happen.
question's
You wanna-
not wrong because,
Yeah.
but don't
You can
worry about
attack.
it.
Okay.
Oh wait, I can attack.
You can
I
attack.
have
You
Steve,
can attack
and
someone
everyone
from-
is open.
Every creature.
I don't care. Steve can die. I'll sack him and put a land in play. If you want to lose your 1/1,
I do not.
then take
So I
1
will take a
damage.
Alright. Now I go.
Because it's all
While
bad.
you get your lands.
Let's see. I'm supposed to reveal it with it, so has to be basic.
It's gonna be bad when I play an Urborg, though.
Yeah, I know. That's why, like, I'm
I
gonna
mean,
throw
that
my
up
1/1
here.
I
and
mean, this way.
Play a
oh,
land.
well.
I mean, for me too, but.
I played a land. I will tap 3 for a burnished heart.
Near perfect chaos? What does that mean?
Hmm?
I don't know.
NPC, near perfect chaos.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
That's
yes.
why I like that. I like that a lot, actually.
Me too. I'm down with the near perfect chaos.
I like that. I like that as an alternate.
Mm-hmm. I think we should start calling you that since you're a little chaos muppet.
Yay!
Yep.
Near perfect chaos, Muppet!
I'm down. Maybe I should have played the red deck. That's a little more chaotic.
I think you can you have this amazing ability to just
Sure.
create chaos in anything you play, and it's kind of great.
It's like, hey guys,
Kind of like I'm gonna do a thing, and we're like, oh,
I'm gonna do
What
a
is
thing,
it?
and it's probably going to hurt me more than you. Like, that's usually how it goes.
I mean, that's a playstyle, and I enjoy it.
DM, it's your turn whenever you're ready.
I'm working on it. God damn it.
Can I do anything?
I'm just trying to have to not reboot the stream because that
Yeah.
would make me angry. Let me take my turn.
Oh, you're frozen. Your play area is frozen.
Oh Lord. Yeah, we might be rebooting.
when like everything.
So
like, one by
I
one.
specifically, by the way, did not apply the hot fix that popped up when I launched the program.
Oh
tonight.
please don't. Oh God no.
But I specifically did not.
We know he likes to do that right before stream.
Okay.
So 10 viewers, if you were watching, and we go offline, we will be right back.
All right. I'm gonna do.
the battlefield. Oh, this counts as a forest. Maybe I shouldn't.
I'm gonna do fucking nothing because I have 2 land.
I'll just put a swamp,
Okay.
and then technically this
Yeah.
is untapped.
Yeah, past my turn on nothing. Thanks, asshole.
I mean, he's still in the room. We're not gonna be that big of dicks.
All right. So hey, wait.
It's early, the night's young.
All right. What is 8D? Is that one right?
Okay, go get.
Hey.
Hey!
All right.
We
So
have
wait.
faces.
So wait.
What?
Okay. That one's back. Now let me put the other one back. And if the gods love me,
I did not do the crop sigil this time. It says I know. We're gonna pretend like I
No.
need to not do that.
No, did not want.
That
Let's do that for a second.
what view were you in?
Eh?
That's awkward, like the paper towel. Oh, it's on the table.
It's on the table.
Yeah.
I was like, sorry, folks, you couldn't see the shot, but he's trying to get the camera up. And I was like,
Look, if you watch our stream regularly, you know this is.
Hey, come on. We're going to have something showing NPC and MJ Burry's face.
I gotta get really low to the. Jesus.
Earthquake.
You're gonna make some people sick on the
Ah.
stream. For the love of God.
It's boob stream.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Close enough.
We're getting there.
Whose turn is it? You.
It's mine.
Oh, yeah, it's yours.
You were a little distracted by like paper towel cam for a moment.
Yes.
How are we doing?
I mean, you
I'll
you
fix
can
it.
see Val.
I'm gonna sit.
Great. You like
Fix it.
just
Relax. I'll fix it.
This is a PG-13 stream.
Why? What are we doing?
I don't know.
Is that Cam?
We're
Yes.
focusing on boobs.
Oh my god. All I did was rested on top of the stand.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
It's actual boob stream.
I noticed none of you are moving.
Wait,
Hey,
there's nowhere to go.
Alright. I can't see what the camera looks like. So I have
I'm supposed to
turn
be
around for a
taking
second.
my turn, so chillax, friend.
It is boob stream. Wow.
What did you do?
Alrighty then.
I just put a Golgari.
Golgate.
Gilgate.
Okay.
Hey guys, there you are. Look.
And
Huzzah.
Well, we can't look because we can't
Yeah.
see ourselves.
It's really.
I'm going to
I know. I'll fix it.
tap a forest,
Paper.
and I'm going to play exploration.
Ah, fuck all y'all.
Don't talk to me.
And
Paper towel
then,
can is
because I played
Welcome to our shit
exploration,
show.
I'm going
Sorry.
to play a forest.
People watch for the shit show.
I kind
and
of figured.
a forest. And since I played a forest and a forest, do I really want to do this? Like, I'm
Yes, you
starting
do.
shit early.
Do it. Start shit
Chaos
early.
Muppet.
But why not?
That's why we like you.
You only live once. I'm tapping.
Especially magic.
Yeah. I am going.
There you are, guys.
Tap.
Hey, look at that.
I'm going to tap 3.
Oh, I didn't film
And
this today.
I'm going to also play a Beastmaster.
Oh,
Ascension.
God.
God.
Oh god. Alright. Quick
Okay.
game, eh? Eh?
Eh?
Hey.
Eh?
Eh.
Eh? Alright.
Let's see. Do I want that thing to die? I do, because they like keep dumping like things into your graveyard.
That's the point.
I watch magic. I watch for the magic and the weirdos. But the shit show is unacceptable format. I think that should be our
Hashtag
tagline.
Paper Towel Cam 2020.
Yeah,
That should be
right?
our tagline.
Holy crap.
My
Alright,
one
shit's
one's tribe elder
actually working
is
right now.
coming.
Damn it.
You guys look a little
Ping
blown out,
every
but I can't
time.
do much about that. Well,
Alright.
maybe I can, actually.
He's a tiny
Let me try to
person.
fix it!
Oh god.
And Nick, I get a counter. Yay. And now I'm done.
Alright. Untap. Upkeep. Draw.
Okay, I posted to the internet about the stream.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna tap 3, sack my burnished chart. Search my library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle my library. I am then going to pass my turn.
Yeah.
Hey!
Turn.
Alright, you're not as blown out. You look marginally better. Before my turn, I'm going to discard an Undead Gladiator and a Bloodstained.
Wait, so when
I'm discarding 2 cards.
you
can
can
do
do
it
it
anytime.
anytime?
Yeah, I'm discarding 2 cards, and I'm
Oh.
madnessing in a Mad Vampire, and an Undead Gladiator is going to my graveyard.
Just gonna give you some life.
Yeah.
Can you bring up that card?
Sure. Which one?
The one that makes you do the thing. That thing you just did.
The Zombie
Yes.
Infestation?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, I gotta get you on that one too. We'll get you there in a second.
Don't worry about it right now.
Yep. That thing.
That's such cool artwork.
It is.
Yeah, I guess you
guess,
can do it
yeah.
anytime. Wow. Cool. Who did that? Thomas.
Tom
Baya?
Baxa.
Baxa.
Yep, and here's what we're gonna do here. Hey, look. Do. Sorry. Okay. Oh, it's my turn.
That was the end of my turn.
Gotcha. All right. So, let's see.
I ramped too.
I still
Not
can't.
as well as that, but
I still can't get a third land, so we might have to do something about that in a
I'm gonna
minute.
put one on top.
Yeah. I'm gonna play a Ruthless Sniper. And let me bring that up. So I played this thing.
What does it do?
Alright.
Something you'll never see outside of an Anya deck, I think. Whenever I cycle or discard a card, I may pay 1 to put a -1/-1 counter on something.
No, that's in my
Ooh.
Hepetra deck.
Ah.
You did.
Because I have in green-black a cycling deck.
Right, of course you do.
Because that's how I roll.
All right.
Cards on the floor. Oh, thank you.
Not blue.
1 black for that. That's
And
really
my
fucking
red
all I can
deck
do.
is
I'm gonna
a
put a
discard
swamp on top of my deck so I
cycle.
can actually play this game because I should have done it at the beginning of the game. There we go. Pass turn. Oh, actually, hold on. Does everybody have something? Creature?
Nope, not me.
I don't.
I have that.
Jaber, I gotta hit you for 1. Or for 4, sorry.
Oh.
Here.
One, okay, for 4. Oh.
Because it gets a counter when I do damage to someone. So every time I hit an opponent, it gets bigger.
Aw.
Let me bring it up. There we go.
I like that art too.
That is Johannes Voss.
Voss.
The Voss.
So yeah, alright, so poked you. It is now a 5/2 vampire. Rawr.
Do you want these guys?
Yes.
I have some red ones if you want.
That's
Okay.
fine. They don't have to be thematic, but thank you, I appreciate
They
it.
have to be thematic.
Alright, pass turn.
Alright.
And I'm gonna get your camera up while you're taking your turn.
I'm gonna discard a gold
I like
card,
the art on that.
And then I'm gonna draw. Blue.
Okay.
I want to ride my bicycle. What? When did we start talking about bicycle?
I have no idea.
Somebody went home and got high. Just a guess.
Oh man.
Hey, look at that.
Mm,
Oh, did you hit that? Well, I was trying
I
to
did.
actually fix the camera.
Yeah. Was I not supposed to? I'm helping.
I'm
I'm
helping.
really helping.
I think I'm just gonna tap this to put the top card of my library into my graveyard, and then it adds 1 to my mana pool. It's a bonus hunger, and I am done.
Oh,
It's a shiny.
Okay.
bonus hunger.
untap.
Plan my next turn.
And it keep
I went home and got high.
draw.
Oh, all right then.
Called it. It's kind of what we do.
Oh my god.
All right.
So,
What you doing?
I'm going to do is a thing and stuff.
I
A
like
thing
black
and stuff?
vampires.
Yep.
I don't like playing red.
Thing and
Red's got its benefits, like burning everything that annoys you.
Oh, I should have bought Lizolda. I haven't played that since we tweaked it.
Okay. I am
Or maybe she's in my bag.
tapping 5, and I'm gonna bring Gitrog in.
Oh, fuck.
Ah.
Really?
Oh fuck! I should have played my commander.
Gitrog's in already, huh?
Yes. You've been busy with the camera. I've been busy. I'm also gonna
Oh.
tap this and give Gitrog a counter.
Oh, we didn't actually.
What happened?
I didn't realize the amulet was in.
Get.
Yeah.
You've been doing camp stuff.
And
You've been
then-
doing
You
you've
wanna
been
do
doing
board
cams.
states?
Yeah, we should probably do board states here.
Just so you know.
I have
Alright,
some
so-
stuff happening.
Yeah. So
I got 2 lands, a zombie infestation, a thingy. Oh, and I actually did get a zombie because I discarded 2 cards.
So I tap the Orin Reef
If you need
to
any
put a counter
zombies.
and Gitrog.
I'm good.
Okay.
All right, so wait. Let's look at this ridiculousness.
Okay.
So why don't you walk us through it?
So first turn, I played an Amulet of Vigor, which means stuff that comes in tap.
Right.
It comes in tap, but then I untap
Tap it
it.
immediately.
Then I played the Sakura Tribe Elder.
And you still haven't sacked it for land.
Nope, not yet.
She's been trying to ping me every time.
Then I played the Exploration, which allowed me
You
to
play a
do
land,
extra
yeah.
lands. And then the Beastmaster Ascension.
Cool.
And this turn, I played Gitrog and tapped my Ornreef to give him a counter.
You got it.
And now, I'm going to pull this forest back to my hand
Yep.
and play a Jungle Basin, which would come in tap, then untap.
Tapped. Yep.
Yikes.
That Amulet of Vigor needs to die, people.
And then, because I've got Exploration, I'm
can
going to
play
play
second
that
land.
first.
Yep.
I'm on it.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Sure.
Like,
All right, untap.
Yeah, that's
Upkeep.
that Amulet of Vigor is
Draw.
gonna kill us all.
no, like, it's really only in there for lands, and
And the lands that you get 2 of every turn, you mean?
Yeah.
Temple of the False God.
Okay, Temple of the False God's in.
Yes.
How many lands do you have in play?
6, but this makes.
I have 2.
You have one on top.
I know.
Wait your turn.
You're about to get one.
You'll be fine.
Aw.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
but half of your deck can be played on too, I bet. Oh, thank you.
Some.
Oh,
And I
it's
mean,
about-
I'm gonna turn everything to a swamp,
Yeah.
so it'll be fine.
Thank you for the cheers.
It's me.
It's you
It's
cheering.
you cheering.
You're cheering yourself?
I'm cheering.
Uh,
Isn't that kind
alright,
of like masturbation?
When Viridian
No,
Shaman
I gotta-
enters the battlefield,
gotta be
destroy
cheap.
target
Cheap.
artifact.
Oh, yay.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'm
Thank you.
helping. Let's see.
If you have Prime, you can get cheap deals on
Gotcha.
those, and I've
I'm
had
like,
them
it's
forever.
kind of like
Just reminding
masturbation.
people that they can give us bids, and we will shout out to them.
Marin.
Marin's in.
Marin's in.
Oh, and you've got a burnished heart in your graveyard.
I do.
What does she do again?
So whenever,
Let's bring up
yeah,
Marin. Marin's
yeah, we haven't.
just awful.
Awful.
Yeah,
Could
it
have
is.
re-add them to that.
Oh, yes. Music therapy, I love Gitrog. He's so cute. In fact,
This little arm hanging.
I
out
will
the
show
top.
you the deck covers in a moment that I have for him.
Yeah. So whenever another creature I control dies, I get an experience counter. At the beginning of my end step, choose target creature card in graveyard. If that card's mana cost is less or equal to the number of experience counters you have, I return it to the battlefield. Otherwise, I put it into my hand. Right now, I don't have any experience counters. I'm going to go to my end step and then return my burnished heart to my hand.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Oh, alrighty then.
And I'm going to pass my turn.
Yes. So if I do this properly, look.
What are you doing? Here, you can do this.
Where is it?
This?
Oh.
It's a little frog. Hey!
Aw, thanks for the follow.
Thanks for the follow.
It is a little frog. It's very cute.
It is.
Oh, thanks for the... Yay, you love Marin. What do you love about Marin? Do you have a Marin deck? Is it really good?
I hate
There are
Marin,
lots to love
but
about
you know,
Marin.
it is what it is.
Hi, I'm Jay Burry, and I like to play green.
Oh,
I like to play everything.
it's mislabeled as
Yeah.
Player's Logic deck.
We call our little NPC over here our Chaos Muppet.
She is a Chaos Muppet.
She is a
And I
Chaos
figured
Muppet.
out why that camera wasn't showing up. And look, I'll bet you it'll show up right now. Watch. Ta-da-da-da-da. When I add the thing that's labeled completely incorrectly. Utterly and completely incorrectly.
At least you know that's a thing that you did.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Make it go away.
What?
No.
I'm just going to make you guys look a little better, that's all.
Yeah.
Music
Need
is
to
Therapy has
change
a
the size.
Dothro deck that
Yeah.
has Marin and Gitrog in it.
Nice.
We...
Oh man, that sounds awful and awesome.
It would help if I actually grabbed the right thing.
Yep.
It would. You can also see the camera, I think. Still.
Yeah, well, we'll get
Yeah.
you. We'll fix it.
Fix your foul.
Rawr, rawr.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
There. It's my turn?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, hey, I wonder if that's a swamp on top of my
that
deck.
you need.
Switch the view. Oh fuck.
She's got it over
I
there.
got it.
Alright, I'm gonna untap, upkeep draw. I'm gonna play that swamp that I just dropped. And... How big's Gitrog?
7/7.
Why does he have a counter on him?
My
Because of
Orin
the
Reef.
Orin Reef put one on it.
Like,
Things are bad.
Let's see.
hey, you guys said play Gitrog. I
did.
played
Do you
Gitrog.
love it?
It's alright, we're gonna spread the love around. Sorry, Val, I'm gonna hit you for 5. I need to get this bigger so I can kill Gitrog.
I have a creature, just so you know.
No, you don't. You tapped it.
No, fuck. Just kidding.
Take 5. And I will pass turn.
Okay. I'm gonna do the thing. The stuff. I'm gonna put a Cryptolith right. The graveyard.
Wait, okay. Oh no, trust me, if they can't exile my graveyard, the game is mine. Yeah, that's a lot of black and green decks. I'm well familiar with that particular concept.
Yeah, we are. I think everyone here is playing a very
That explains
heavy,
a lot.
Yeah.
There are 2
heavy
lands that were not actually
graveyard.
shuffled into my deck because they were sitting off to the
What,
side from when I put
are
in the
three
pack
of us
rat.
playing graveyard shenanigans? Sort of?
Yes.
Not quite you.
This is
but sort of.
There's a little bit in
Yeah.
this deck, but not a
Yeah.
lot.
Because I have to do some for lands.
I think we're all
Urborg
playing
time.
graveyard shenanigans in their own
Oh,
way.
Urborg! Everything's a swamp, in addition to whatever it is.
Yay!
That's the thing.
Yay!
Guessing there's some swamp book creatures in there.
Well, no,
or
it just
no,
it
it's
makes
mana
every-
double
yeah.
or.
No, not double it, but
It's
it.
a zombie deck.
Mm.
It's a zombie mill deck.
Who
Oh,
is
God.
the threat? This is all bad.
I know, right? Wait, where's Urborg?
Yeah, I don't think we have it
Right there. Go down. He up.
2.
up.
Oh, that one. Sorry,
Iron.
I'm not used to that one.
It's a different
Yeah,
art
Yeah,
now.
it's the new one.
It's so pretty
I
though.
like it.
It's very pretty.
I don't know. I kind of like the older one. Here,
Did
let me
I?
show. Yeah.
I like the
No,
blue.
I didn't get that one in foil. I
Here's
got
the older
something
one.
else in
I like
foil.
it. I like the original
That
one.
reminds me of Warcraft a little bit.
I like that one. It kind of looks
Yeah.
more like a demon's tomb, or you know.
Well,
It's just further away.
you like demon things.
But I like what they're doing with the whole Yawgmoth thing. You know what I
So-
mean? So
Yeah.
Yawgmoth is good. I guarantee you, Yawgmoth's going to be like Obnixilis and eventually be a
Did you
planeswalker.
play?
That'd be great. I played a Crypt Breaker.
Got
it's
it.
a 1/1. You wanna pull that up?
Yeah. Wow, there's
Yeah.
all kinds of graveyard shenanigans.
Yep.
Man, oh man.
So, hit F2 somebody, please.
So question, I can tap this, do that, and then sack it, right?
Yep.
Okay. And tap that, do that. Swamp. And then I'm gonna play a Playcrafter
Woo.
and sack it. So everybody
Sack
sack
creature.
this creature.
Steve gets sacked. Can Steve sack for land? No, he just gets sacked.
Well, you can sack him right now, but then you have to sack something else.
Oh, fuck that.
This counts as a land on
Steve goes to the graveyard.
I think Zombie can go to the graveyard.
Oh, but does Marin get a
You gotta
counter?
sack something, and you sack that to.
Just a note. Does Marin get a counter though?
Marin gets 1 counter, 1 experience
Yeah, so
counter.
remember.
Yep. All right. I don't have. I can't find my experience thing. So.
So why wouldn't they actually bring?
So gold will be
Oh,
experience.
okay.
He died, went to the tomb, but
Okay.
right. I mean, it's like comic books. Nobody actually stays dead. Why wouldn't he come
Okay,
back as
at
some
the
sort of
beginning
lich or
my
planeswalker?
Upkeep, I sack a
More
land.
liches, please.
I'm gonna sack
More
a
liches, please.
forest.
And even like
And I'm gonna draw 2
that
cards.
isn't 8 mana to play, so I can play them as a commander.
Okay.
Because Josu Vest is a great commander, but it's too expensive.
It's actually 2 sculpts making the infinity symbol. Is it really? Let's take a look.
Yeah, I need to see that. That sounds great.
Hold on. Let's look back. Whoop. That one.
Ooh.
It is kind of 2 skulls making the infinity
Yeah,
symbol.
yeah.
That's freaky.
Hey,
Sing
sucks.
sucks.
Hey, God.
Do I really want to do that now or not? That kind of sucks. Options are limited.
Options are limited. Wait. Urborg is where Yawgmoth stopped through in his death cloud form. Oh, right. I forgot about that whole thing.
I don't know anything about that.
It's 20 years ago now, 15 years ago when they
I'm
did
old.
that. That's funny though.
Fine. I'm gonna do this. That's 3.
I'm not completely up on the mythology. So did the Death Cloud eventually like form the oil of Pyrexia?
That sounds cool.
So I tapped 4, and I'm going to play
No? Alright.
Garrick.
Oh, fuck. It's just one annoying thing after another.
I'm actually going to tap him down to 2 to create a beast.
He is rocking some sweet eyeliner.
Beast.
You got a beast.
I am going to go ahead and tap my Orin Reef to give that beast a
You
counter.
got it.
So it's a 4/4 beast.
We're letting this get wild.
Yeah.
I need protection, yo.
Mm-hmm.
like,
Yeah,
It's all
Need
good.
protection from.
everything.
yeah, everything.
We're firmly and emphatically stated Yawgmoth is for real dead and not comic book dead. That's awesome.
And then I am. You have a creature?
I have a creature, and I
And it
have the
doesn't
ability
have-
to make. I have ability to make a zombie at any point,
Okay.
and probably play something with madness.
Yeah, probably. Is it gonna be big enough to kill Gitrog? I don't know. Like, everything is bad. like, but you know what? 7/7 Gitrog.
My way.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna discard 2 cards. The first is a Phantasmagorian. Not gonna do anything with that.
That's one of my favorite
Okay.
birds.
But just to be aware, it's a 6/6 creature, and I can discard 3 cards from my hand to take it back from my graveyard.
Okay.
And then the second card will be a Gorgon Recluse with Death Touch.
A Gorgon.
Okay.
There's my zombie. And I will block Gitrog with the Death Toucher.
Okay.
Chaos early.
Oh, and the 1 mana is played to put a -1/-1 counter on... How big's Marin?
3/4.
Gitrog's dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll kill
I'm
that.
putting him in my graveyard.
Yeah, you said you were spreading the love.
Ew.
I did. I killed You're welcome. I killed Gitrog.
That's fine.
You were gonna do something.
You didn't have to attack me with it.
Oh, poor baby.
Here comes the politics.
And I'm done.
It's time.
It is
It's time.
It's time. Oh, but I attacked with
It's the
Gitrog,
best
so Beastmaster.
Beastmaster. My turn.
Yeah.
Tap.
Wait till Liliana sneezes near Yawgmoth.
Draw.
Into it.
All right.
I don't think I understand what that means, though.
It's basically Liliana's gonna do something to bring it up.
Reanimate.
Oh, okay.
Necromancy.
Necromancy. Alright. Oh, I feel like I need
I'm down.
blockers.
You do need blockers.
Yeah.
Well, you need stuff to die so that you can get
Yeah.
Marin
Stuff to
kicking.
die. Alright. 2.
Well,
Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, Gitrog can often just win by sitting there and not letting anybody do any damage and either decking the other person or whatever. I mean, how do you usually win with eating somebody with Gitrog with that deck?
yes.
Yeah.
Because he's huge.
Right. By the time you
First
do it, he's got counters and.
And then what else? Something else. Golgari Guildmage.
Golgar. Oh, got it.
Okay.
I forget what he does. Hold on, let me pull him up.
It's just a 4 and a black to sack a creature, return target creature card from my graveyard to my hand. 4 and green, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
That one.
That guy.
Oh, the elf.
So, shock outlet.
Yeah, the elf shaman.
Yep. Well, he also brings shit back.
And
I love that art.
I don't.
I think that's actually your character in in the Ravnica D&D game.
A little bit.
Alright, I'm gonna attack Garrick with Marin.
She's got
I'm
a
gonna,
4/4 beast.
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
Block
Oh,
with
sorry,
that
I
+4 beast.
forgot it was there. I just
That's fine.
didn't see the die. Never mind.
I'd happily kill Marin for you.
I got a zombie.
Pass. I'm just gonna pass.
Alright, untap, upkeep, draw.
I feel like keeping blockers in this game is good.
Yeah.
Alright. I think I'm just gonna play Anya. I'm stuck at 3 mana.
Uh-oh.
Yikes.
Alright, Anya's in. She has haste.
Tap her to do a thing. Can't. Yeah.
Well, I can. She has haste, but at the end of the day, I like everything in my hand, and
I
I'm
like the little
good for
arms as well.
blockers, so past turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, Anya's the one you don't attack with. That's like cat.
Yeah, no. Like she's a madness trigger.
And harmonica.
She just
That's funny. He is a frog horror.
I love him. He's so cute.
sacrificed lambs to him, but his hunger wasn't defeated, and he
So he
started,
started
eating the
eating
people.
people.
Of course.
Crow of Dark Tidings?
Crow of Dark Tidings. Is it the one 2 when it comes in, 2 when it dies?
What does it do?
No,
Two.
just 2 when it
It's a
comes in.
2/1.
It's a 2/1 flyer, and when it comes in, puts 2 into the graveyard. Right? They're all black.
Oh, right.
Yep.
They're all everything's a black
Oh,
mana.
I forgot. Viridian Shaman goes back to my hand. My bad.
Why?
Because of Marin.
Ah, gotcha.
Hey, I remember to trigger eventually.
Zombie bird.
Aw,
You know what?
Zombie
Maybe
bird.
I don't want to play that.
Maybe I don't want to play
Maybe
that.
I
All
just
right.
want to play my commander. It's commander time.
It's commander time.
And what does she do again?
Whenever she enters the battlefield or attacks, put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. I'm gonna do that now.
Yep.
Trying to
It's
get you
Clear
guys
the
a little
Mine,
better.
Island, and Foul Orchard. So that didn't help me at all.
That didn't help you at all.
Because when a creature goes to the graveyard, from my library, I can put a 2/2
Hey, Chad.
creature
Hello
target
again.
to the battlefield.
Hello.
Hello?
All right, you good?
You did? What
Yeah.
you doing?
That didn't help at all. I'm done.
Okay. Untap. Get Rog's not out, so I don't have an upkeep trigger.
Yep.
I'm going to grab this. Yeah, that works for me. How much mana do you cost? Okay. One,
Everything's bad in this deck.
3.
Yes. That's why it's good.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I
I
am
played the song at Cold Blades last week.
Did
That's
they?
like great live.
Cool.
2.
What are we doing? We're playing Magic: The Gathering. Do you play? If you don't
Okay.
play, stick around and we'll teach you.
That is 6. I'm going to play the Baloth Knoll.
Oh God.
Get Rog comes
Everything's
back.
awful. Did you
My
leave it out in your
tribal-
graveyard?
Yeah. like,
Yeah.
I knew I have that in my hand, and I'm like,
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah, it's a cute little Baloth.
So,
Cute little 4/5 beast.
Nice.
come to my hand, and the Tri-Beller also comes to my hand.
Why? He's return 2.
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I actually have that in my Marin deck.
I like the flavor text.
Was it?
I'm going to tap my Orin
It's
Reef
like that.
to give the Bailiff guy a counter because he
Hey, cave girl. Oh, you're
a
following the
green
cat
creature.
around.
Aw.
Are you sure it's not like you're not the pet?
And
You know,
what?
Cat people are okay with that though.
Shit got a little real.
I say, having 3
so
cats.
I know, right?
I am going to
Aw, you're
plus
very cute.
him up
Want to get married or something?
Sure.
to
Cool.
untap 2
That's
lands,
the word.
Aw,
jungle
totes.
basin, and a forest.
Okay.
And then, actually, if I untap the Orin Reef, could I like tap it again for another counter on?
Sure.
Yeah.
On each green creature that came into play this turn?
Or just.
How would you untap
creature.
it?
It's 1 creature because when
Because
I
of
tap,
Garruk.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it a forest? Does Garruk untap anything?
untap
Target land.
2
Yeah.
target lands.
No reason you couldn't do it again?
Yeah.
Can you pull up to the slaughter so I can see that artwork on that?
To the slaughter. Sure.
I like the idea of that. So I'm gonna untap that, tap it again, so that can get 2 counters,
Oh yeah.
and then
Oh,
leave the
wow.
jungle basin.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So unassuming.
Who is it?
The little lamb.
Christine Cho.
Where has the little customer gone? Daniel got stuff shepherd.
Okay, Now I'm done.
Oh, and I moved to the thingy. There we
I'm
go.
done.
We are in the same room.
Yep.
Yep.
Soon we're gonna move out to a studio where you can see all of us.
Val, hold your
Yeah.
left arm out.
Tap.
We're just sitting around my dining room table, but we've got a bunch of cameras set up.
But soon we'll be in a studio. We'll have an actual magic table where all of us will be able to sit.
That would be awesome.
Alright.
Yeah.
Play.
So you got a 4/4 and a 7/6?
6/7.
6/7. Okay. And I've got a 6/3, a 1/1, a 2/2, and a 1/3.
And Elvish Visionary, I draw a card.
Could I please have a land next turn?
No.
Do you,
No. I just did it last turn.
And then I have 2 left.
All right.
So
You guys are listing.
3. I'm gonna sack my
Cam
Burnished
likes to do
Heart.
What's that?
That can likes to
Goes
do
up to
that.
2.
What's that?
That can likes to drift.
Yeah. Well, it's.
And
You'll do the.
I'll get up and fix it
Land.
after my turn.
You have creatures. You have creatures.
At least it's drifting evenly.
Yeah.
They're both
4/4.
drifting evenly.
Yeah.
Big creature.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna do damn thing.
All
I'm
right.
gonna find some lands.
Mm-hmm. It's Sidisi.
Untap, upkeep, draw. All right, that'll work, I think.
Little Sidisi.
I guess the only thing I can do, I'm just gonna play a Rakdos Signet. Or at least I have some mana to do something.
You're playing all my favorite friends.
Nice.
That's adorable. Those are all my favorite friends as well.
Hello, new friend.
You know what? Fuck it.
We're
It's
already
nice to make a
friends.
new magic friend.
I'm gonna discard a card. It's a Grave Scrabbler.
What does
I'm
that
gonna-
do?
I'll bring it up, and then we'll do something else. But so I madnessed it in, which means I draw a card and untap Anya.
Okay.
All right, and
Wait.
I'm bringing the Death Touch Gorgon back to my hand from my graveyard when the Grave
Oh, I
Scrabbler comes
really
in,
like that work.
Great red hand. Okay.
and I'm gonna pass turn.
Oh yeah, and whenever you cycle.
Oh, hey, and I'm gonna play Rick's Matty Dungeon Palace, the land I drew. That's awesome. I'll bring that up. You should probably know about that.
Yeah.
Crucible Worlds.
Oh God.
Pachuca Bog time.
Yeah, for you.
This is what I have left in here. Like, I'm not the person you want to bog yet.
Oh my God.
Keep typing.
Yeah, I'm looking. There it is, the Dungeon Palace. So each
No.
player discards a card for 3 mana, and I tap it.
No.
It's so pretty. Look, there are a bunch of skulls.
That's cool though.
Yup.
That's
Raptors
nice
are my
art.
people.
Well, I mean, it's a Rakdos land. All right, I'm gonna fix the camera, and guess what? It is Manhattan time.
You have done enough work.
Yeah, well, I've tried.
You deserve a Manhattan.
Thanks. Even though I deserve Manhattan because the camera didn't work and I had to
Right.
scramble to put something else up.
It's not
First thing
like
I'm
you
gonna
did
do-
it on purpose.
Right. First thing I'm gonna do is fix our listing camera.
The Grave Scrabbler looks upset to be a zombie, which is fair, but his facial expression is intensely insane.
There we go.
Okay. Oh look! Hello, 12 viewers.
Hello, 12 viewers.
Hello.
I'm tiny little bit so Val is not completely off camera all the time.
Like, say hello to us.
Ooh, look
If
at
I've
that
not
camera.
said hello.
Hello.
Now you've messed up our camera.
Aw, it's because I hate you and want you to be unhappy.
No.
Figures.
Doesn't it though?
Okay. So what you doing?
I'm thinking. Oh, jeez.
Alright, so this one we can fix like this, which would make things so much easier.
Alright. So I'll play the crow this time.
Okay.
costs 3.
There you go.
And that puts 2 immediately into your graveyard.
Mm-hmm. Semi-Gate. Right.
Pretty good.
Not
Okay,
awful.
one in that now.
My milling has not been going great tonight. Oh, jeez. Splinter Fright.
What does that do?
It is a trample creature whose power and toughness are equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. At the beginning of your upkeep, put the top 2 cards. Let me do it this way. Top 2 cards of your library into your graveyard. So I think it's a 4/4 right now.
Creature cards in your graveyard.
3, yeah. It's a 4/4.
Okay.
What am I missing? I hear things going on.
I played a Splinter Fright and a Crow of Dark Tidings.
So it might be worth doing this at the corner. Because then
Yeah.
it's a little reminder.
I forgot to take the Burnisher back to my hand again. Hey, guess who's forgetting Marin triggers?
And it's early in the
I
night.
know. I'm gonna get it this time. This is the second time I've done it. It's gonna work out.
So
Huh?
what you doing?
I think
What?
I'm going to attack this easy.
Trying.
But who?
Trying.
But who? Oh, she's cheap, so I don't give a shit. Anybody have a 3/3 or bigger? You don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
3/4.
He does. He has that vampire. Although it is a 6/3, so if he wants to block with that vampire.
Or I'll just throw a zombie under the bus.
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll for it.
Oh, I have too many cards in hand, so I should deal with that.
Yep.
NPC
something
is
back you can pull back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Goth and Ineth can confirm.
Yeah, you
I
can
can
pull
NPC
it.
is the fucking threat right now.
I can pull everything back.
Coming after me. I'm gonna double block it and kill it.
Okay. But it's commander.
Yeah, it's okay. You have to play it again, and you'll get some more triggers.
Yep.
Did you do your flip when it attacks?
No, I'm doing it now.
Yep.
It is just.
I can rarely see the table. We need to make. I feel like the playmat.
Sure.
Needs to be bigger than our faces.
And
One creature, so you get.
That's a 6 now.
Oh, you
You
have
have
2
2
creatures?
creatures.
Ooh. Fancy.
So I got 2 zombies.
So this is placed on this side of the table, and over there, craziness ensues.
Hey. Stuff and things.
Okay.
What do I have in my hand?
Oh, they're all threats. Yeah, I know.
Basically.
So are you done?
Yes. No. Sorry.
Because you attacked already, so you
Uh,
can't attack again.
Yeah, I'm done. I just want to make sure I hit all my triggers before.
We can make that happen.
What? What? When we move out to the new
Yeah.
area, it'll be like that.
Okay.
Next couple weeks.
Yoink.
We can make this view the dual playmats view.
Yeah. And then just tell me which F that is.
Well, it's gonna be nothing right now,
Oh, okay.
but we can do this with it while we're playing.
Okay. One, I'm playing this forest. Because forest.
Let's see.
BRB.
Come on.
Ooh.
Don't
Keith,
die.
Are you okay?
Not dying yet. Doesn't even spell anything.
There we go, and we can do it that way. Right? So we'll do it like this. Whoop.
Yeah.
I thought I might be okay at doing this on the fly, but
I am going to tap.
I'm wondering how we do.
Um,
Problem is, they're not going to be any
3.
bigger, really.
I'm
Maybe
gonna
if we
tap
do
3 to
that.
play Borderland
that.
Ranger.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then
I'll figure it out.
Yep.
I'm going to. What am I doing with my life?
BRB.
So I tap 3. I definitely need to search for that basic land because I can play 2 lands per turn. And how many forests do I have?
Oh, and actually, haha, I think we can do it. So if we do that, we just make this kind of small.
Yeah.
Throw it over here.
Faces don't have to be huge.
Yep.
I am gonna play that swamp. I'll shuffle in a moment. Just remind me to shuffle.
And then we do this.
I don't want to mess that up.
Throw it over here.
There you go.
I don't know. Goss, I look by. You like that? Does that help?
4, 5.
And then
3,
names.
4, 5.
Where they belong.
Okay, fine. I am tapping 5, and I'm gonna play Get Rug again because he was in my hand. Now
Alright.
I'm going to tap the Oran Reef, and I get to put a +1/+1 counter on each green creature.
I'm in the right place.
Well,
Ah,
this
I
is gonna
see,
be.
I see.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then
Yeah.
we're trying. We're trying.
you know what? I'm
Alright, I'm glad you like that, Goff.
to
That'll be a view we'll use regularly then.
I'm gonna tick Gark up again, and I'm gonna untap the Oran Reef again and the Jungle Basin, and then I'm gonna tap the Oran Reef again and
+1/+1.
Protect
Everything that
my
came
shit.
in. Yeah.
and
Oh man.
next
Attacks?
turn.
I was like, where's that other
Well, I
NPC? It's
have
over
the
there.
Big
You'd have a
guy.
big Bela.
Yeah. How much shit does he have? She
Stuff.
has a lot of stuff.
I have things. Stuff and
He
things.
has like a pretty big thing that having the big
Yeah.
buff
Ah!
would be useful.
There we
And
go.
of course there's the 4/4 beast.
I like that.
It's useful.
You can see things a little better.
Yeah, it's useful.
What?
Another this different view.
That's too much for my brain.
What stuff do you have, DM?
All right, so here's what I've got: some lands and an artifact. I've got a 1/1, a 6/3, a 1/3, and the ability to discard 2 cards and make a 2/2 zombie.
Because if I force your hand to discard cards, like for my 4/4 beast,
I might just take 4. I mean,
well then take 4,
okay,
sending my beast.
I take 4.
Then you are 36. And pass turn.
Alright. Tap.
And I'll just bring this back over here since that column can't.
Keep. Draw.
Yeah, I put the people on the same side, like constructs the same.
What do you mean?
People camps on one side.
That
Just hurts my brain.
the problem is if I do it, it's gonna hurt my brain. Plus, we get a little bit more if I can extend down to the bottom
like
and extend
this
to the
view at
top in the
all.
corner. Really?
Yeah.
I like it.
No, I think it's really good. I mean, some people it's gonna hurt. No matter what we do, some people are gonna be confused because everybody's brain works different.
My brain is confused.
Temple of the False God. I'm gonna put Swiftfoot Boots on Marin.
Swiftfoot Boots on Marin?
Yeah.
Got it.
Just to give her hexproof at least.
I think if we
Wait,
make a
equip
little layout,
one.
where it kind of gets to
Yeah.
turret or something.
And then
Well, that's what I've been trying to get people to design, but people are busy and
Moving.
yeah. I need to just learn Photoshop and do it myself.
Well, if you send me a text, I will do that.
I mean, I can draw it out and show you,
Tomorrow.
but
6.
Because I've got all this stuff on my computer, all the good stuff.
cool. Well, I mean, I shared the. You should have access to the Dropbox with everything in it.
Can I see graveyards?
Oh god.
Well, here I'll hold them up. So I've got a Phantasmagorian, which is a 6/6. I've got a 2/2 Grave Scrabbler, and I've got a 3/1 Undead Gladiator.
Okay. What's the 6/6?
I can discard 3 cards to bring it back from my graveyard to play. Other than that, it's just a 6/6. Oh, well, and when I play it, an opponent can discard 3 cards to counter it.
Interesting.
Let me bring it up, because it's a wacky card that it doesn't see a lot of play.
What happened?
Jayberry asked us to see our graveyards.
Oh. I don't have a lot in my graveyard.
And the art's creepy. It's like Errol Otis art.
It's one of my favorite words. Phantasmagorian.
Hmm?
That
And I do need to fix
Alright,
your camera.
let me see. Can you play it? Alright.
Sorry, eating
Well,
all
thanks. I
the food.
appreciate the vote of
Go
confidence.
for it.
Hopefully in the new studio we will actually have a 5th person. We've broached discussions
Person.
to actually sit and run the computer and switch the views and all that so that I could actually play.
I believe
And that
agreed.
and that other person, since they're not playing, can actually look over people's shoulders and actually get the cards queued up so that we don't waste time.
Rise from the grave.
What are we rising from the grave?
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
I want the Phantasmagorian, unless you
got
want
it.
to counter it.
Thinking about discarding 3 cards to bring back to my hand.
Yep.
Nah, you know what? Take it. I'd rather be in play and beaten on somebody.
Alright. Under my control.
Volunteers
Yay!
as tribute, so
Yeah, there you go.
Does it have haste?
official part of
Nope.
the
Nope. But it's Black Zombie in addition to whatever it is.
Oh, why is that?
Because of your Zombify, right? Or whatever. The sorcery you just cast.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Does it get +1 plus on or anything, or is it just as a Black Zombie in addition?
Just a black zombie.
Cool.
Yep. Okay. Christ.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I can't do anything about any of this. Jesus. Alright, I'm going to
Sorry, had to cackle a little.
go into my instep. I will take something back from my graveyard, 2 or less, but I can't, so I will take back a Viridian Shaman, I guess.
You got it.
Unless I want a burnished card.
I mean, she has the advantage of
I'll take a
people
burnished
don't
card.
want to throw stuff her way because we're basically feeding like things
The
coming
machine.
back.
Yeah.
Like
Feeding the machine.
All right, let's
So-
have fun.
Uh-oh.
And
This is
so-
all I'm going to do this turn. I'm going to do one thing. This is 5 mana.
No.
But let me pull it up.
I like fun.
Anything that begins with Archfiend.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
That's not good.
Depravity.
Nope. Whenever I cycle or discard a card, put a -1/-1 counter on every creature my opponents control.
It's a 7 McKinnon.
Hey, there's an Archfiend of Depravity.
Of course there is.
Oh, I got
Ifnar. Or
You played it.
sorry, what did I say?
you played
Ifnir, yeah.
You played an Archfiend of Depravity 2?
No,
or-
sorry.
okay.
I my brain went to that because the first person, somebody said Depravity.
hate Depravity.
Because, yes.
I love it.
So, alright, the Archfiend is in play, and
I wonder if
I'm gonna
that's
pass
in
turn.
my Hepetra deck. That'd be fantastic.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Can I take a photo of that just so I can make sure to check my deck?
it should be.
It should be because
If it's not, it should be.
yeah, like, and I think I've got one.
The Despair is nasty, too. Anything that starts with Archfiend is probably something your opponents don't want to see in
There
play.
you go.
Go on, Ayrton.
Thank you.
Got it. Do you have one of these in this deck? Oh, I didn't count it. I'm sorry. Do you have that in this deck? You probably should. Take a picture of that if you don't.
No.
I think I had one of those. Or had.
I'll have to double check.
Is anyone not flying?
Yes.
No.
What is flying?
5/4 Archfiend.
Here you go.
Are you remembering
Sorry,
the triggers?
folks. I have to take photos of cards,
I
or
just
I'll
did
never
my first
remember
trigger.
them.
Gotcha.
I did the crop sigil flashback one in, and then I just drew.
It's a big yikes.
So, can I get a spin down, please?
You got it. Roar. I love how you call it a spin down instead of a D20. But
Because I
they're
don't
different
wanna
because
Spin
they're
down
different. I know.
D20.
She's
Well, they're
not
different.
wrong.
D20s have
I do
staggered
not
numbers.
like-
They
A
do.
spin down starts at yeah.
Yes.
I was very specific. I only
I
wanted to spin
know.
down.
I know.
I like that guy.
So does Gabriel.
Except my brothers have not been hostages on the way down here recently, and they usually are the ones who play the comedy for me.
Oh, that's funny.
So I've listened to a lot more comedy than.
Oop, that's not
Oh, we're
normal.
gonna do the Splinter
I'm
too.
kind of pretty excited about fairy tales.
Steve. I
You
know
played
I
your
did-
own Sakura.
I know I did that.
Oh, wait,
no.
ticks up.
I know I did that in the wrong order, but at least I'm remembering my triggers today.
Did your other relatives open up their tentacle kitties yet?
Yes.
Kitties.
Oh, I forgot.
Mm.
Okay.
I don't know
I've done all
which
the
one my
things.
mom got,
Okay.
but I know which ones my brother got because I took pictures for you.
Clicked on relationship manager.
Thank you. You're better at that than I am.
I've been looking at it.
There you go. So when we're ready later.
Yeah. Well, we did
There
while
we
you were
go.
setting stuff up.
Oh, did we?
We'll do it again when more
This
people
one.
join. Oh, I love it.
What?
He's
And
so
this
cute.
one.
What am I missing?
Tentacle kitties.
Oh.
So we went to Dragon Con and we
Gooba.
bought blind box tentacle kitties for our relatives, and I wanted to know what they were.
Because NPC's always had a blocker. That's why NPC is still at 40. I know.
Nothing's going to get through,
I-
unfortunately, right now.
So we've been having conversations about,
This is important.
why I'm politicking the table and whatnot. But really, she's the threat.
Hey,
Not
do you
anymore.
hear me denying it right now?
Not anymore.
No.
You can attack me.
Because I just played an archetype and I have to.
Oh, hey, look at that. That's a fucking problem.
Oh, archetype of
that's gonna hurt.
imagination. I
Who
know
are you
it's bad.
hitting? Oh, you're hitting me.
No.
Yes.
I am debating who I am hitting.
Bring it up and then decide. Oh my god.
Definitely
Oh,
talking
God.
about these two.
Oh no.
I will kill your archetype of imagination immediately if you attack me.
Okay.
Attack him.
It doesn't have fun.
So leave me. Doesn't matter. I can
Oh.
discard. I can discard 4 cards and give all creatures -4/-4 permanently.
Ah.
But I'm not going to.
Okay.
What you doing?
Just send the 9/9 at her.
Yeah, like
The
I would
9/9
not
is going
attack.
at you. And
all-
at you.
Can
the...
you go
Oh,
back?
I'm sorry.
I can't hit the button when you're on that screen.
Sorry.
Jabber, I'm hitting you with a 2/1
Aw.
and a 3/2, and I'm hitting you with a 9/9 traveler.
A 2/1 and a 3/2.
I mean, I can't block. I don't have
so I
flying.
take 5.
Nobody
Down
has
to
flying.
31.
So-
Well,
No
nothing.
one-
No one can have flying.
Except
yeah, I
for
know.
her.
Yeah.
So
And I am done.
Oh, not my turn.
okay, untap.
Oh my god.
Okay, so get Rog, second land. Swap.
Gotta stop letting Gitrog live.
Well,
There's
she
a lot
just
of things
made
to
it
stop right now. It's
a lot easier for Gitrog to live because
It's alright. Archfiend. Zombie Infestation. Anya. Big ass vampire. 1/1. 1/2 sniper and the Archfiend, and none of it flies. That's ridiculous. How big is that now?
9/9.
Alright.
Traveler.
Yes, it's true.
going to tap a jungle basin to play Steve.
Steve. That is my Steve.
That was so good.
yes.
I don't know where Bunny is tonight.
I am actually going to take
only
my
10:30.
friend down to. He was at 4. I'm kicking him down to 3 to create a beast.
Have a beast and put a counter on it.
Yeah, that's gonna be in a minute. Okay.
It's weird not having cheese.
And I am going to do that, but I can't do it twice this turn because I wanted that beast.
Gitrog never dies. The spirit lives within us. The graveyard players.
Yup.
Yep. And then...
I don't have a Gitrog.
Okay. Steve also gets a counter. Cute little Steve.
Also, he's cute, so you can't kill him. It's like killing a puppy in a video game.
That's hilarious.
And he
And
doesn't go
then
Oh, John Wick.
I am going to return the Oran Reef to my hand.
No.
I'll play this tap because I don't have my amulet, and that's fine. But since I can play 2 lands per turn and haven't played my turn, oh, this comes in tap. That's
too.
fine.
Yeah.
But good. Because I'm probably gonna need it. How much shit those people have?
John Wick comes for you. All right.
So much.
Ooh,
And I'm just
that's
picturing
big.
John Wick with,
Well, yours
a
is
big
bigger.
Gitrog following him
Yeah.
around.
Gitrog, yay. Who did I hit with Gitrog?
Yeah.
No
Oh,
one
I
yet.
tried to
Tried
hit you.
to hit.
Okay.
DM.
Well, that's okay. We're gonna see if Val actually wants to keep her flying stuff. I suspect she does, but Gitrog's
She's
an
got
8/8
2 zombies.
and commander.
Gitrog is not a cute puppy.
Yeah, sure, why not? Like,
Gitrog is a cute.
chump the zombies, but I have to try to kill it somehow.
So, my foot was going to sleep.
And then
Over something to push in a little bit.
so Gitrog's going to be
Because you're
going
Camera
your
angle,
way.
kind of falling up.
There
you go.
DM?
No.
Oh, it fell.
Actually, you know what? Let's see. I'm sending a 4/4 beast your way as well, and this 4/4 guy. So
I'm gonna
All devout.
discard 2 cards for a zombie and put 2 -1/-1 counters on every creature in play. Except for mine.
2
Right now.
-1
-1 counters on every
Okay.
creature.
My beast and guys still survive, but they're smaller.
Yep. The zombie that comes into play kills your beast.
I'm not attacking you.
Oh, I thought you were.
I'm
I thought you were
attacking
sending a
Val.
4/4 beast at me.
No.
Me.
Oh, no, then get your shit back.
Okay.
About.
I-
Do a lot of things.
So, 2 4/4 guys and an 8/8 Gitrog.
Okay.
So.
So, last week, our friend Rick Rolls America, Rick,
So you do have 2
dropped
zombies.
off a huge box of old, like, revised, not revised, 4th edition cards. And I put together, like, 3 awful, almost unplayable, or 5 awful, almost unplayable decks, 1 of each color. And I really just want to hand them out and make people play them. They're playable, but they're awful.
Like horse deck?
What you
What?
doing?
Like horse deck?
Like a horse deck, but worse.
Oof.
Okay, how you blocking?
Okay.
Or what you doing?
So, Gitrog and 2 4/4s.
Yes.
But don't they get...
Oh!
Yeah, wait a
I
minute.
lied.
Beastmaster. Beastmaster.
Oh, is the Beastmaster's
forgot-
Ascension?
you forgot the
It's online.
Beastmaster.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Ascension's gone off.
So,
Yeah.
So, what are they?
They're huge.
Big.
Yeah, they get +5/+5 now.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That enchantment needs to die, but...
Yes.
Does that Viridian thing in your hand only kill artifacts?
Yes. It's not in my hand, also. I took back the Burnished Heart instead.
Gotcha.
I changed my mind.
So, what's a.
Don't you have the other one? No, that's what you played early in the game, right?
Is,
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't have an
So
enchantment
8
killer
plus
right now.
5, 14. Or, no, that's 13.
Mm-hmm.
8 plus 5, 13, 13.
Here,
This
where's-
is a 9/9/9/9.
There we no. There we go.
There you go.
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm getting it.
That's okay.
Oh, I need to smell.
So 13, 13,
9/9.
9,
And 2 9/9s.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 9/9s.
Yeah.
Thank you.
2 9/9s. Yeah, I was like, isn't your Beastmaster doing anything now?
You're just gonna take it all?
No.
Oh.
So, I have to take the 2,
Okay.
and then I'll block
So that's-
Gitrog
You have 2 zombies.
with both of
So
They,
that
them.
none
was-
of them trample.
Yeah, none of them trample.
Just throw one under each bus.
Yeah.
Fine.
So you could take
I thought
one.
Gitrog trampled.
Nope.
No.
Oh, he's
No.
just indestructible.
He's
No.
just
No,
death touch.
he's
death
death
touch.
touch. He's not currently
Ah,
indestructible.
He's just death touch. Just.
Well, okay, you're hitting
Okay.
me with.
So that was 18, these two.
I'm just gonna block.
Okay.
Get Dragon one of them.
And not the token.
There's
Okay.
2 tokens.
No,
No.
this isn't a token.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you're blocking.
Get Rogan, not the token.
Okay. So you take 9.
So add.
That's what
Got it.
So.
Hey, Captain Harris.
Take 9 back.
Okay.
Can you smell what the rock is cooking? None of us are the rock.
And now I'm done.
Alright.
NPC is running away with the game with the Get Dragon.
Untap.
We did tell her to play this.
I know. That's fine.
I like it.
It's probably your best deck.
Upkeep.
Like I would not feel bad playing Chainer against that.
Probably.
Jeez.
I would not feel bad playing Porphyros against that.
Alright.
100%.
What's that other deck that
man.
Oh, but Thalio's pretty good even for being mono white.
Mono white's strong. If I have to go mono, it's black or white usually.
Alright.
There's also another one I played recently.
I really like that Flame at Jiggery.
Yeah.
Is it the like the
Vivian.
stained glass elf?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vivian.
Val got it for me.
Okay,
Oh,
what you do?
I played a non-zombie.
The drink of
Nice.
choice is always a
Next.
Manhattan, but sometimes we,
I'm going to play.
you know, diverge from that.
my
But tonight it's a
Burnish
Manhattan.
I'm gonna sack my Burnish Chart.
Yeah.
Creature
I
died.
just stop drinking on stream.
Okay.
I'm gonna drink on stream.
Although
Nothing wrong with
Marin
that.
is now going off because she's got sack
Yeah, I mean,
outlet.
it's everybody's awful.
It's
Yeah.
fun.
Everybody's awful this game.
It's fun. Alright, I got 1 untapped lands. I'm not gonna do anything with it.
And you're gonna do the land stuff
gonna do
for
the land
Birdish
stuff.
Heart later.
He,
Do you need the land
no,
now?
I'm gonna not. No, they come in tapped anyway, so I
Oh,
can't
okay.
use them. I'm just going the past turn because.
And then you get something back to the battlefield.
Yeah, and then I pick something back to the battlefield.
With
Creature.
how many counters do you have?
For
3.
Does anyone have any artifacts in play?
Nope.
I've got a mana artifact, but
Oh.
you'd be kind of shitty to do that.
Alright, I'll take the Burnish Chart back into play. I'll wait for something good to show
Right.
up.
There will be something. Didn't you play play lands from your graveyard? Oh no, it went to your graveyard.
Yeah.
All right, on top of you draw.
My beautiful land staff.
Oh, that's a thing. I want to do so many things though. Fuck it. Psychosis Crawler.
Oh.
Whenever I draw a card, everybody loses a life.
Oh god.
Great.
I hate that thing.
And it is, what is it? Power and toughness, equal number of cards in my hand. I have 4 cards in my hand. It's a 4/4 right now.
Yeah.
And
Which, that's funny, that's in a madness deck.
why?
Because.
I'm gonna tap Anya to discard a card with madness and draw a card. Everybody lose a life. I untap Anya.
Oh, I see why it's in there
Yeah, that's
now.
why it's in
Never
there.
mind.
Did that come in the pre-con?
I'm gonna tap Anya to discard a card with madness and draw a card. Everybody lose a life.
Again?
Untap Anya. Pass turn.
Did that come in the pre-con?
No, I put the psychosis. Yes, it did actually.
Okay.
Question about whatever.
And by the way, I
Yeah.
discard 2 cards. Everybody put -2/-2 counter on all your creatures. From the
Okay.
Archfiend. So this is dead now, and we have flyers again.
Okay, hold on. I need.
Is it all of the creatures?
Every creature I don't control.
Wait, how is that dead?
They're 2/2.
Yeah.
It was the archetype was only a 2/2.
It's a 3/2.
However,
Wow.
when this dies,
I
Something
thought it
happens.
was
No, it's when it comes
came
in.
this one.
It's when it enters.
No, this one.
Is it when it enters and dies?
I mill too. When this one dies.
So,
Enters or dies, right.
question.
Just take the counters off.
Okay, but Steve, I'm gonna sack him and get a land.
Sure.
And then I'll put the counters back to
Alright.
Goth, you're not wrong.
Lost 2. Alright. 1
Okay.
creature died. 2 creature died.
Oh no!
3 creature died.
Oh no!
You brought this on yourself.
I'm not worried about Marin right now.
Okay, what land do I want?
Because we'll see.
Probably.
I really need land though. Like I'm literally playing this whole game on 4 land.
I'm
and-
pretty. Ooh,
Are you done?
jeez.
Yeah,
I
pass
have
turn.
a question about
Yeah.
order of events.
Sure.
So if I wanted to do a dredge thing and I have this in play,
It's all right.
I'd
Let's
do the
see.
dredge thing first.
Okay.
Wait, hold
that
on.
belonged in my graveyard.
What do you mean dredge?
If I want to do a dredge thing from my graveyard. I want to dredge something.
So all right, at the you untap upkeep instead of your draw, you dredge.
Yeah.
So before that.
Well, untap upkeep, so the upkeep would happen first, right?
Yeah. Instead of drawing, though, you dredge,
You dredge.
cards.
Yeah.
And pull it back.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I can dredge as many times as I want to pay for you.
No, dredge is free.
Dredge is like a
Pay for it
one-time
with
you.
Yeah, so it's instead of your whenever you would draw a card,
Yeah, but can I only do that one?
Yes.
time?
well, unless you can draw a second card.
Oh, that's true.
What?
It's whenever
Like, so
you.
Get Rug,
doesn't
I
have to, I
could.
think.
It's whenever you draw.
That's not a draw.
Okay.
Ineth is saying something.
Yeah. Right. So if you would draw 3 cards, you could dredge 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Get Rug, I could technically
Is the
dredge
Psychosis
cards.
Collar an artifact?
Yes. So you can blow it up on your turn.
Yeah.
So I want to dredge too.
Alright, so
how are
what
you
happens
gonna
is-
dredge too?
It just happens, and then
No, I mean, oh, I see the.
and then
yeah.
you put the top 2 into the graveyard. Oh, that's good. Oh, but there's another dredge card in the graveyard.
Huh.
All right, so Living Death went into the graveyard. I'm kind of glad that did,
And stink read up.
and which
Okay.
is another dredge card.
Yeah.
So now that's in your hand, and that was your draw for the turn,
Yeah.
and you're gonna play it as your land for turn.
This line, yeah. Where did that go?
Got it. So what did you dredge for? You dredged for Darkmoor Salvage, right?
I feel like Casey definitely said put that in Get Rug.
DARKMOR?
but I suck at dredge.
MOR.
Like,
I like dredge. Just haven't played it in a little bit. I didn't know how it works with crops.
Oh, come on, right. Darkmoor. I thought it was Darkmoor.
Well, so did everyone else until just
Huh.
now.
I seriously did. I thought it was
Did
Darkmoor
she mill
Salvage.
2 for Splinter Fright?
Did you mill 2 for the Splinter Fright? So mill another 2.
Not yet.
Triggers, and more triggers.
Yeah.
And there's more dredge in the graveyard. I am glad Sidisi's in the graveyard, though.
another Sidisi?
Yeah, the Tutor Sidisi. I'm glad Tutor Sidisi is in the graveyard.
She wouldn't have anything to bring stuff back, though, would she? Maybe.
I'm still fucked on mana.
That's its -2 counters from the...
I've already taken that into consideration.
So there's actually 16 creatures in your graveyard?
Yes. Something like that.
Good, take your turn, I'll count. Or not. I misplayed. I should have played something before this Psychosis Crawler.
Too bad.
15 creatures, so it's...
No.
Yeah, I should have done that. And
Is
then,
that the signed one?
What did
well, no, I
dismiss?
should have done that and then killed everything so that nothing would go to a
What
graveyard
did I
anymore.
dismiss?
He
It's okay, we'll do it next turn.
showed,
Well, I don't know. Is my Psychosis Crawler going to live?
No.
Well, then of course I'm going to do it next turn
What
and
did
exile
everyone
creatures.
but me just do?
exile
What's that?
creatures
What
in
did everyone
graveyards.
but me just
I have to
do?
do it right now?
Oh,
No, he's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
right. So whenever a creature dies, it gets exiled.
Whenever a creature dies, it gets exiled?
That I don't control.
What does that?
The card I just showed.
Oh.
Yeah.
I should have played that and then discarded cards and killed shit. Because then you wouldn't have got you wouldn't have got the experience counters either. But that's okay. Live and learn.
Yep.
Too bad.
Too bad. Is that the cat?
That
Yes.
was.
Yep.
I thought it was literal. I'm like, wow, why is there a fucking cat in this cover?
Screaming in the
KMFDM?
song, yeah.
I'm gonna sack the crop to return up to 1 target creature card and 1 target land card from the graveyard to my hand.
You got it.
Because there are more than 4 types in my graveyard.
Are there? And you had 15 creatures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so it's gonna wash out because she sacked the one creature, but she's getting a creature back.
No,
to
I
her
know,
hand.
but it really should be 15. There's 15 creatures in the graveyard, and it has
Yeah.
-2/-2 counters.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't actually have counters.
Yeah.
It has -2 counter. Is it -2 counters or just -2 -2?
-2 counters.
Okay.
Yeah. And Goth, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But they changed that a couple of years ago that +1s and -1s counter each other. The -1 counter will take a +1 counter off.
Graveyard to your...
I should have played it last turn before I did all that stuff. So that was my bad. Oh wait, I drew it. Never mind. I didn't misplay. I'm not an idiot.
Both go on. And then
It
they
was a
can-
draw from the Psychosis.
They both go on and then they cancel out.
Yeah.
Right. So that way you don't have to put
Can I
pluses
see
and
the
minuses on the
Psychosis
same.
crawler?
Sure.
Real quick. There are lots of bad things.
Everything's awful.
Yeah, but that's the only artifact I think I can target
What are you doing
realistically
over there?
right
I
now.
know.
Yeah.
I'm done with
What did you take back?
that stuff. What do you think I took back?
Oh, right. The Archfiend of... Yeah.
Archetype of imagination.
Our archetype. My brain's on the Archfiends tonight.
For
Yes.
Good night, Ineth.
Aww.
If we don't talk and you guys are doing the pre-release, have fun on Friday,
Are
Saturday,
the
or
zombies
Sunday.
back?
Oh wait, I should show
How
off.
did you get these?
Fuck, those died too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, don't go yet.
Well,
I have
they
something-
died when
They're
I attacked you.
Yeah.
Don't go yet. I have something cool to show off.
Oh yeah. You go. Show it off and
Yeah,
we'll
let
show
me go
mine
get
too.
it.
What you doing?
I'm thinking. I got 4 left.
Oh, I gotta fix that camera. It's drifting.
Oops.
Oh god, I'm just gonna end up dying.
Stop making the camera drift.
Is that a camera drift? That's actually a really cool name for a band. Camera drift. Camera drift.
I hate it.
Sync lock.
Is this the one that was having issues last time?
Ooh, wait for it.
Can we see it at all?
Wrong
Nope.
camera. There we go.
Camera.
Ah.
Wrong camera.
No, remember that's the camera that's not working. So go ahead, just show it there.
It's so cute.
That's really cool.
Ah.
There you go.
Is that focused? Can't tell.
It's
Yeah.
It's the original sketch for Karmic Guide.
I love
Yeah.
So we were hanging out with Alan Williams at his booth at Dragon Con, and Jay Burry bought the original sketch for that. And here, I'll grab
I
mine.
love it.
Yeah.
And I bought the original sketch for Illusionary
Rad.
Angel. There we go. 2 Alan Williams cards on the same stream.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Wait, I can do yours on your side and hold it up like that. And there we go.
It's hard to see.
It's hard to see.
Yeah, they really are.
The glare is really bad.
There you go.
I would say let's take photos and we can put them on
Yeah.
Instagram
they're
or
on
Facebook.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
We could, and on Patreon.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Speaking of art and artists and magic artists, we will be streaming live from IlixCon in like 3 weeks.
Is it 3 weeks?
It's like 3.5 weeks
Yeah.
away.
Oh shit.
So what's going
I need
on?
to get my shit together and get some
Thanks.
plane tickets.
It
and
is pretty
whatnot,
dope. And now you may go to sleep.
you were released
so-
You
yeah,
are
maybe I'll
released.
take out.
Okay.
Oh, not attacking.
Untap.
with her one
One
creature.
creature.
Oh, it's a 13? Yeesh.
Upkeep. So Gitrog is
Oh wait,
out.
I didn't.
Hey!
I forgot my zombie.
I do
already
really
took cards.
like. I do really like his. His was a lot easier to frame because unfortunately
So,
my
I do
sketch
need
goes
to
all the way to the edge of the
do the
paper.
swap.
And they kind of had to
Get
go
2
a little
cards.
further down.
I actually
You made
like
the
the
better
card
choice.
better. I like
Yeah.
that card better, but the Illusionary Angel sketch for me was just it looked cooler.
Yeah. Yeah, but I like the colors because there's like gold in the frame
Yeah,
in the
yeah, no,
matting
you did a
right
really good
around
job with
my
the matting.
card.
I like that.
The matting was a really good suggestion from the guy at the frame shop. So, so maybe one day you'll get to see it in person. I'll bring it somewhere, hopefully.
Well, who drew Gitrog? Who's the artist?
Jason Kang.
So I don't know if he comes to IlixCon, but if you go to IlixCon's in Reading, Pennsylvania at the end of
Yeah.
October, and if you go, like
Come play with us.
40 magic artists will be there, and it's
Yeah.
just a great opportunity to
I
hang out
didn't
with magic
see
artists.
his name listed, I don't think, on the roster. But there are probably going to be people there who are not on the official
Yeah.
roster.
No, people are coming just to hang out with their artist friends. Like I know Prescott's
Yeah.
coming just because he wants to hang out
Yeah.
with us.
That means I need to pull out all my Prescott cards. Or a lot, or some of them. You have too many. You have too many cards, Steve
Jungle
Prescott.
Basin and Swap. Do I want to do this swap? Yeah.
And
sure,
while
why
you're
not?
involved in your turn, I'm gonna make sure your camera looks nice and pretty.
Okay. I am going to play a growth spasm.
I'm gonna bring you right to the edge. That sounded awful.
Wow.
This is going
Wait,
to
I'm not
be
gonna say what I'm thinking. I'm not
my
gonna say.
colorless
Like I said, that sounded awful.
Eldrazi
There we go.
Scion.
Edgelord.
And
That's what
then
I was thinking.
search for a basic land, put it in tapped. I'll do a swamp.
Yes.
We have meat closer to you.
When NPC is done taking her turn, so we're not distracting everything, I'll show you what the earrings are, because they were a gift from NPC.
Extreme.
Hey, Captain Harris. What's up? Also, hello.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting.
All right.
Because
What are you
I'm
doing
just
then?
playing sorceries.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can zoom in effectively. Hey,
There you go.
Okay.
what you gonna do?
It's my
So
favorite because I can
I
eat.
am going
What's up?
to
It's my favorite because I can eat.
You
tap.
can stuff your face while that's going on.
Yes.
I think this is how I can do it. I'm going to tap 3 forests.
That's good.
And I'm going to play Nissa's Pilgrimage. And I've got 2 sorceries in here, so 2 or more instant or sorceries,
Yep.
so I get 3 forests.
I'm gonna bring that up. This is Pilgrimage. Because not everybody knows it.
I don't.
Yes.
Pretty art.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
Oh, it's
not
Master.
sure.
Yeah.
Forest.
He was at IlluxCon last year, and I have a 5/5 Cave Girl Demon token of his. So
I
he
bought
did
some of his
Nice.
art at Gen Con.
Who is this?
Super
Oh,
hot
that
naked
guy.
lady art.
Matt Stewart.
sorry.
Matt Stewart is going to be back
one in the
at IlluxCon.
So, 1 forest comes in tapped, but since I've played no land per turn outside of the sorceries I played, can I technically play 2? Because I've got exploration.
I don't see why not.
Then, bam.
I mean, one comes in tapped and one goes to your hand, right?
Yes.
Yes,
oh,
and,
I
then
get.
and then you play it.
Yeah.
I also got a Matt Stewart Gandalf print. That's fantastic.
A what?
Matt Stewart
I
Gandalf.
should shuffle.
Gotcha. You're not gonna be able to mumble anymore when we move out to the new studio. You're gonna have your own microphone hanging right over your head.
I don't like it.
Okay.
So-
Because all those little
Mumble
snide
louder.
remarks, will be captured for all of posterity.
I'm not
Oh,
pushing
wait
it.
a
My
second.
My sign remark.
Would
What?
I?
They're made in
Oh,
love.
never mind. It's not relevant.
Oh, wait,
Would
it
you
didn't
like the
have-
little
Oh, I
it
didn't-
meat
didn't
fork?
have 7 or more.
I have
last
meat
time.
forks at home.
Yeah. So.
Like the little tines.
Yeah, so you shouldn't. Yeah, so they weren't that big.
Yeah. So Val gain.
We screwed up.
gain 5 life back. Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
it wasn't? It hadn't
Yeah,
gotten
it
mine
would
yet.
I
have to
don't
have 7 or
think-
more, not 6.
Yeah. So I should have attacked with 1 more, but whatever.
Whatever.
Gotcha.
I'm
We
fine.
We caught it before it was too late. Sorry.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I was like, wait a second.
Well, no, I was pointing it out because
No,
you were, like,
I was
didn't
looking
take
at it
up,
because
yeah.
I wanted to know about the size of creatures because it matters for
Ah.
his stuff
Got it.
and
Yep.
things. So I'm actually Garrick is doing his job. I'm just gonna take him down because beasts are your friends.
Peace.
And then I'm gonna tap the Oran Reef to
Give
give
it a counter.
myself a 4/4. These can actually do things now.
Is this one I regret saying play Get Rug?
I think we're probably all regretting it already. So
It's so fun though.
Yeah.
You have no mana open.
I have 1 mana open.
1.
It's a green one.
It is a green one.
Green.
You could be doing green things.
green things.
What green thing costs 1? Gee, let me.
I don't know, man.
Many elves.
Elves. What you gonna do?
Make Francis a gameplay.
Should
Shut
it?
it.
And I don't care if you come after me.
Contemplating my life choices.
Do you want them to go after you?
I think that would be ill-advised because how many counters does that experience thing have?
6.
Yeah. So
What is
Speaking
that
of
again?
which, I should just.
So
And you can't remove experience counters, so it
yeah.
has 6 experience counters forever.
Well, I know what's going
So
on.
yeah, so at the beginning of my end step, I choose target creature in my graveyard. If that card's converted mana cost is less than or equal to the number of experience counters I have, I return it to the battlefield.
Okay, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Or-
Otherwise, I just return it to my hand.
Or I push
That's
DM
beautiful.
to do things.
Except for that.
Yes.
Wait, what
Except
is
for
it?
that.
Except for that.
Oh, but the black card, the Hex Mage.
Is it? No, because it's
Remember, she removes counters as.
from permanence.
Oh.
It's not a permanent.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, so what do you have going on there?
5/5, 5/4, 1/2, 6/3, 2/2, 1/3, and the potential to make 2 2/2s, and then give everything -4/4.
Oh.
Except your stuff.
Right, but you don't want me to do that. You don't want to force me to do that because it's going to give her all the triggers.
Yeah, but Marin will die.
Yes.
What up, Chaos?
Marin is.
And then she plays it next turn and gets anything she wants back from her graveyard for the rest of the game.
Chaos.
Just one per turn.
Just.
But then
Okay,
if I attack Marin, the same thing happens.
I know. The problem is you need to give it trample or flying or something, or evasion or some of some sort.
Like.
I mean, it's only a 6/5 right now, right? Or whatever, 5/5.
I
What?
think
Gitrog.
No, it's still a 6/6. It
6/6.
had two
my
counters
advice
on it.
is that you should definitely attack someone.
Yep.
Yes, because when you have this, you do
have
that.
to.
Then do
Yeah.
it. Make a choice.
Okay, let me see.
We are all playing Value Town.
Yeah. It's
Anya's kind of fun. I like this. It's the first time I played it.
I liked playing it last week. Did I
Yeah.
win with that?
Yes.
I did.
But she
no.
only gets back one thing.
No, I think didn't I win with like 3 life because
No, that was
the next game.
No, that was the first game where I played Bolus.
Gotcha.
And you were playing
How many creatures do you
something.
have?
I've got 1,
You
2,
were
3, 4,
playing,
5, 6, 7 creatures, and the potential to make 2 more.
You were playing like a white blue control, I think. Weren't you?
It's 2
First
weeks ago.
game last week?
There's a
And-
joke there about Value Valley, but never mind.
All I need to do is attack with some things.
Right.
So these can attack. They were created this turn, and one's just mana. So
Well, wait.
These
That
can-
only has 6 counters on it, right?
what? Yes, but when I attack,
When you
though,
Right,
attack-
but in response to you
immediately-
declaring the
yeah.
attack before that gets the counter on it, I can kill your creatures. So don't come at me.
You have to go at him now.
I'm just saying.
But I would still get enough.
No,
Like,
I-
because my
You would,
creatures are big enough.
once you declare the attacks, the triggers do go off on Beastmaster.
No, but in response to you declaring the attacks,
Yeah.
before the counters go on that, I'm saying I'm going to give everything -4 so they die.
But the
You cannot kill this with a -4. You can't kill this with a
Oh, I don't care.
-4, and it already will go.
Sure.
Like, so
but is that really how it works?
Well, so priority would pass to me. I don't know, Eineth, you still up?
No, maybe
No.
Socks
Maybe
is.
Goth is still up. But in response to that, right?
But she's declaring
Well, then we check to see if it died
Yeah.
before
So
it gets
they-
the pluses from that.
yeah, so they're attacking and then you kill them as they're attacking. I
They-
feel like
You declare the attacks in response to the declaration before the counters go on there, right? I would say I have a response.
okay.
whenever
I
a creature I
guess.
control attacks.
So I have the opportunity to respond to your declaring of attacks.
I don't know.
I believe if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Anybody? Judge!
I just don't know.
But if you want to attack me, attack me. I'll probably just throw 2 zombies under the bus anyway.
I don't know what to do.
Be
there's
aggressive.
no
You
joy.
need that deck, you just gotta be aggressive.
aggressive against somebody.
I know.
And
Or
I don't,
not. I mean, that deck
like,
usually
I
just
guess-
wins by outlasting everybody with bogs.
So music therapy. Sorry.
The card in question is Beastmasters.
therapy.
Can we respond to it before it goes off and gives everything +5/+5? So the attacks get declared. Let me pull it up.
Yeah.
That's not the card we're talking about. Not the Mage Mark.
Beastmaster Ascension,
Oh,
not
hers.
possessive.
Beastmaster's ass. It's alright.
So, NPC is going to declare attacks.
Right.
In response to that,
Before you may put the counter on,
yeah, you are going to discard.
enough cards to kill a bunch of shit that's attacking me.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's
So-
will happen first.
Does it not? Then, if that happens, do the counters not go on Beastmaster?
No, the counters go
Or, I
on
mean-
Beastmaster, but they die. You check to see if they're dead before they get the +5/+5.
Okay. Yeah.
That is my take on
No,
it.
but they're still.
They're dead before the +5/+5 happens.
But when I declare the attack, they're attacking.
They are attacking, and you may put the counter on. So the counter has not dropped on that yet. Before I give them -4/-4, and they die.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't think that makes. I don't know. I don't. Think that
Okay,
makes
if I'm
sense.
wrong, I'm wrong. Let's just play it like I'm wrong.
No, like, can we pull it up? Like,
Is there?
don't they have
can
the
we read a
rolls?
ruling?
So
No,
Music Derby
because
says they
they
get it
get-
immediately.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Is
for it
there
to
a
go
rolling?
immediately.
Let's find out.
Let's see.
First ability triggers multiple times.
You can't respond to that. It's an activated ability.
It's not.
It's not activated. Oh, there you go. Then I can't respond to it.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
I mean, triggers. You can respond to triggers, but that's okay. Go, hit it. I'm wrong.
Well, then
See, we learn something new every day.
I am. How? Well, fine. Sure, why not? Gotta. You only live once, right?
Yep.
No, in Magic, you
Says our
you
chaos
live many,
moment.
many times.
Okay.
I can see if
You know when the
Jeremy's
chaos
up.
moment says that.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Just go ahead and
Okay.
do your thing.
So I am attacking with you with 4 creatures.
Okay.
Correct. Oh,
What?
do we have a ruling?
I asked him to.
Okay.
So look it up.
No, I mean he used to play competitively.
I gotcha.
So, I attacked with 4 creatures. So, Get Rug is now an 11/11.
Yep.
This is now a 9/10. These are 7/7s. And that's it.
And how many blocking creatures do you have?
1, 2, 3.
Cool. And there are all creatures you can get +5/+5 now, right?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. I will block 1, 2.
Are you blocking Get Rug?
Yeah.
Being one of the ones.
What's the smallest one?
7/7.
I'll take 7, go to 29. I will block the last one with Anya. Hold on. 29. Well, black last was an Anya. I'll declare the block, tap her to discard a Cunning Leafmancer to draw a card. She dies.
How do you
Do we
block
load?
and tap?
I block it and tap to do her effect. She's still gonna die.
Oh, okay.
I'm just.
I didn't.
Do we lose any life
Yep.
or anything? Are you cycling? Or...
Yes, everybody lose a life to the Psychosis Crawler.
Yeah, I didn't realize.
Oh,
you
and
could
put a
block
-1/-1
and
counter
tap.
on every creature.
One
Because I
minus
discarded
one,
a
minus
card.
one
Yeah.
counter.
How do I do that?
Get
This
some
has
dice.
just gotten to.
Well,
Two
you're putting
counters.
counters, and I'm giving minus counters, so it's all going to be obscene.
Just take a
Yeah.
bunch of these and put them in the top corner.
Like, but I have tokens. Can I get
Just
some
take
beast
just take the
tokens?
token down.
No, like, the problem is I'm using dice to count
Yeah.
as my
What do you need?
beasts.
What do you need?
Just
We'll get
get
to-
me like 4 beasts.
We'll get the token box out.
Thank you. Or actually, get me 5 beasts.
Just bring the whole box out.
Just bring beasts.
Bring beasts.
Experience beasts.
And a
I-
science, a scion token.
Eldrazi Scion.
Yes, because now I have a 4, 5.
Eldrazi Scion.
Yes.
Oh god.
All right.
Oh, here. I got this one here. Isn't that cute?
What is
Is it a beast?
It's an Eldrazi.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a happy looking Eldrazi.
The cutest Eldrazi on
So
the planet.
cute.
How big are
Oh
the
my
beasts
God.
in 3/3s?
Yes. Okay. So this one's gonna be weird.
I only have 4 3/3s in there in the box, but they're the
But
shiny
I'll make
ones.
it work. I will.
That's my natural state. I have resting bitch face like a motherfucker. But I am.
I have resting bitch face like a motherfucker.
That's why nobody. Every time I'm like, hey, I'm a Hufflepuff, people are like, what? But I'm too goofy to be anything else.
That's a -1
I'm
counter.
having
Here, have a
feeling
4/4,
good
but
all
pretend
weekend.
it's a
I'm
3/3.
super tired.
If I need it in a moment,
Got it.
which hopefully I won't.
But if it makes you feel any better, music is therapy.
So.
Did you get another trigger?
Streaming every week was my idea.
Yeah,
so
I did.
I'm happy to be
Something
here.
died. My experience counters are at
Yeah.
7.
You're not making smart decisions about who you're attacking.
Chaos.
Now, I mean,
I'm delaying.
now that I'm at 7 experience counters, I am expecting things to maybe go looking toward more my way.
Right.
I get it. I do.
Those are cute little beasts.
They're actually. They've
So they've gotten -3.
Yeah. So, but they're still alive because.
I've drawn 4
Yeah.
lands all game,
Counter
even
on
with all the
that.
discard and
Yeah.
draw.
And
Well,
then,
because
there's
beast.
Oh, so is that beast? So is that only Beastmasters
Yes.
plus the counters they had
Yes.
-3, and they have 3 left, so they're 3/3s.
No. There's 5 5s.
I'm so confused.
A very big boy.
There are
so
5 5s.
so they're 8/8s.
No. These are the negative counters, but they're 5 5s. So it's like
I'm so confused.
right now I only have negative counters on anything.
Gotcha.
In fact, Get Rob,
Get Rob needs
needs
them
one.
too. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Gitrug had pluses before that.
No, he got cleared because he had 2.
Got it.
Yeah.
See it plus, right.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm done. Like, been done.
All right.
My kingdom for a damnation.
Oh, geez.
Is there one in there?
Yes.
Ah!
No.
There's like 4 board wipes in
Untap,
here.
Upkeep. Draw.
The problem is there's a living death in here, and I'm not going to fucking play. Oh, right. Wait, hold on.
I do not remember what NPCs play Magic Slave. Which is funny
It's
because
a
it's one of my
swamp.
favorites.
It's covered in
It's
everything.
just swamps. It's just swamps.
It's covered in everything. All right. 2.
If you look,
3, 4.
there's just some swamps under there.
I'm gonna ask this a lot throughout the game while this is in play.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
I'm putting a Night Howler on Marin.
No,
Eh.
I love Night Howler.
Oh wait, do I have to take off the boots? I
Yeah.
do, don't I?
No,
no,
there's a
this
shroud.
Oh,
You're
okay.
good.
All right.
Hexproof is
Yeah.
for other people.
All right. So it gets +X,
6.
where X is the number of creature cards in all graveyards.
I think that's like 17.
It's gonna be bad.
1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus.
1.
So 6.
6, 7, and then
You have 1.
no, I have 6
You have 6. You have 1, so that's
7.
7.
plus
Yeah.
whatever she's got. Here,
And then 8,
14.
9, 10, 11.
here's my 6 for
12,
things in my graveyard.
12. You have 14.
Yeah. So your commander is
12 plus 14 is plus 26.
Night Goth.
Night Goth.
Good night.
and I'm glad you have ice cream.
I'm gonna go home and eat
Uh,
cheesecake.
so it is -3 counters and then it has 26.
On your commander.
Yeah.
So that's a one-shot kill.
Yes, it is.
If you have something open, which you don't. Everyone has something, so you're fine. You're fine.
For now.
Uh,
I love Night Howler.
yeah. Okay. Next.
Next.
Next!
Please no.
Because I can. Oh, fucking hell. I'm gonna be off. Oh, God. I'm gonna have to do it. It's gonna be awful.
Cause
Come on.
chaos.
Do it.
Chaos time.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right. What are you doing?
I am bestowing a noble quarry on Phantasmagorian. All creatures able to block noble quarry or enchanted creature must do
That's
so.
awful.
And then I have to pick who I'm gonna kill.
Oh, wait a second.
Go for it.
Is the exile
Yep.
thing still in play?
No, I was never in play.
Oh, okay.
All
A bunch
right.
of crazy shit just happened.
I think you're dead, unless you have a fog.
Oh, yeah. Please.
You want me to kill you?
Well, she probably has a fog.
What did you do?
All right. So
So let's
So here's what happened. I put a. If you want to zoom in,
let's do.
I bestowed a Night Howler on
Mm-hmm.
Marin.
Yep.
So there are 26 creature cards in graveyard. So
Some-
she's a 20. She's a 3/4. So she's a 0/1 plus 26.
Which is one
So
shot
she's
kill.
a 26/27, and then I bestowed a Noble Quarry
Which means-
on my Phantasma.
And the Noble Quarry
Orion.
is all creatures must block this creature if it attacks. So if she
Okay.
attacks with both, the commander kills you.
Okay. So
Unless you have
what
a
are
fog.
you doing?
So hold on, let me bring it up.
Like, who
Yeah.
are you attacking?
So here's the deal.
Um,
Unless you attack NPC,
Yeah.
you die on the crackback,
Yeah. I know.
right? But you might die on the crackback if she's got a fog.
Yep. This is legitimate.
Do you have counterspell mana?
Me?
Yeah.
I've got 4 of them.
It would be nice if you had a counterspell for a fog.
Yeah, there's a fucking
I'm
stuff.
going to declare attacks. I'm going to go
Okay.
hard and then maybe go home.
Okay.
I'm going to attack you
Okay.
with both.
That's fine.
Is there a fog?
Yeah.
There's a
please.
fog! There's a fog!
There
Isn't there?
is.
Uh-oh.
But wait,
I-
everything has to block the other creature.
Yeah.
So even though I have a fog, it would still need to block
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't tap or anything, so I guess it doesn't matter. So nothing happens.
because it'd be prevent all combat damage,
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
So tapping that,
Okay.
and I get to populate when I play this one.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So
Cool.
populate.
Alright. Well, second main, I'm not going to play anything. I'm going to, at the end of my end step, do the Marin thing. I will bring back.
Since Night Howler is also an enchantment, you can play with Muldrot. Yes, you can.
Music is therapy. You need to come play at a con with us.
Yep.
Yeah. Just for, well, shits and giggles, I guess.
Ow, ow, ow.
You alright?
This is
Hey.
eating my hair.
I'll leave your thing alive. Why not?
Sure.
I will play
I'll see if I can keep you alive.
a visionary and draw a card
Cool.
and pass.
No.
Alright.
Bad necklace.
Untap, upkeep, I draw a card, we lose a life.
Okay.
I twied.
Meh.
Whiffed. And dropped all my hand.
Alright, you know what? I'm going to discard 2 cards for a zombie infestation. Everybody put -2/-2 counters on everything.
I was playing with my necklace.
Alright.
Oh no.
And I'm going to play a Gibbering Descent.
No, what is that?
At the beginning of each player's upkeep, they discard a card and lose a life.
Okay.
If I have no cards in my hand, I skip my upkeep.
So you said 2 -1/-1
Yep.
counters?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh wait.
And I get a zombie.
Did this had already 3 on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Why
those
did I
have
make
both
it go
been
to
out.
2? Weird. Weird. Oh wait, and then change creature gets +1/+1. Okay. So
And I'm going to pass turn.
I'll just make that 4 instead.
Yes, that happens now.
So, whoops, sorry, I didn't bring it up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die.
I love the art too. Gibbering Descent or gibbering, whatever. I don't know. I never remember how to pronounce that.
I'm going to die.
That happens now.
Yeah. So untap during your upkeep.
Ugh.
Lose a life. Discard a card.
Okay.
There you go.
You said 2.
Can I do the dredge thing now?
Is it your draw step? You got to trigger that right during your upkeep? Did you trigger it? Then you should trigger that.
Yeah.
And then you can enter your draw step.
So that's 2.
And decide to dredge.
The benefit of this card is making my opponents discard a card every turn.
Need some fucking land.
That's a huge benefit.
Do we have to discard a card?
During your upkeep, you discard a card and lose a life every turn.
Oh, have I not been doing that? Maybe. Sorry.
Right. I mean, in a Madness deck, I get to play it for 4 mana, and I skip my upkeep step, and there are things that happen during my upkeep that are bad for me that I get to skip if I
So how
have no
many
cards in my
times
hand.
was that supposed to have happened so far in this game?
I just played it.
Oh, you just played it.
I just played it right now.
Oh, okay.
So, question for you. Do I decide the order of upgrade?
Yep.
So, get wrong, I could have it triggered first and
Sure,
then
it's
do
your-
the
yeah,
discard,
it's your thing.
so...
It is
Okay.
your... You get to order your triggers.
Awesome.
Wait, hold on.
So,
No, at the
2
beginning.
lands, 1 in the graveyard.
It's one of the... at
Get
the-
Rug is also at the beginning.
So, you get to order them then.
Yes!
You are the active player.
More control over my fate.
Olives or eyeballs? Let's find out. Right. So, yeah, I get my draw step, and I can skip my upkeep, and there's things in my deck that are bad for me if I have to do them on my upkeep. But if
Who's
you...
giving everything minuses?
This thing. But we're all going to die to the Beastmaster's Ascension if you can't kill it.
Where is it?
It's
Yeah, I
an
can't,
enchantment.
can't do anything about Janus.
You're playing green and blue. I can't imagine there's...
Not right now.
Oh, okay. Like...
Can I in general, yes.
All right.
So 5 4.
Yeah.
Should have just done the dredge.
Yeah, because it would put more creatures in your graveyard.
I know. I milled 2 lands, which isn't helping me at all right now.
I'm sorry, what? Sorry, you're just getting quiet.
I milled 2 lands, which is not helping me at all right now.
Ah. Yeah. Card's great.
Yep.
So let me go back to that for a second. Is it, what is it? What is it? Olives or eyeballs? Or skulls? Probably skulls.
Probably skulls.
Yeah.
It's black. Of course it's skulls.
Yep.
I'm yawning in magic.
I was popping my jaw.
Uh-huh. I'm not looking at your boobs. I keep looking over there at the stupid little...
Sissy, they
I
pop-
know!
I like it.
This is not a pipe.
I like the one that has a picture of a pipe and it says Bishop might be.
I feel like you need to wear that.
So, Jayberry, clip that shit.
No.
Bitch, it might be.
Bitch, I might be dead. I'm gonna be dead on NPC's turn.
Yeah, because
I'll
you're
be
gonna
real sad.
try to come at
I'm gonna
me
be real
again.
sad.
And I don't want that. Like, I can survive most of what they're gonna throw at me, but I can't survive. Unless you want to make a deal. Like,
I'll make a deal for 1 turn.
yeah, hey, that's all I need. You take out one of them.
I'm right there with you, music therapy. Certain people at the table have a penchant for black.
Goth Kid Forever. Thanks, just for my force for that.
Goth Hufflepuff.
So,
I don't even think I can do this right now.
what are you trying to do?
Okay. I was thinking, but I'm mana host because I keep dishing all my fucking mana.
I think you should dredge the Death Toucher is what I think you should do and play it, but next
I
turn.
can't, yeah. I discarded, or I milled 2 lands and was like, I should probably draw.
Oh, hey, I have some zombies.
Zombies.
Stack of zombies. 13 zombies, in fact.
Ooh, yeah, she should definitely get the Amulet of Vigor. Because then it's like my 13 zombies
Yeah.
on tap. Surprise.
Zombie stack.
There it is. I'm just curious, what's this thing selling for nowadays? Oh, it's still only $1. But, speaking of Amulet,
Huh.
let's take a look. Oh, hey, that's selling for how much? $20.
What?
I got that for cheaper.
Yeah,
when
I know,
I
the
first
amulets are-
started playing Get
They're
Raw.
going way up in price. Because of all the gate decks. As soon as they came out with, yeah.
I think I'm fucked though. think I'm just totally fucked this game.
I'm not totally fucked.
I mean, it's fine if I am, but
Do you need
I
help?
think I am. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm done. There's
Ugh.
nothing else I can
It's
do.
gonna be untap.
Well, on the plus, no. Yeah, I guess it is.
Untap. Okay.
Alrighty then.
Forest. I'll do my Get Rug upkeep. So I don't draw yet, but I draw for Get Rug.
Yep.
So
Discard a card, lose a life.
I'm okay with that. It's gonna be that because I don't have a ton of my graveyard. And Elixir of Immortality. 6. And then now I'm going to draw per turn. I'm gonna, yeah. Wait.
Hey man, I'm not trying to yuck your yum.
What?
It's-
Okay. Now I need to figure out how much I need to send your way to kill you.
I
So
forgot
sorry.
how much time it takes that deck to play.
Which one?
I'm not giving you shit.
What?
No.
Come
You,
on.
you
like,
have a
other
lot of
people
triggers.
had to
You
be-
have a ton of triggers.
No,
and
he's
that's
not,
okay.
He's not complaining.
Yeah, no, I'm just. It's
We all told you to play
it's a
that.
complicated
Yeah,
deck.
It's a complicated deck. Go for it.
Ugh.
Kill someone. I'll leave you alone if you don't kill
Oh,
me.
I've been doing this wrong.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Because
What have you been doing
the
wrong?
reason I have him in here is I pick him up and I can give everything
Dang,
plus
plus
3,
plus
plus
3,
3,
and
and trample.
trample.
That'd be useful.
It would.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Well, live and
gotta do
learn.
math.
Yeah, that's pretty much game. I was
Okay.
wondering when she was gonna figure that out, but
so
we're done.
Picking this bad boy up.
Do I get another turn? Nope.
Okay. So, lots of beasties, little Scion dude. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, take your time.
Actually, I'm gonna leave him tucked down because then I can just untap my lands.
Okay.
How much life do you have? 27.
But I'm not gonna attack you next turn.
I don't know. I can't risk it.
But God knows what's happening over there.
Sad.
I think we're done in a minute with this game.
Yeah, we're gonna be done in just a minute.
Yeah.
NPC is gonna run over us with Gitrog and
Can I actually do it if I throw everything at you?
who me?
Probably.
That does leave me open.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I'm probably.
Well, I mean, from Hell's Heart, I will. If it comes at me from Hell's Heart, I will stab at thee and give everything as many minus counters as I can.
No, it's not gonna. Okay. So these would be 6 sixes. So that is 12 right there.
Okay. That's with Beastmaster, right?
Yes, this is with
Okay.
Beastmaster. Get Rug is gonna be.
You know what? It probably wouldn't hurt to rain so much if I put him underneath
8.
and over.
So
So
that's
that's
I was trying to do
20.
him across.
Yep. Just
Okay.
need 7
Yeah, I
more.
like the across.
So
I like having everything there, though.
this would be 6
There you
right
go.
there.
Let's try moving it. See if it looks
And
any better.
then-
One more.
Wrong
I
one.
will throw one of these 3/3 beasts.
Any attacks to anyone else?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm dead.
Sorry, friend.
Sorry.
Yeah, you gotta kill your friends eventually.
It's
Especially when they have like creatures where it's like all your shit.
That
has
wasn't
to go
the
down.
original plan, but I was like, I
It's
might
a
as
pretty-
well.
working out for you though.
It's a
It's
pretty
working out.
excellent plan.
Yeah.
I was gonna exsanguinate next.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad.
For what? For how much?
9. So 27 for me, 9 for each of you.
I think you still would have died to our next turn anyway.
Probably. But I was gonna, that was my last recourse.
Okay.
Oh, you get your Phantasmagorian back.
Filthy combo player.
Who, me?
And I'm done.
Harris.
I'm done.
DM, you get this back.
Yep,
also it's your-
graveyard. I'm up. Wow. All right. Ready to lose a life?
Nope. don't wanna. Can't make me.
You dead.
I'm dead.
Where are the peanuts?
Been eating
Damn it.
sunflower.
I was
That
actually
blueberry.
I had a way to kill. How big is Gitrog? Without just by actually, yeah, let's do it.
Oh god.
I'm gonna discard 2 cards for a zombie. So put 2 -2 counters on everything.
Okay.
Oh, actually, I discard Kalatos because I can't do anything else with it.
So all my zombies die.
Yep, unfortunately.
Bitch.
That's okay.
That's okay, he says. Like,
I'm gonna kill Gitrog.
It's not okay. I just.
That's
got
fine.
zombies.
I have enough mana to play him again.
That's okay. Bloodhall Priest and Malevolent Whispers. I'm gonna take Gitrog and I'm gonna swing at you with it, and you're gonna kill it with that.
Ah! I don't have enough. I don't know whose dice that is, but
We'll-
I should
we'll
probably
find it.
fix it.
You know,
All right, so Malevolent Whispers.
No, I need something bigger
Where-
because you're taking Gitrog, but you put -2, so he has Death Touch,
Right.
so it's gonna
Oh,
die.
I'm gonna swing at you with your own commander then. Oh no, I'm not. It's gonna kill your creature. Fuck. Forgot I had Death Touch.
I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're
I want-
offering me
I
up
want
as
this thing
swinging at
gone.
Something, and I don't know if I want to do that, so I'd like to know what's happening.
I want that thing dead.
I'm aware of that.
So it's a 1/1. Take 1/1 commander damage then, I guess.
So I
But
would be
it's not
getting
gonna
something
die,
good.
right?
So all right, I stole a creature.
Mhm.
I have it during my attack phase. I'm entering my attack phase, and the
So
Gitrog
you're stealing
monster.
my creature.
No, I'm stealing Gitrog.
Okay.
And I was gonna swing. I forgot it had Death Touch. I was actually gonna take your Noble Quarry to kill Gitrog. Right. It's a 1/1 Death Touch.
Okay.
Are you attacking with anything else on your
And since I discarded 2 cards, I already lose 2. No, never mind. I didn't draw anything. Am I attacking with anything else on my field? Even the flyers, right? I'm gonna kill fucking Garrick.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
Do
and I
want
lost a life.
Garrett dead.
But I honestly, you might want to kill this so that she has to waste the mana to cast it again next turn and can't do anything
I have
else.
1 creature. I'm not doing that.
Okay, but you're gonna get a Death Touch out of your graveyard.
So
Am I?
I am
I hope
tapping
so.
2,
Sure.
and I'm gonna play a Moment's Peace.
No.
No damage to Garrick. No combat damage.
Let me read it. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Okay. It's in your graveyard. Okay. Don't. I think we're done.
I want to see what happens.
All right, go ahead. You're up.
Does the Gitrog come back?
Yeah, it comes back right now.
To
So you took 1 damage from Gitrog instead of killing it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would attack myself if I could. Wait, Jayberry gets a dead.
I'm dead blueberries.
Dead blueberries.
Yes.
Ah, that wasn't what I wanted to do at all.
What are you doing?
Can't even do it because I thought I was gonna pull this. Island.
Dead blue. Wait.
and there's a discard at the
Dead.
upkeep still.
And lose a life.
So depending on how your triggers go, you have to discard.
I would pop 2 in before I did that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
This thing.
I've already done that.
Okay.
I was gonna do a thing because I thought I was gonna pull mana, but I couldn't.
Well, this hits, and you can put something back on top, at least for next turn.
I mean, yeah, but that's pretty much it.
There you go. That's a thing.
It is a thing.
It only affects me, but it's a thing. And what did you put back on top?
I'm gonna get some.
Cool.
I am
Alright.
otherwise done.
Hello, Nicole.
So should I
Hello.
start the upkeep?
How are things going with
shenanigans?
you?
I'm done.
Okay, Gitrog. Upkeep trigger. well, untap, but
Oh, this live video is we're playing Magic the Gathering. So we do it every Thursday night. If you're interested in hanging out with us and talking to us while we play Magic the Gathering, you're welcome to.
okay, 1. Okay, and then there is discard. I'm discarding a land for your trigger, so I'll lose a life, but that means I get to draw a card.
Why?
Because the land is going into my graveyard.
Yep. How many cards you got in your hand?
3.
Cool.
And then now I can draw. Yay. Okay, that's a thing. Okay.
Another fog?
No. It's so much worse.
Do it.
Because you guys just might be like, fuck it. Hang on.
Hey, I did some
No, I don't
fucking
like
I
that
tried
one
to
yet.
kill you things too.
I would put that fuck on top.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can really do right now.
And then sack your archetype, unfortunately. And...
How many
Well, actually, you
cards
could sack
do you
her to
have
yourself.
in hand?
Me, 1.
1.
It's a 1/1 Psychosis Crawler.
So, but you can't. You could technically kill off a couple of my things.
Probably.
Or can he? No, not yet.
Probably
Close.
not.
Very close. But not yet. How much life do you have left?
She should be able. Nicole should be able to see the Twitch chat. If you can see her, she should be able to see you. But I use Restream.io, which means I can restream this. So this goes to Restream servers, and it goes out to Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Mixer, Blender, and like one other thing.
Garrick is now up to 4. Jeez.
She can ultimate him next turn.
Yep.
What you doing?
I'm trying to figure out my poor life choices.
Give me shit.
I don't think we make too many poor life choices, except for forgetting what Garrett's
Sure.
ultimate is. That's
Yeah,
that's the
that
only,
was a
I think
poor
that was
life
the only.
choice.
I think that's the only mistake you made. But that's because your deck was so
crazy.
complicated, you didn't
Agreed.
realize it. You were trying to keep track of all this other shit.
So.
I need to die. I have to pee.
You need to die so you can
Okay.
pee.
Yes.
Kill someone.
Maybe I can do that.
Well, let me see what's
for you.
next. I'm willing to resign.
You know
No,
what?
I'm not willing to.
What?
Fuck it. Fuck it.
Seriously,
I'm
you
gonna
looked at your
resign.
hand?
I'm gonna resign.
He just looked at the next 2 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
but
didn't
that's
go.
still like more planning than I have.
Yeah.
You're gonna win this game.
The only
It's,
reason
it's,
I won't do
we're
that
just.
with this deck is because it's a dredge deck.
Okay. Well, the way I would probably play this at the moment is.
Cup of Blueberries is doing well, yes.
I know, right?
I would.
good.
The cup of blueberries has died.
Send Gitrog your way.
Dead.
What is it?
He is currently a 6/6, but with Death Touch.
Well, you could kill it. Then make her do the exact same thing she would have had to do. Never mind.
No, I would just take it.
You're tagging only with one thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's gonna be 6.
6 commander damage.
Yeah. And wait, there's more. Have it played a land per turn.
There you go. Creatures can't attack you.
No.
All damage dealt to you is reduced
Yeah.
to 0.
I resign.
Yep.
Sorry. Like,
We tried.
So
We failed.
what we're resigning
pull this
over
up.
is.
Unless someone has kill target land, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of it in the deck. I'm just not.
Yeah.
And she's gonna sack it to Gitrog every turn and just keep replaying it.
Yeah.
So, basically, no one will ever get to attack her for the rest of the game,
Yeah.
and she'll have to pay no life to keep that land
Yeah.
because she's gonna keep sacking it, bringing it back.
Hour of
Yeah.
Eternity and CDC will come up next.
Aw.
Yeah. What does Hour take you from? What does Hour give you?
Exile X target cards from the graveyard. For each card exile, that way you create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 4/4 black zombie.
We
by
actually
the way,
probably could have, because we could have exiled Oliver Fogs from the graveyard.
I only had one,
Ah.
and I had one in
It's
my
creature
hand.
cards.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Creature
if it
cards.
was creature cards, then I had the flashback one. So
Gotcha.
I could have Ridded it out.
All right. Any recommendations for the next game? Colors people should play. Decks people should play. While
Sorry.
I mean, that's
Val
cool,
goes to
but
pee and
I'm
I
not
make
taking
another
that
drink.
advice.
What's that?
Yeah.
That's cool, but I'm not taking that advice.
What advice?
People choosing my decks.
Oh well.
No, yeah, don't.
I'm talking. Fine. You don't have to take that advice.
Play the other one.
The
No.
other one.
Play the one that murdered us last time.
Which
A few
one?
weeks ago.
Enchantments.
Also.
Yeah, the enchantments.
I don't know about that one. We shall see when I come back.
So
So,
my experience
Are we
with
gonna play another
Anya.
commander?
I don't see why
I
not.
think.
What time is it?
It's only 11:30.
Yeah.
Sure.
We
And if
can-
that other one ends quickly, we can do a 60 at the end.
I'm tired.
All right. Since nothing has come in from the stream, I'm gonna pick my own deck.
Play a deck with no black in it and see what happens.
So.
What's that?
Play a deck with no black in it and see what happens.
Well,
I could play gods.
Play yeah, play God.
I haven't played
Alright.
gods in a while,
Both
and
of
it
these-
doesn't work well. So.
both of these are awful. Pick the one in my right hand or the one in my left hand.
Really?
They're not like those decks, but
Or you could just pick a deck that's not awful.
or do I have any of those?
No.
Do I have any of those?
No.
Right. I tweaked both of these.
Which one?
The one on my left is Kalia, and the one on my right is Group Hug.
Group hug.
I need my left. I don't like either of them. I don't know what that one does.
Kalia? Every time she attacks, I drop an angel, dragon, or demon into play for free.
No, it's terrible.
Yeah.
I'll play Group Hug.
Oh, is Group Hunt the bros?
Game
So
ropes. Yes.
we're gonna play commander.
Ah!
Jesus.
Ah!
You.
I hit the camera.
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
awful.
Really bad.
Not bad.
Kinda
It
bad.
could be worse.
That looks fine.
Although you're
I
trying to
can
pull
see a
the
thing.
lamp down.
I can see the
Looks
keyboard. I
fine.
can see the keyboard
We
in
can
the
always see
screen.
the keyboard.
Is that? Oh, okay. I can
Yeah.
see something hanging in the upper left
So,
corner.
just
That's
a
always
note,
the
I
thing
got
about
a
it.
lucky draw of my starting hand. That's the only reason, like, that
Yeah.
went well. Like, so half of it's luck. Like,
Flurgaberg? What?
Flip.
No, it's like FLURGB is the commander you should build around. Who's that? Oh, I was supposed to show off my dangly earrings I got as a gift, so let's do that. We forgot. We forgot to do it. Alright, let's see.
We should thank our patrons.
Yeah, hold on. I got more important things to do, shut up. I'm gonna show off my cool earrings that NPC got me. They have little Slytherin sigils on them, and they're chainmail. Yeah.
There's a salad here, Wilton.
Val.
Like it's just.
So yeah, we're gonna yeah.
I'm sorry. What was that?
The artist of whatever.
Columbo.
Yeah, no, Jesper Edging.
Gotcha.
Jesper Edging. However you say his name.
Ising. I thought it was Jesper
Ising?
Ising.
Jesper Ising, that guy. The artist guy of the card, of one of the versions of that card. He posted a video recently on his Facebook, and he said the name out loud, and I was like, huh? Because he has a very thick, I don't know, Danish accent, or where does he live? Copenhagen? Where's Copenhagen? Okay.
It's Denmark.
Denmarkian, I don't know, accent. He has a very strong accent, and then said it, and I was like, what? I'm like, I'm gonna need to play it louder and replay it over and over again.
You're not dead. You are no longer dead.
I'm not dead anymore. We're
And-
starting a new game.
House rules. You get to go first.
Alright. So...
We'll just wait for Val to come back from the bathroom.
Alright, so... DM's playing Group Hug.
No, let's go through. Here.
What should I play? I brought... Let's see if we can get them to choose. I brought a black and white commander deck. I brought a mono red commander deck. And... what's the other one that I brought?
So, I am playing the Gay Bros, the first openly gay Magic card, which is fucking awesome.
And an Is It colored deck. So, do you want me to play Is It? Do Do you want me to play, what's black and white again?
Val, what are you playing?
What is the term for black and white?
I don't
I
know.
have no clue.
What's the term for black and white?
Orzhov?
Orzhov.
I, should
I don't know your character in,
Yeah.
in the Ravnica campaign,
Like,
maybe?
I should know.
Do you want me to play Orzhov? Do you want me to play Is It? Or do you want me to play Mono Red?
Do
We
your
got
Orzhov.
one vote for Orzhov.
What are you playing?
Anyone on the stream?
Gods.
Oh, Child of Alara?
Yeah. Haven't played it. We'll see how this goes. in
Alright,
a
so
while.
NPC, down to my, there we go, below me, is playing Child of Alara. Yeah.
Didn't you say Shrine of Nyxos wouldn't be so good?
No, it's not so good in that deck because you need as many of the same. It's better in monocolored decks.
Yeah, my mono red deck is not that. It's Lovisa Cold Eyes.
It's super aggro barbarians.
It tries to be. So yeah.
So,
Okay. Yeah. Well, we got another vote for Orzhov.
who is the Orzhov commander?
It's Arvad.
Oh, that one's fun.
Arvad. Yeah.
Seriously, that one's a fun deck. you
So
should play that one.
it's a legendary tribal.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of legendary creatures, right?
Legendary sorceries, legendary
Yeah, it's fun.
enchantments,
Do
legendary
it.
lands. If I have any, I'm not sure.
What's that? Yep.
Yep.
All right, and Val, you need to choose.
And do you want to thank our patrons?
Oh, yes, I will
think.
thank our patrons.
And tell people about it.
Shit, I just mixed the cards upside down and right side up.
Oops.
Great.
But that's okay. Ooh, ah.
Stop.
I know,
We're
right?
actually gonna survive.
So, I will thank our patrons. Banshee, Clover B, Jordan, if you're still around.
Banshee tonight.
Nope. Oh, wait, did we see her? No, I guess not.
No. Or them.
Rochelle Herrick and Secret Weapon.
Yeah.
Thank you again, folks. When are we doing our drawing? Are we going to do it at IllixCon, or are we going to wait
No,
until
we're doing it on Halloween, the
On
day
Halloween?
that you're not gonna be.
the day that I may not
I
be
think-
here?
We should wait until after IllixCon
Yes.
for our special perks.
Yeah, we should probably do that after IllixCon because
Yeah, we are.
because you weren't here earlier. I am going to be in Italy for the week after IllixCon.
I know.
So,
You told me already
and I believe
on Saturday.
Madame is
when I
going to
saw
be
you.
in California.
Uh-oh.
So we may either take a week off or
We
we'll
might
see what
not be able
happens.
to do
I
it.
will be
Okay.
in California.
We'll see what happens.
Ah,
Or
got it.
BlizzCon.
got it.
BlizzCon.
My birthday.
All right, so we might not have our special Halloween show.
We will have our Halloween show after that, but we're gonna stream like 3 times from IllixCon, so
Okay. Well, we'll
we'll
sort
figure
it
it
out.
out, people.
You'll get your rewards, Patreon backers.
They just might be cooler after IllixCon.
There just might
Yeah,
be,
they will
I mean, they
absolutely-
will be cooler after.
Yeah, they will
IllixCon.
because we will see all the artists at IllixCon.
Yeah.
There'll be signed
I'm
things.
torn.
Yeah.
Oh, here, let me get it.
So, if you haven't supported us, think about doing so.
Thinking about.
Are you still watching musical?
I
What was
should.
it? Musical therapy. Music
So
is
he's
therapy.
a tiny guy.
It works. It's a good thing. Give
But
somebody instructive.
Tameo is also good.
If you're
Yeah.
still watching music
Because
is therapy, you should
passive
come hang out with us at
abilities,
IllixCon.
They can't make me suck.
Ah!
Jesus.
Every time I come over here to fix this camera, I get
Yeah,
that.
we're way
That's
off
lap
skew.
cam now.
Look, I'll get
we
you.
are full middle lap cam.
I will get you
Yeah.
off lap cam. Wait, lap cam. Lap cam.
No.
Lap cam.
Stop it.
Stop
it.
There you go. God, I can't wait to be in the studio where we don't have this shit.
So we're working on a studio, so your support helps with building that and making it go faster. And we'll give you awesome things because we want to give our fans awesome things. That's also the reason kind of
Oh,
why
sorry.
we're doing this.
That is not mine.
What is it? There's a Bauhaus song that just ends with them chanting, "We love our audience. We love our audience."
That's funny.
I'm highly amused that Massive Attack covered Bauhaus on Tuesday
that was
night.
so good.
I
Nice.
did not like.
Really?
No, if you subject me to see actual dead bodies for any reason without giving me a disclaimer beforehand, you can go fuck yourself.
Well, it wasn't. They did that throughout the whole show.
I don't care.
So
I would not have paid for that show. And Massive Attack can go fuck themselves for it.
I'm really sorry because it was an art installation basically.
It was like seeing a bad first year student's final art project, and that's what I
Did you
said
look
during
up
the
the
show
dude?
before
Like the
body
dude's
thing
actually like an
happened.
award-winning indie filmmaker.
Yeah, no, he's a piece of shit.
I kind of really like his work. We can talk about
I
it
love their
offline.
songs though.
Feelings.
I just really didn't like
Yeah.
the show. Their music's fantastic.
Excuse me, this is a
Uh,
no lap cams here. Oh, fuck! It's a family stream. Fuck.
oh shit.
Oh, no.
If Twitch went family friendly, we could never survive here.
No.
We would just have to go directly to YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, it would just.
That's why we can't
Or
stream
we
at
could-
one
or
of
we'd be
our
like-
friendly little game stores because the only thing, the worst thing you can say is there is at like the poop fart level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I mean, we could do like the
I mostly contain myself when we're in public.
right.
Refuse out of principle.
Right. Well, we also have we could have somebody standing by with a 15-second delay with like, and we'd be the South Park
No.
stream. Beep 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 beep.
You don't like my mouth? Don't watch the stream.
Shut your whore mouth.
Well, yeah. How will we talk about our home on Horror
Or
Island?
Island.
Without.
I honestly enough fucking love this opening hand.
No shoes.
Oh Jesus.
It's not good for anyone.
I will fucking play this opening hand.
The good news is I may die quickly because my gods don't play
Oh,
as
wait,
well
I get to
together.
go first. All right, let me get my shit together.
What are we playing again?
Arvad the Cursed. Legendary tribal.
It's gonna make legends and copies of legends and fun things.
I don't know.
and-
Does it do that?
Oh, I
The last time we
decided
played it was at
Juvasa.
Artisticon.
That was fun.
And you got the Helm of the Hosts out like turn 4,
That's why I
and just
bought
kept
one.
copying it,
Uh-huh.
copying Arvad or something else over and over again.
Bought a
Awesome.
Helm of Hosts after we played that.
That's great. All right, I draw. Everyone good to go?
Uh,
I don't think Val's even drawn yet.
I have not.
no.
I need a black, I think, to start this. I don't know.
I'm pretty happy with all this.
Let's see if I can play this.
All right, I may
I can play
regret
this,
this. I already drew
Okay.
my 7th, so I'm not gonna go back.
Your 8th, you mean?
8th.
I'm
Dark
good.
Depths.
What is
I'll
that?
start with the Dark Depths.
Oh god.
Why not?
Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome or awful?
It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Let me bring that up, just for the folks who
Not
don't
gonna do
know.
Uh,
anything.
Does it fly? Yes. Yes.
Yes,
it
I did
does
say
fly.
Artisticon.
Artistic.
Hey, Jaw West.
So
Oh,
that's
I
it
don't
right
like
there.
this.
With
I
10
thought
counters
I
on it.
have land destruction in this. At least one card.
Our coven is definitely better than anyone else's coven. Just saying.
All right, I'm gonna play a Scalding
In
Tarn.
case I need it.
I'm gonna play Scalding Tarn, sack it, put a land in play and pass turn, and I will go to 39.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Same sleeves.
Island or mountain.
You have the same
right?
sleeves.
Will stream done.
Hang on. Do I have a hand? Sure. This is gonna go real well. Seaside Citadel, pass turn. Oh wait, did I
What
draw
about
my 8?
Double D's?
No.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't.
Jake's
So.
I'm gonna have a really slow start. It's gonna be bad. A planes go.
It could be. Hold on, Jesus, I haven't found my land for my Scalding Tarn yet.
Well, go fast. Make friends with Swift gameplay.
Oh my god, I have to look through every card in my deck. God damn
I
it.
picked a Vivian mat up for her at Gamer Mats.
Yeah.
At
Is
Origins.
it a basic land?
Yeah.
Right
look,
No,
after
it's
at you.
an island or a mountain.
look how pretty it
I
is.
see.
Look how pretty it is.
So.
That's so pretty.
No, not that one. God damn it.
Dark Depths.
I know what
Jesus.
you meant, but also Double D. You're the one that said it.
Nah.
Did you miss them?
Fine, Steam
Yeah.
Vents tapped for my first turn.
Yeah, I don't have the new Dark Depths. I just have the old one because it was cheaper than the new one when I
Alright.
bought it.
You did?
No, I haven't taken my turn yet.
No. So.
Alright.
Oh no, I'm already mana screwed. That's great.
Actually, good.
Yeah,
I
I
drew.
know.
No, not you.
No, that's exactly wrong. I literally needed the red-white one. God damn it. For what's in my hand.
You just go for mana. Didn't choose the right one.
Judge,
Yeah.
can I get a slow play warning?
Suck my motherfucking dick. I'm literally going as fast as I can.
What are
There's
you
a joke
looking
there.
for?
Now you know how we feel
He was
when
going
you
for
start.
mana, and he like chose
I chose the wrong
one.
color.
Ugh.
And so he's doing it again.
Oh Jesus.
Except, by the way, he did draw a card.
But the turns are so.
Oh, you already drew a card? Alright.
Yeah, he did.
Sacred Foundry. It is a mountain. Steam Vents goes back in.
Shuffle.
Alright, and I lost my life for that one. Steam Vents came in tapped. I did not pay 2 life. I drew my card. Take my turn.
No, I probably need life.
Breeding Pool comes in tapped, and I'll play an Authority of the Consuls.
Okay. I don't like that.
Creatures enter tapped, and whenever creatures in the battlefield under opponent's control, pay 1.
Wait, what?
I'll bring it up.
It's terrible.
It's the one.
Are you done?
NPC and I play it all the time.
Judge!
Do I play this one all the time?
Yeah, you do.
Nah.
It looks like all the elf stuff in Warcraft.
Never eight creatures.
Are you done?
Yes.
We don't. No one pays anything.
Nobody pays anything. No.
You just gain life.
And your stuff
That's
comes in
why I was
tapped. Like
confused.
haste doesn't.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Alright.
I don't. This is not a hasty deck.
I know.
And that was just creatures, right?
Rupture Spire.
Yes.
Tap 1. Well, you got to pay 1 to play the Rupture Spire.
That's what I'm.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Sorry, I thought you were tapping 2. I'm like, what are you doing?
No, I'm done.
What are you doing?
No, nobody's playing Allura tonight.
Tap.
I'm playing Chubasa the Sunlit.
Oh yeah, we didn't actually see your commander. You want to tell us about it?
You want to just pull her up?
I'm gonna.
Do you like her?
I do like her.
She's purdy.
This is my old Atraxa deck. It worked better as this. It was gonna be a different commander, but I liked her. So I've only played this deck, what, twice now?
This is your second time.
Nomad Outpost.
Yeah, you murdered us.
Past turn.
Yeah. The first
She's
time.
so pretty.
If I can remember all my triggers, it's a fun deck. It gotta be a good brain day.
Like
So what's
I'm the child that they had because enchantments legendary, and then that's my god deck.
Yep.
Half turn. Play a land.
Pillow fort. Pillow fort.
Can we actually play in a pillow fort at some point?
Sure.
Nice.
Just say. I volunteered my house once it's together. Because I have 9,000 blanket pillows.
Fireballs my honey? Is that what that says? Mm-hmm. Oh, fireballs
Chasm
my honey.
Skulker. I'm gonna bring that up.
Yeah, is that the one that gets counters?
Whenever I draw a card.
Yep, and then little squid babies.
Yes, it poops out squid babies when it dies.
We're so cute.
Bunny and the squid baby.
Yeah.
We miss you.
Pass turn.
Mark her that for her.
Island walk.
We can't mark her anything.
Hmm.
Just remember it's
I can't remember fuck all. That's
Yeah,
what I remember
no.
What are we in? It has our time somewhere. No, it doesn't.
Tranquil Expanse.
Tranquil Expanse. The expanses are tranquil.
Yes.
I really love that Vivian playmat.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so pretty. It shows up really well in the stream.
Yep.
Mindstone.
It's the
Done.
sort of stained glass stuff looks really good on the stream.
Upkeep.
Like this is gorgeous, but the muted colors don't really
Yeah,
show up
you
unless
can
we
kinda-
blow out the cards.
Yeah, you
Well,
can kind of see
If
like.
I pulled this over and we overlapped here, it would work out better, but
Here, why don't you do this?
I'm just gonna get more playmats.
No, why don't you do this?
Kinda
Pull it
like-
over and put
it's
it
really
under.
cool. Our eyes are like
So you
glowing.
can actually-
What would bother you?
Oh, it's fine. I don't give a shit.
This is the second game, KHTV.
Swap. And I'm gonna tap 3.
There you go.
I play
And
one more?
I'm gonna play a propaganda.
Propaganda. Hey, Pillow Fort versus Pillow Fort.
Leave me alone.
That's fine.
And pass turn. It's like, don't hit me. Oh wait, I'm not down to 24
Yay!
anymore.
I needed a swamp. I
Yay.
feel better about my life.
Everybody
Feel better
feels
about your
when
life
they have
choices?
Swamps.
Yeah.
Come to the dark side. We have swamps.
Ren and 6 is dumb. It's that card. It's breaking standard. I believe. Or is it just Ren? Or Sick? One of them just there's a new one that's like a 2 casting cost planeswalker. It's ridiculous.
Eily,
And that might be
Eternal
Ren and Six.
Pilgrim, a 2/3 Death Catcher.
I like these card backers on the stream.
Modern. Thank you.
Oh wait, comes in tapped. Go.
Oh, and I gain a life.
Yep.
Ooh, what's it do? What's it do?
If I pay 1, I can sack another creature. I gain life equal to this X creature's toughness, or I can pay 3, sack another creature, exile target non-land permanent. If I have 10 or more life in my starting level.
Yep. All right. Untap.
Okay.
Upkeep.
Tap.
Draw.
Oh, okay. Propaganda.
I'm gonna play a Stomping
Noticed when you
Ground
said that.
tapped. Actually, no, I'll pay the 2 life, actually.
Yeah, I just didn't hear you. But I can look at it. Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an interesting game.
I need
It
that
is.
box from
Okay, bros, I am playing my commander.
Do we get anything?
Yes,
What do we get?
I have not entered my end step yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to swing at anybody with the Chasm Skulker. Alright, it is the beginning of my end step. I draw a card. Chasm Skulker gets bigger. Each player, including myself, may put a land from their hand onto the battlefield. Then each opponent who did not draws a card. So you can either put a land into play or draw a card right now.
I'll put a land in.
Cool.
What do I want to do right now?
Put a land in play if you have one.
Yeah.
It's always better to put the land in play right now. Late game, it's to draw.
Top.
Yeah, Ren and
When
6
you
strip
put it
mine is
in,
ridiculous.
I
It's
don't-
done. It's over.
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
When it
Like,
comes in,
doesn't
it doesn't come in tapped unless it's a tap land, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So, if you
Something for
technically
2,
you'd
right.
be able to.
If you have an instant.
Yeah.
I'm done, past turn.
So we all put in land. We're like, land! Yay!
Yep. Right. That's just awful. So Ren and 6, it lets you take a land from your graveyard and put it into play. So if you strip mine, and you have Ren and 6 on turn 2, you just shut your opponent out and they have 1 land for the whole game.
Fuck that.
So you play the strip mine, kill your opponent's land. Next turn, play it from your graveyard, strip an opponent's land. Next turn, play it from the graveyard, strip an opponent's land. Every turn, like they never get another land.
That's awful.
Right. So Ren and 6, strip mine, lockout, turn 2.
Jesus. And I guess there's not a 1 casting thing that will get rid of that.
That kill 1 casting cost that kills a planeswalker? No.
That's awful.
I mean, is there? I guess do
there's
spark if you
probably
sack a
gotta be
creature,
one.
but there's a 2
Your
casting cost.
commander is out.
Dreadbore.
My commander's up.
What does she do again?
Let me read her in a second.
Let's bring her up.
She
I
just gets
gotta do
bigger with enchantments. Okay.
Tuva. So spell her again.
Tsubasa.
So she gets +1/+1 for each enchantment you control, and whenever you cast a first enchantment spell each turn, draw a card.
So I just played Ancestral Mask as well.
Cool.
So she gets +2/+2 for every other enchantment on
The battlefield.
battlefield.
What's loyalty does Ren and 6
Oh,
start
on
at?
the battlefield?
So she gets another one for me playing that currently.
What do you mean?
That's a question.
When she gets
So
+1.
one and then 2. We're done.
Yeah, she gets. Well, no, she gets +1 for this,
Yes.
and then +2, +4.
Oh fuck! It plays off you guys. Too.
Place
Yeah.
on every enchantment.
So
So
yeah,
you're gonna
that's,
love my deck.
Wow.
yeah. You have one
Wait,
right there.
it gets +1 for each enchantment
Enchant-
you control.
No.
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 Battlefield.
Sorry.
This one's on
her-
her.
She played
Mask.
in Ancestral Mask.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah,
let's
I
pull
didn't
this
know that.
up.
I'm gonna need a counter adult. I love that artwork. I want a
Yeah.
mat with that on it.
So,
Right. And it's
Ouch.
tapped, by the way.
Yeah.
yeah.
You need a bigger one?
I
You
got
need
it.
another one?
So currently, what is it? Can you count for me?
I have 1
I
enchantment.
have one.
So 2, 4, 5. It gets 5 counters, so it's 6/6 right now. And you just played it this turn. So it's
That's
tapped.
tap.
Hold on.
And I gain a life.
Where's the fucking 6?
That is awful.
Done.
Okay.
Yep.
Untap.
So unless your opponent's sitting on a bolt or
Okay.
sitting on a bolt,
Draw.
and usually they're not.
Getting my nails done this week.
Yay.
Finally. This is what happens when you move.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah, you lost them all.
I have
This one's
5.
broken too.
Aw,
And I think
I did like the claws.
I want
I don't like not
to
having
do
them at all.
this,
Can't
even
open
though
anything.
it's gonna help Val.
Uh oh.
Oh boy. Enchantment.
Yes. Yeah. Why not? Revel in Riches.
Yeah.
Whenever a creature an opponent dies, create a colorless treasure token. If I begin my upkeep with 10 or more, I win.
Yep.
It's probably not going to come to that.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
Alright.
This is crazy.
Yeah. It's gonna be a short game.
Hey,
Or a
but
very
then
long
we get
game.
to do.
We
Yeah,
get
that's
to
true.
play another game.
I'm an optimist. It'll be fine either way.
Exactly. It'll be ridiculous either way.
I'm a realist. Like, I would die or play another game.
Yeah.
I would continue in this game.
So this is the card we've been talking about, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Pull it up.
I like Chase Stone's work a lot. That's awesome.
Oh, wow. Oh, that would be great, although you can't play it in Get Rug because it's red-green. But imagine, like...
So what happens is you play it, and then you strip the opponent's land, plus it up to 4 to get the strip mine back, and every turn you play the strip mine and strip the opponent's lands, and they'll never get another land in play.
God.
Evil.
That is
And
awful.
just out of curiosity, it's already selling for $83.
Jesus. Wish I had gotten one.
I want that artwork.
Yeah. $83 for a piece of cardboard.
Spear of Heliod.
Everything's awful.
Nice. Awfully
I'm
wonderful.
gonna do nothing. I'm done. Nope.
Alright, untap, upkeep, draw. Counter on the Stalker.
It's so
Oh
cute.
god.
Squid babies.
We should get some poor island and some baby tokens
Cage
made.
Tiki. I guess he could check what the
Oh,
foil
let's,
is.
yeah, just out of curiosity,
He
I'll
only
tell you
saw
what the foil is.
one.
So let's see.
You have a foil one?
No, but... Oh, wait, Modern Horizons, blah, blah, blah. The emblem.
Did they make a foil?
Maybe they didn't make a
Like-
foil.
I'm sure there's a foil. I don't know. I don't know how to look in,
Here, I'll
in
look
a
it
thingy.
up.
Yeah.
I'll just look it up when it's going on TCG.
Yeah.
It's probably $100, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm going to try to keep the Enchanter players in some sort of control and play a Trigon Predator.
Oh god.
Oh, Jesus.
I hate that thing.
It's in the deck because it kills enchantments. And,
Hold up the Italian version.
oh, that's funny. Did I spell it wrong? T-R-Y-G-O-N. That's funny.
Ah.
So why wouldn't, even in Italian, why wouldn't it be T-R-Y? I don't know. Because it's not actually a word.
109 non-foil online. Foil is like 300.
300. Yeah, the
Crazy.
foil is 300.
'Cause people
on
are
TCG.
stupid.
Yeah.
Foil is that.
Alright.
Like me.
I'm very
Doesn't
sexy.
have haste.
It does not. I'm going to enter my end step. So I draw a card. This gets another counter. I'm going to put a Jungle Shrine in play. Everybody else may put a land in play, and if you don't, draw a card.
Did you play a land per turn?
It doesn't matter. I get to put it in play.
Do you?
Yeah.
Hang on.
And I didn't play land for turn anyway, but
Each player draw a card.
it's put a land into play.
Oh.
It helps everybody but me more.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Right.
Now I get it. Okay,
Alright,
so
pass
I'm drawing
turn.
a card since I didn't put a
Well,
land.
yeah, go ahead. Finish my end step.
You're done.
Yeah. Well, I just make sure these guys... Did you guys each draw or put something in play?
I drew.
Okay.
Build kit.
What you doing?
What?
I said, what you doing?
Oh, I'm bestowing. Castia.
What does it do?
Hold on a second. Enchanted Treasure gets 4/4. So 12.
Spell it.
KESTIA.
So. And you need 6 for bestowing.
Yeah, I'm trying to play someone else.
Yeah, I think that's it.
I want to make sure I've done all the.
Yeah. You can't play that. Just
Why?
came in tapped.
Have 7 in my hand.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I thought you had 6.
No, that's why it's counting.
Gotcha.
So vessel of Nascency.
You got it.
So doesn't your thing get bigger?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's huge.
13.
Now you
And
can
then-
attack? Is it actually 13? So I have 2 enchantments.
I have
This
one.
is an enchantment.
No, it's an artifact.
It's,
Enchantment artifact.
Oh, yeah. So 2, 4, 6, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Choose.
Yeah.
Thanks, friends.
Ouch.
So, glad you tapped all your mana. You can't attack me.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
I'll happily take 6 squid babies.
I have a death toucher.
I'm fine sitting. I'm not even trying to attack right now. I'm good. I'm done.
but he's gonna tick down your.
That's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm actually probably going to kill the propaganda first.
Really?
This deck, it's a Pillow Fort token deck. So I'm not going to be able to attack you with 40 Pegasi unless that thing's gone.
God, I hate that.
Yes. You could do it
Later?
later.
I think we all know who the target is here. Somewhere in that direction. One of these.
This used to be an Atraxa deck. Like, it's not a surprise to me.
Yeah.
I play it knowing this.
Yeah.
Good to know. Fine. Fine. Be that way.
Yeah.
I'm not actually going after you first.
Really?
Yes.
Because I could
Bring in the
protect-
pain again.
I could protect myself.
Queen,
Okay.
Queen, was it Queen Kai?
Kaya, yeah.
Deals
the
with Ren
Kaya
well with her- yeah.
Planeswalker. He was glad to play too many board wipes.
Fine. I'm still going.
It's
to
never bad to play
protect.
too many board wipes, but then your playgroup gets annoyed that like nothing ever happens
Yeah,
and the games
the
go
game goes
forever.
forever.
I'm playing the
I don't know
Windboard
fuck all about
Muse,
that.
We're playing the same deck.
and then I'm
no.
going to have the Dauntless Bodyguard.
They both
protect-
come in tapped.
That's fine.
Choose another creature you control.
Yeah.
What are you choosing? That one?
Yeah.
I guess you have to.
She's
Okay.
protected
Yay.
by her bodyguard.
Yay.
Okay. My box is creating a shadow,
Yeah.
and now I'm done.
Alright. Untap.
I should move my thing so it's
We're not playing the
Here.
same deck.
Draw.
Mine does weird crap.
yours does weird things.
Like, if I can manage to have any of them go off, because I do love the Pariah Stuffy Doll combination. Like,
Yeah.
that's my
Stuffy doll.
favorite. Like,
I like this mount on stream.
Yeah, no, it looks really nice.
Combo, Council
Yeah.
of Allocation.
Ooh.
Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell,
I love that card. I play it all the
that
time.
player
Particularly in
loses 2
4-player
life
games.
and I gain 2 life.
That's
Ow.
very good.
Kambul?
Kambal.
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 He is an advisor.
I advise you not to play any spells.
Yeah. Are you done?
That is not
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of pillow forting.
Pillow forting my ass.
I will play a land.
Just trying to stay alive. With my spear.
Oh, okay. Goes up. I'm going to enter my attack phase. And I'm going to swing at Val for 2. Flying.
Yeah.
And I'm going to destroy your commander.
How do you do that?
I
Again.
kill an artifact or enchantment every time this hits.
Oh, is Tuvasa an artifact?
Yeah, it's an enchantment creature, right? No, it's
No.
not.
No.
I killed that aura.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Your commander's still alive.
So I don't know what she is now. I gotta math.
She gets 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
And I'm gonna enter my end step. And
Just realized a resolved combo stops any storm deck from going off. Really?
Yep.
What's
How
happening?
if the
does
storm
that-
goes up, they lose like if the storm deck goes off, they lose like 30 life. Every time the spell happens, they lose.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
I'm not sure if it's a cast or a copy. Is the copy a cast? It might not trigger. But that would be cool.
That is really cool.
Pass turn. My end step. Do my
Oh,
put a land into
Oh.
play, and if you don't draw a card.
drawn card.
Drawing guard.
Wait, what? Do you think's happening?
It's my end step. You may put a land into play. If you do not, you may draw a card.
Draw a card.
Oh, and I get another counter for my end step.
And you're done.
Who'd you attack?
I didn't attack anyone. It comes
Oh,
attacked.
who did?
He attacked Val.
Mm.
And
Oh,
and
to take
off
off
the yeah.
That thing. So it's a 7/7, not a 20/20.
Not like almost insta kill.
Right. I mean, she can get it back from the graveyard, but
How big is the predator?
it's 2/3.
Okay.
I mean,
So like the muse.
it's
and
easy to
it will-
die or kill or exile or whatever. Cage Tiki, yes, these are all homebrews.
Yep. No precons here.
Well, I mean, we often play the precons like when they first come out.
Yeah.
Just to
then
see
we
what they're like.
tinker. And then we tinker.
Tinker.
Or I'll take a
Silver
precon
Spy.
and like mush it.
Tamio?
How many ways are we gonna die?
Nice.
Which Tamio is it?
Field researcher.
Oh.
Tamio Field Researcher?
Oh, that's a good one.
T-A-Y.
No, they're all good.
T-A-M-I.
Yeah.
Let's be real. All the Tamios are good. I think this one's really good.
Alright, so the Field
Take
Researcher.
it out.
Choose 2 target creatures,
Yeah.
deals damage, draw a card, and tap up to 2/9. They don't untap. Okay.
Okay. Put a sticker up on.
Here are your targets.
Not spin down.
Here, you want to spin down?
Yes. Thank you. Hate it. I've never played her before.
So choose
Which-
2 creatures.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If either of them deals combat damage, period, you draw a card.
Okay.
You probably want to choose that because I'm going to kill an enchantment next turn, so you at least want to draw a card.
Yeah.
What's the other? Your commander?
Your commander's going to play?
You can choose one of your own and then hit somebody with it and draw a card off of it.
What else? I'm choosing these two.
Alright. If these two, right?
I would pick
Maybe
the squid.
Yeah, maybe the squid.
Because
it's-
he's gonna
It's going to
attack
be an
someone
8/8 next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
It's bad.
Okay.
With Island Walk, do you have islands?
Yeah.
In play?
Yep.
An actual island?
Yep.
Oh no, this doesn't have Island Walk. The squids have
Oh,
Island
the
Walk.
squids have
Yeah.
Island
The
Walk.
babies have
Sorry,
Island Walk.
sorry.
so lots of little
I
baby
misremembered.
It's okay. Hey, Johnny Waterloo.
They're going to pre-release, or you're going to pre-release.
I am,
Are
and
you
I.
going to pre-release?
Do you want to do the 1131?
I think so.
You should come. It's gonna be fun. Like it's literally it's the
Do you
Shrek
think
fairy
they have
tale.
space left?
I'll call Jimmy tomorrow.
Okay.
How much is it?
Hey, Johnny Waterloo.
Probably 30.
How are you?
Like that's what they tend to
But you
do.
got to be awake at 11:30.
Jake has a car. I will
Okay.
send him over and come meet
Yeah,
you.
he'll have a good time.
Okay. So are you done?
I'm looking forward to this pre-release. Actually,
You're not done?
I'm going to do this thing.
you shouldn't want me for a second enchantment in your graveyard.
Huh?
Doesn't it give you 2?
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that got you enchantments back from your graveyard. Sorry.
This thing doesn't.
Yeah.
That
we're
doesn't help
doing-
anymore, so it doesn't need to be on the
It's
board.
been a
anymore.
rough
Gotcha.
week, but we're hanging in there. I think.
Basically,
Well, I had a
we're
rough week,
show.
but I'm hanging in there.
I will be having a rough week until midnight on Monday.
Oh.
It's end of the fiscal quarter, so all of my
Yeah.
clients are trying to close all their contracts. So yeah. I was on a call for 2 hours this morning with the general counsel of WordPress.
Yep, it is the end of the fiscal year. Yep, I forgot.
Well, it's the
about
fiscal
that.
quarter, and it's the government fiscal year end.
Yeah, government fiscal
Which is
year.
ridiculous. Well,
I just put a bunch of mana.
My
in
job
here.
requires me to deal
Mhm.
with the
Put
government
a bunch of
fiscal
mana
year,
in my
so
graveyard
yeah,
from that.
that's
Okay.
happening.
Done.
Yes. No.
NBC, you're up.
I'm not done.
Good?
Yeah,
Sorry.
so they're excited
Yeah,
about.
She's not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm done. I only have. Okay.
So I'm
Okay,
not
I'm officially
going.
done.
I'm done.
I'm not going to any of the pre-release stuff because my friends and I are gonna hang out and dress up like witches and take pictures of each other.
That sounds
Upkeep
awesome.
draw.
Yeah.
I love your last photo shoot.
Yes. And then I have another photo shoot that I'm paying someone to do with one of my friends. So we're doing a photo shoot together, where we're gonna. What is it called? It's like a pinup photo
I
shoot.
want to tell you
basically.
guys about my hand.
No.
I want to tell you all about
Yes,
my
please
hand.
tell me about your hand.
And then
Something
in the
fantastic.
evening, I will be hanging out with NPC for a friend's birthday party.
Woohoo!
It'll be fun. It'll be a good day on Saturday.
I have to look at what's going on Saturday. I feel like 9,000 things are happening this weekend and next.
Saturday is Casey's coming down. We're gonna hang out here and do things.
That's
Remember?
this Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay, I am
So we're gonna
tapping.
in the morning at 11:30 do the pre-release, and then afternoon
I am
evening.
tapping 4,
And we'll either make dinner or
I'm
order
playing
dinner or whatever.
Porphyros.
It's easier for us to bring stuff.
Okay.
Porphyros.
And then
Porphyros.
Porphyros is in.
There's an
Sunday, I think
indestructible
or
garden.
So, how does this count for her one saying that if you play non-creatures, do
Oh
damage?
yeah, did anyone play any non-creature spells
Yes.
when I wasn't paying attention?
Nope.
I played.
Oh, she played a planeswalker, so you
All
lose
right.
2.
So yeah,
You
you,
gain 2.
lose 2, I gain 2.
Do I lose 2?
Yeah, it's a non-creature. It's an enchantment.
Okay, when it enters.
Well, it's an enchantment until it's not, and until it's a creature, it's
Is
an
it a
enchantment.
creature?
Well, even if it came in as a both, it's still a non-creature spell because it's an enchantment.
I just got the invite from Jimmy for the.
Oh, that's
Well,
funny.
let's see.
Tell him a bunch of us are coming.
Yeah. So the photographer we're going with, her main thing is pinup style.
Spell Porphyros.
PUR.
P-U-R.
Yeah.
PH. But we're not going to only do
Are you
pinup.
done?
Like we're
Yeah.
gonna get a couple photos taken, and one might be in the pinup style, and one might be something completely different. that
Wait,
we
well, how did we get
requested.
to talking about pinups? What?
I'm doing a photo
So,
shoot
photo shoot.
Oh, sure. All
next
right.
week.
Who is?
Me
She is.
and my friend.
Rock on. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're doing like a friend. We're doing a friend. We bought like a friend package where we can get
Cool.
our picture taken together.
That's pretty neat.
And then we got like maybe a photo separately too.
Rock on.
And I can't remember what we were going. We're going with a weird theme, at least a non-pinup theme for one, and then probably a pinup theme for the other. Hold on, I gotta find my speedo. Ew.
Yeah.
Is speedo pinup?
Banana hammock. I love that word.
That is not.
Banana hammock pinup.
Also not
Please
pinup.
no.
Please no.
No.
Meat.
Meats now.
Okay. It's you.
Oh, sorry.
It's you.
I'm
I
excited
didn't
for
hear that. My
January.
bad. Untap.
It is. It's
Upkeep.
fun shit, yo.
Draw.
Yes.
I've done a couple of photo shoots for like movies and things that I've been involved in. It's been fun.
Oh yeah, and the
Photography
package also
degree.
includes wine and cheese
What?
and fruit and stuff.
That's awesome.
Oh, wait, I went to go like this,
I think
and
I've
I
seen-
mistakenly went like that.
Well,
I think I've seen
what
some of
if-
those
Ah, me
packages.
too.
Is
That's
the
how I feel
person
about
I'm
my
thinking of?
photography.
yeah, probably.
Nice.
Or do I want to play my commander? I don't know.
Decide or deicide? What? I don't know. I'm gonna
Sure.
commit deicide on your deck.
I'll play my commander. Yippee!
Gain a life. Yay.
And
Now Sopha's big.
bigger. 2 things are bigger.
Oh.
Other creatures. Pass turn.
On tap, upkeep,
Well,
draw.
they're all bigger because of the sphere.
Sphere.
Yeah, and this
Yeah.
should
Have to
probably
pay
happen
4.
now.
Yeah. Let's see, what am I looking for?
I'm gonna enter my Attack phase.
Oh, we're gonna dress up like. Let me
I'm gonna
make sure I
attack you
got
for
the term
2.
right.
Okay.
You're gonna draw a card though.
Okay.
So
Right?
you're not attacking with the squid?
Nope. Or you're gonna draw 1 card, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right? I'm gonna
Okay.
kill this enchantment. Then I'm gonna Phyrexian Rebirth and kill all creatures.
Oh Jesus.
I'm going to sack the Dauntless to protect my muse.
You got it. I gain 8 squid babies.
Oh, wait. How many died?
A whole bunch.
Yeah, I need a count. That matters.
Oh no, 1
For
creature.
Revel and Riches.
I lost 1 creature. Sorry, 2.
Wait.
1 there, so 3 here.
6.
4, 5, 6.
Oh, all my creatures died?
Yeah, all creatures died.
Aw.
6 treasure tokens.
There you go. That's okay. We can fix that later.
Do I get triggers from combo first? Was it a non-creature spell?
It was a non-creature spell, so I
Right,
lose 2, you gain
lose
2.
I gain 2.
Alright. And... Do I have any squids in here? Come on. Oh, I do! Look! Squids!
So yeah, our plan is to dress up like teddy girls. If anyone knows what that is,
Nope.
it's basically like I don't know if you can see this photo.
Oh, and how many creatures died? 6,
It's
right?
like-
7 total.
7. So I get a 7/7
It's like
7/7
1950s
horror.
England.
How?
Phyrexian Rebirth.
Oh.
Number of
right.
creatures that died. Alright. Pass turn. Pass turn.
So do we? Oh, gay bros are gone.
Yep.
Oh well.
Well, hello there. Thank you for watching us from Russia.
Yeah. Sorry.
Whatever it
We,
says.
we
Like
can't
like that.
We can't read that. But
Yeah, it's either a bot or it's a human being watching on YouTube from Russia.
Yeah.
Who knows? I can't read Cyrillic, so if anybody can.
I hope it doesn't say anything bad.
whatevs.
What was I thinking? Oh, I was going to bring up Phyrexian Rebirth.
Sorry if you're a human. Hello. Hello, possible human.
So, where's the Rebirth? That is the card I played.
See?
Ah, how big is the horror?
7/7, right? Because 7 creatures died.
Hello. What's up?
Yes, Russian. Awesome. Thank you for watching. I'm
Hi.
glad we're reaching someone in Russia.
What brought you to watch our stream today?
Yeah.
But are we? We don't know if they're actually in Russia.
We
They
don't.
could be anywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
It's on the internet.
They could be in Baja California for all we know.
They could be across the street.
I like how you were like awkwardly like, hey.
That's awesome, dude.
Oh,
Well, thanks for watching. We appreciate
Yeah.
it.
cool. Yeah. Do you play Magic the Gathering? We're playing Commander.
Did you play? You just replayed your commander? Mm-hmm. Tapped.
No, I should probably put my Commander back in the stand zone.
Just no.
No Loro prisons.
I was gonna do it again. I'm like, that would be the place where Cabro would hit me.
No Loro prisons.
We're in the Washington D.C. metro area, so that's where you can find us. We're in
It's
East
basically a
Coast.
tri-state.
I used to live next to the Russian embassy, like literally next door,
Rock on.
like a decade ago.
Aloro Prison is yes, that's all Aloro decks. I mean, if you're doing it right,
Yeah.
because Oloro, most of the shit in Oloro takes a while to develop, so you want to have those 2 and 3 drops that are like Authority to Consoles,
Yeah.
Propaganda,
I need them.
Cage of
because-
Yeah.
Cage of Hands or whatever it is, the white one. Sorry, it's not my hand.
Did you get treasures?
What's up?
Yes.
Are they there?
I'm doing the thing.
They're here.
Ah,
Do you want a token?
and that comes in tap too.
Sure.
That's fine.
Box is over there.
I'll choose.
I'm afraid to move.
I'm gonna choose
Oh,
Porphyros.
For what?
Whatever It deals combat damage.
It's
I draw a
can
card.
It's not a
attack.
creature yet.
It's not a
No, fun.
good
so
choice.
Yeah.
Jay-Bray, what do you have? It's not a creature?
I would pick
I'd
Squid
probably
Babies.
pick the horror.
Yeah,
or
definitely
horror.
has
The
it.
Squid Babies are 1/1s. Like,
All I have is a
I don't
Spirit
give a
Hellion.
shit. Who cares,
I'm
right?
definitely choosing
Island Walk.
this, and I'll choose. My
You've got an island too.
I do.
Okay.
But you
That's it.
currently have to pay 4 for each creature you want to attack.
That
me.
is absolutely correct.
I'm done.
I'm like,
You're up.
okay, untap.
What's up, relax, man?
Oh wait, did
What's
you
up,
do
man?
the? Oh, your commander died. Never mind. That's why we didn't do the.
That's why we didn't do that. We didn't do the thing.
didn't do the thing.
The thing with
Or
the thing and the stuff.
Midwest by way of Brazil.
That's awesome. Midwest by way of Brazil.
Alright, here's a whole bunch of treasure tokens.
We should get some Coven tokens made.
So yeah, where's the rest of you guys from? So let's go through.
Maybe
Where's
that could
everybody
be a
from?
cool reward.
Yeah, I like to give some of them out as well, just for.
I do hope you are
After we get them
relaxing.
printed out.
Nah, man, he's
Wow.
just really stressful.
I think I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff commissioned soon,
Okay.
so I'll talk to you guys about that specifically.
This is
I
why we need
was-
Steve Prescott on
Texas,
the line.
awesome.
gonna
I was in
connect with
Texas
Texas
2 years ago, 3 years ago to do an interview in Austin.
I am tapping 2.
Austin was awesome. We really loved the place.
I wanna go there. I've never been.
And
relax, man.
I am going to play the Fellowship.
Yep. All right, so let's take a look at board states.
I have a little. Fear my pointy spear.
Fear your pointy. Okay, I got a console, a bunch of squids, and a horror. My commander's not in play. You've got 2 tapped creatures and your planeswalker. You just have an obscene amount of enchantments.
And she's 4 treasure tokens away from winning the game.
Yep.
And I'm done. Go.
Yep. Sorry, I was
Oh,
distracted
here.
by the treasure tokens.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Because I need it. Who's got a graveyard?
I have 1.
I've got 2 creatures
Oh,
and a
this is
sorcery.
worse.
I have a graveyard.
Alright.
I have 1.
Whose graveyard is the worst?
His probably.
I don't care. It's
Oh
not
wait,
allowed
she
recursion.
has a shit ton of
Who does
enchantments.
graveyard recursion? Yeah.
I don't really do
There's no
any.
black in this deck, so
Oh.
I'm not
Yeah.
actually.
You can
sure.
look if you want.
Anyone does anyone run graveyard
Are you trying to
recursion
exile it or
in
take
this?
something from it?
Exile.
I would go probably with that one. We want to make sure the enchantments don't come back.
No, I don't want your
I
stuff
know
to
in
come
my
back either.
enchantment deck when
Mine-
I get to play.
Mine doesn't really do that.
I've got
Does
like
it really
the
or
crystal
never
chimes.
does?
There's no black in the deck.
Well, there's no black in that one either.
I know.
But there's-
Bajukabog.
Hit somebody with it.
Uh,
Mine
happily
is
take-
boring,
I-
so
I don't care.
I'm not gonna pick yours. No. Everything is bad.
Near San Antonio, no,
Yours.
Washington. Sure, my graveyard's
Yeah.
gone. Poof.
Poof. No, that's a land. Goes over here. All right. So what do I got?
yeah. I mean,
Just
I
everything
turned
is
to,
like,
to the left just at the right
you know
moment
what?
to see you go.
It's a magic.
Already drew. Already drew. All right.
The Northwest is very cool too. I'm actually headed out there.
8.5 tails.
Yeah. Nice. Comes in tapped.
Yes. And a.
Did you play any creatures? NPC?
no.
A Weatherlight.
The
The
Vehicle?
original Weatherlight vehicle. Yep.
not the legacy weapon, but the
The vehicle.
got it.
Legendary artifact vehicle.
Ooh, what does it do?
So whenever it deals combat damage to a player, I look at the top 5 cards in my library and reveal a historic card from among them and put it in my
So when
hand.
you said the original Weatherlight,
Sorry, not the original.
yeah, this is what I was
Weatherlight.
thinking
no,
of.
No,
and then I was also thinking of the legacy weapon,
no, no.
but this one's pretty cool too.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
It's
It's
very
gorgeous. It's.
And I can't do anything
Jamie
else, so
Jones.
pass my turn.
Why are you turning it?
I'm turning it down.
Oh, okay.
Hey, G-rated, huh?
Ugh.
Who's G-rated?
All right, untap. Upkeep,
Oh,
draw.
Captain Harris is reminding us we're supposedly a G-rated stream.
You're a G-rated streamer.
Well, that's gonna be my whole term, but it's gonna be awesome for me.
What's
I'm
up?
gonna destroy all artifacts and enchantments.
Oh god.
Oh, jeez.
Wait, no.
Do it unless you can stop
what
it.
is it? I can.
Okay.
I saved this especially for you.
You got it.
Counter a target spell unless you pay 3.
I can't pay 3. Poof. Pass turn.
Much appreciated.
That was dumb.
You're gonna win
She's
anyway.
gonna kill us. Yeah.
You're gonna win anyway.
Is it
With
my
your
birthday
treasure,
or
with your
something?
treasure tokens.
Oh wait.
Yeah, I have Spear of Heliod,
Spear,
not the
not
god.
actually.
Yeah, not the god of the sun.
Wait, I have Heliod.
Oh, you have Heliod in play?
No.
Oh.
In here.
Oh.
I mean, I probably have Heliod, god of the sun, in here, but I just have a Spear of Heliod.
You know what? As much as I want this to be a god's deck, he would be great in Chandra. Like my Chandra deck, because
He's best in a goblin deck.
well, no, because
He's
remember
best in a goblin deck.
Neheb. Like I just play a bunch of creatures, go into combat, and then I'm like, I murder you
Yeah,
with
but
my like
here's the point.
30 mana.
You don't have to go into combat with a goblin Porphos deck. You just play the goblins and kill your opponents.
Yeah, that's true.
That's, I mean, my Porphos
Yeah.
deck is a goblin. It just makes goblins and you're dead.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah.
Hey, look, it's back with a what on it? Lifelink.
And I drew a card.
Got it. They both that comes in tapped, and I.
That's fine.
gain
I'm
life.
still doing all the things though.
Alright.
What is the 0-3? When did that come in?
Last turn. This one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Last turn.
Oh.
it taps for mana.
So
And does it say Death Touch?
No, lifelink. This is a hexproof. It's a 0/3 defender hexproof taps for any
okay.
color mana. Sorry, let me bring it up
Like,
so folks can see what we're talking about. It's
yeah.
a really cool card.
It
I
looks
bought like
pretty.
8 of them when it came out. Seriously, I put it in almost every commander deck. I mean, that's multicolored.
Yeah.
0/3 wall for 2, hexproof, makes whatever
Yeah.
color you want. Kind of like a
It's
bird.
pretty expensive.
It's like a
card,
bird.
though, isn't it?
Really? Ooh, nah,
No.
250.
Okay. It's
250.
not more than that.
250.
Okay.
Tapped.
I have it in my wall deck.
or an equipment cost one.
Oh.
Yeah.
How far is Tamio off from?
Alting, not very far.
Okay. Next turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should attack it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone probably should. I have one creature, actually, just to put that out there.
So I'll choose that again.
Well, all of ours died.
What's
so,
your one creature?
Yeah.
No, we're talking about
The
Washington,
news.
D.C. We're in the D.C. metro area.
Yeah.
The
But
big,
to attack me, you
huge...
need to pay 4.
Jabber, what's the weather like?
It's nothing. It's
Okay.
not crude, so it's
I'll
nothing.
choose that
Right,
one.
but-
This one for the thing. For the draw card thing.
You should probably choose the Weather Light at least as the second one. Well, wait, can you choose a creature? Does it have to be... Yeah, it's not a creature right now.
Yeah, so I have to choose these two.
There you go.
Otherwise I'm done.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring up the Weather Light again. I don't even... It would have been destroyed, that's why I didn't read it.
No, this isn't top. This came in last time.
Yeah.
I just
Oh, you just put
added
it...
a-
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
you got it. So I didn't
So
read
you
it because
can
I
attack
knew
with
I
it.
was gonna kill it all.
No, you're not.
But then again, you should probably keep it as a blocker because you want Tamio to ultimate. Probably not going to matter with 8
I
island
can't
lock
actually.
squids,
Yeah, you
but
can't actually crew it.
No Spruce Hulk. No, I can't.
yeah, I was about to say.
You can't equip it.
So I'll just put it up. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm done.
Oh, God.
That's not stupid. That happens to us all the time. Especially when traveling. People are like, wait, where?
Yup.
Hey, Nick. Yeah, forest. Yay, forest. Okay. Okay. I'm going to play an ooze. And
Tapped.
everyone lose 2 dice.
Why?
Because it's a creature.
All right.
And it entered the
since I got loss of
battlefield.
1. Oh, fucking Porphyros.
Hey, but remember, I don't actually play a lot of creatures
I
in
know.
this deck.
It's a Pillow Fort deck, and you stopped me from destroying your Pillow Fort.
Yeah, I like my Pillow Fort. It's
Yeah.
nice. You don't have anything open with flying currently, do you? Okay. I am going to ping Tammy over to...
Probably a good idea. I think that is a very good idea.
I have them occasionally.
Every now and again.
That
It's bound to happen.
Once or twice a decade.
Hey, broken clock is right twice a day. Like,
God damn it. There's like 40 land in the deck. Kaneos usually mills me through them, and I'm stuck at 6.
At least you have 6 this game. No, I'm saying last
Oh,
game you were fucked for it.
Yeah.
yeah. Hey,
Alright, well, might as well do this. That'll be fun.
I missed a couple of land drops. Oops.
Yep.
Admittedly, I am actually doing fine. It's just one of those, it's not ideal.
Yeah. It happens.
Like, because it's a very, like, broken house of cards. All it takes is,
Right. Like,
On enchantments.
like a destroy all enchantments?
yeah,
Yeah.
like, destroy all enchantments and artifacts. Like, you can have one or the other, friend.
I'll
Not
take
willing
both,
to let
thank
you
you.
to have both.
Fuck all y'all.
Hey, I'm gonna play Heliod, God of the Sun.
Hey, imagine that.
Hey, Heliod! For
Let's
reals
bring
this
Heliod up.
time.
Woohoo!
So my devotion is there, comes in tapped. So yeah, I have a devotion of 5 white.
What's his
Oh, and
other
hey, you're gonna
special
start
thing I
pooping out
should
creatures
notice?
too.
No, I'm not. You have mana.
If you want to see me get a migrane real fast, that's a good idea, Johnny Waterloo.
Hey, it's
Switching
Heliod
glasses.
and his spear. Heliod and his spear. Oh wait, I can't.
Oh,
I can brew the Weatherlight. Oh, that's fun.
like,
I forgot
I could
that.
probably play any of DM's decks.
Heliod
I'm not
is not
sure
tapped.
he'd have
Heliod's a
fun with
creature.
my decks.
Or not a
though.
creature.
He is a creature.
He is a creature.
His
My
he's a
devotion
nine.
is met.
Gotcha.
I mean, I'll untap it if you want me to.
Nope.
Alright.
don't.
Let's see.
Say 4 or 5.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and crew the Weatherlight.
Do you sure you want to save it the block?
Crew 3?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's fine.
because, yeah. Because of Heliod's
So do I want to save it as a blocker or do I want to hit Tamio?
I do it.
Do I want to hit Tamio?
I have mana
Yeah.
open.
Wait,
Hit
that
Tamio.
was awkward.
What?
What?
You were like, I do it.
Oh,
And it's
I was
like,
just saying I'd switch
uh,
decks. I was pointing at her saying she would not switch decks.
Yeah, no, I won't switch decks.
At a
It was
13.
She's not a switch.
Well, my brain took it
Actual-
out of context because, like, it went somewhere
I know.
else.
I gotcha.
It's officially fisting o'clock.
It is. It's the fisting hour. The double fisting
You
hour.
have to pay
You
You only
for.
have one
I
drink.
hate you.
Yeah. Which
It's
you can.
bad.
I don't think you're. I don't think I'm gonna win.
I
with
think you're gonna
creatures.
You're gonna win as long as our creatures keep dying and you win on the frickin' treasure tokens.
All right.
Good play another day.
I'm attacking Tamio for 5. In the air.
That's fine.
Oh, poor
Okay.
Cameo. I
Pass.
miss you. You're so nice,
Pass turn.
Cameo.
Bad distraction.
Ah, that's a thing.
Ah.
I always love double fisting with my drinks.
Mm.
I need a blue.
Jibbery and
Tender
Lawrence
Shoot
switch
Dryad.
Glasses, no.
What does that
Ugh.
do again?
At the beginning of each upkeep, create a Saproling, and I have the city's blessing, so Saprolings get +2/+2.
Oh, Jeebus.
I can't attack you though.
That's true. Until you figure out, which I'm sure you've got more than just the one thing you tried to do.
Right.
So.
Well, that was the only thing that was going to get me through all of that. I need to kill the propaganda is what I need to kill. Because the creature will die on its own. Pass turn.
Alright.
And during your upkeep, I get a sapperling.
Oh, that's such pretty art.
Yeah.
Whee. Poof. Sapperling. Aw, poor Valoran. Double fisting hour sounds rough. Alrighty then. On that note,
Oh, jeez.
What? What is it?
I equipped the Whisper Silk.
Whisper Silk Cloak can't be blocked.
that creature cannot be blocked.
Can't be
So her commander can now not be
targeted by the
blocked.
spells or
Does it have Shroud or Hexproof?
I thought it had Trode.
can't be targeted spells or abilities.
Alright, so you can't put any more enchantments on that as long as that equipment's on there.
Just, I thought about that as I was reading it, and I was like, wait, do I want to do that? Not really.
Yes, I have the City's Blessing. I do indeed.
So.
Do I have the little
It's
City's Blessing card?
do go big or go home, play my commander, and just start throwing it around.
Yeah, because I'll kill it. Do I have the City's Blessing card? I thought I had
That
it.
might not be terrible because if I put it in my graveyard,
Ooh.
well, no, that would be terrible.
Here.
You need the token box?
Nah.
No, I think that should have been Molesta cast. But whatever.
This is the City's Blessing. It's big purple dice.
How about this gold dice with random symbols
Yeah.
There you
and
go.
on it?
What, you don't want me to have like a 14-14 token?
No.
Let's not.
No. I would
Wait,
be really
I will
confused
let
with
it
what that
balance
is.
on my
No, you will not. Jesus. You don't
Apparently
get,
not.
You know what?
This is why
The
I can't
city's
have
blessing
these
is going to
things.
be this pile of salt.
I'm gonna go put that in the kitchen before I drop that on the
so
floor
on
too.
point, though. Oh my god.
Throw your eye!
What's up, Liquid Snake? Thanks for dropping in on YouTube.
Hey, what's up?
We play a lot of Commander.
Oh,
You
yeah.
like, you're looking forward to
Fidgeting.
Brawl? Okay.
I actually put in I finally got a pre-order in for them, so I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Here's my City's Blessing. Yay.
Alright. An actual City's Blessing.
An actual City's Blessing token.
Okay.
Salt stream.
I have backers that the one commander, the red-black one that I want it to create, that's the ultimate chaos deck. I have the one
The
that's
ultimate chaos deck. That
that
sounds
has
amazing.
like salt shakers on it.
That needs
that
to
says
happen.
extra
Oh, salty, yeah.
Like-
Which one was that? The red black, was it Rakdos?
No, not Rakdos. It's the female commander. You pass her to someone else.
Oh, and she attacks.
ninja?
And
Yeah, and then you
A
can
ninja
pay
one?
money. No, she's not a ninja. God, why? It starts
she's
with
like a
an
shaman
X.
or something. Exava?
Yes, I think.
Whiskey?
No,
It is
it's
it's a
Xanthus
bourbon.
the
It's
region.
Manhattan.
Yes.
So
Oh,
bourbons,
really?
we
I don't know
vermouth,
where she's
sour, or
Yes, that's
Okay.
bitters.
Bitters, not
So
sour.
what you doing?
So, Jayber, do you have any creatures out?
All my creatures are tapped, so I'm open.
Oh, jeez.
Wanna hit me?
Maybe.
Hit me.
So let's see. There's
Yeah,
my.
and she has a rogue's passage.
You're 44.
I am 45.
44.
He's a 44.
39.
I'm 39 too.
I'll hit you with this.
Me?
2/2 that is unblockable.
Who are you attacking with?
Me?
Jayber, yeah.
A 2/2, that's unblockable.
First strike, lifelink, vigilance.
Alright, I take 2. Gain
Do
2.
we got like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Untap.
Hello, liquid.
Snake.
What? Snake?
Liquid Snake. I
Hello,
love
Liquid
that.
Snake.
Liquid Snake.
Is it like Snake Plissken?
This is why we're friends. We
I
just
love
put the
those
snake in,
movies.
we just
Yo.
put the snake in a new container recently.
Oh boy.
I'm just.
DM screwdrivers and bloodlight chasers is always.
God
Oh.
bless your heart.
That was
I'm-
like freshman year of college.
No.
I don't mind the screwdriver side of things, but the Bud Light Chasers
I
is
do
just a
not
bit much for
like
me.
Orange juice.
What's wrong with you that you don't like orange juice? Who hurt you?
Makes me feel like shit. Jake doesn't like it either. It doesn't think I know.
It's like more. It tastes like morning.
No, I don't understand.
Real man here.
I don't understand drinking orange juice with other foods.
I wouldn't
It
say
just
that
ruins
puts hair on
my
your chest or
brains.
anything.
I
I
don't
feel
know
like
how
Manhattans
veiny.
put hair on your chest.
You know what? To each their own. I should not make fun of people for drinking whatever they
No,
want to drink,
They can eat.
unless it's Bud Light and screwdriver. No.
Right.
So
Unless it's
I
shit beer.
am tapping.
You know, our
for
parents drank like
and
Bud Light
playing
and Jenny
a
Cream Ale.
Petra.
Yeah, but they don't have
True.
hipsters like we
There's
do.
another god in play.
Oh, I guess she comes in tapped because creature.
Well, is your devotion? Is it
No,
devotion?
this
Oh,
isn't
it's
one
not.
of the devotion.
Nobody wants that.
Everyone
Johnny
lose
Waterloo.
2 life. Lose 2 life.
Yep.
Why?
Creature. Porphyros.
Oh, okay.
What did you play?
Oketra the
Oketra.
True. Double strike indestructible. Can't attack or block unless you control 3 other creatures.
How many cards you got in your hand?
3.
Cool.
Why?
Because you got 3 mana open.
Just putting
Yeah.
a hair. Ew.
Let's see. Now what do I want to do?
Dear.
Gee, I should probably leave it up so people can read
I'm
it.
attacking
Yes.
with my DM. I'm attacking you with my 1/1 Predator Ooze. Actually, when it attacks, it gets a counter, so it's a 2/2.
Cool. And what happens?
It just attacks.
No,
it's
I'm-
indestructible.
Sure. And
And whenever a creature top damage predator is this turn dies, put a +1/+1 counter.
I'll
on
block it with a
Predator
7/7
Ooze.
horror.
Okay.
So it gets another counter. It's
Uh,
indestructible.
No, the
Doesn't
creature didn't
die.
die.
Oh, yeah.
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 Okay.
So.
Creature didn't
Okay.
die. Got it.
Cool.
Oh man, if I had death, that'd totally awful.
I'm done. Yeah.
I don't like. Thank you
Ooh,
for
but
that.
now you reminded
I
me.
told you
like,
that
if
might
you
watch it.
Thank you for that mental
ability.
image. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. I'm gonna have to drink that out of my brain with more bourbon now.
Oh, gross.
Yeah.
I mean, good luck being dumb.
Good luck being, I guess if you're really desperate to stay out of school,
Yeah, good luck being dumb.
well, it's,
Ugh.
I guarantee you, you and I and everyone at this table did just as dumb shit.
I don't play them.
the
That's not a secret,
What needs to be exiled? Everything.
basically.
Everything.
That enchantment first.
He just wants to attack me.
Yeah.
No, it's not propaganda.
No, he's picking Revel.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
propaganda.
if 4 more creatures die, she wins.
Yeah. And everything is bad.
Yeah.
Alright. What do I got here?
Everybody does dumb shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've done enough
Fine.
dumb shit for everyone at this table.
Uh,
Way more dumb shit.
exile your rebel.
All right. At least we're not in danger of losing now.
And Drana, Liberator of Malakir.
Nice.
It gets like every time there's a creature in play though.
Can't
Yeah.
attack you.
That's not good.
And she loses life. We lose life every time she plays a creature.
I know, it's
Yeah.
not good. You two are terrible.
We're playing Pillow Fort decks.
What life are you at?
33?
You guys need to ally against both of us.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
But you need to pick one of us, and probably her first. Because of that 4 mana for every creature that attacks.
Yeah. Well, I can't do anything about
Oh,
that
wait.
right
I
now.
skipped one. I have 2 more saplings.
Okay.
But he says she's the threat.
I can't
Yeah.
attack her, and
Do you
I'm
have
not
any
attacking
flyers?
either of you guys.
Do you have any flyers?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't have any planeswalkers or anything either.
Okay.
Lots of tokens.
And how big of creatures do you have over there?
2/2, 3/3/3s, 8 1/1s, and a 7/7. Like, I'm not sending it anywhere until they can go at her. Until they can go at NPC.
Everything is bad.
Yes.
I'm gonna tap the 8.5 tails. Wait.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Do I have to?
Hold on, leave that alone for a second. We can conspire against NPC.
Oh god.
What?
What are you doing?
It's cool art.
I'm just
Okay.
like, if I'm trying to destroy all enchantments, I'm wondering if you can make it white and then give it protection, but it's got to be a permanent. Target spell becomes white,
Okay.
but you can't give a spell protection. You can only give a permanent protection.
Yes.
Right.
So basically, I'm trying to figure out if you can give a spell I cast protection from blue.
No. Okay.
Don't listen to DM.
Yeah, I'm not.
No, you really do. Like, that's okay.
You're both terrible.
When I die and NPC wins, I'll say I told you
I'm
so.
okay with NPC gonna win.
Hey, I kind of won last
I
time.
will appreciate the Reigivers. I have
Break.
a bottle of Break at home.
I'm not given any other recourse, so do I have to tap the 8.5 tails? Do I have to tap the 8.5 tails if my other creatures have vigilance to crew the Weatherlight?
Yeah, you have to. Tapping, it's not an attack or anything. Tapping
Yeah,
is the
okay.
cost of.
I just want to make
crewing.
sure. So I tap my 8.5 tails to crew the Weatherlight to fly over you for 5.
I take it and go to 40.
And I pass turn.
I get another Sepperling.
And all my creatures are vigilant. Yay.
I'm gonna put in 4 cats.
Meow.
3 cats, sorry.
Okay.
Cool. Last turn. Meow. And I get another Sapperling.
So what?
What's that?
I'm just looking at.
How many do you have currently? Sapperlings?
I have 5 Sapperlings, and they're all +2 from the Tender Shoot. So 5 of them +2 on top. I'm just gonna build a token army, and eventually you'll be tapped out, and I'll
I'm
kill.
gonna play Child, and
That's great. I hope you play Child.
a
I
lot of my stuff is gonna
encourage.
stay.
Yeah, but this and this are not.
Eh.
Oh,
Yes,
and
but
right.
your
I'm sorry.
token army.
White Sun
won't.
Zenith gets shuffled back in. I don't know what you're doing over there. What?
You're not gonna like it.
So what? She's gonna wipe the board of everything but whatever's.
Yes.
Lands.
I like that. I love that. Pop everything back to your hand.
No, your creatures die though, right?
Sure, all my stuff evaporates,
Okay.
but all of that goes too.
Yeah. I'm just taking care of everything I can take care of right now.
All non-land.
Yep.
Fine.
Have I hit anyone with my commander?
Nope.
No.
It didn't get through. I think you did attack with it, but it didn't get through. Someone's like total.
Got it.
Like this.
But no, I can. Okay. I'm putting that one at you and this one at you. So
How big?
2-2.
Okay.
I'm at 36 and I'm at 4 commander damage.
Okay.
And here's my.
My whole body's like that. I'm just fucking glow stick.
Sorry, what was that?
Glow stick.
What was the? Ah!
I'm done.
Okay. Untap.
There we go.
Oh, crud. That went back. Okay.
Oh, I'm in this for the long game tonight.
Yeah. Yep.
Definitely keep that. Questionable.
So what's the Rick Rolls America?
What's that?
What is Rick Rolls America?
Oh, so Rick, our friend Rick, who was on the stream last week, is traveling America starting in January.
Oh shit.
He got one of his sponsors is a Winnebago company, and his Winnebago is the Greyhawk, literally
Nice.
named after like the old school D&D campaign setting.
That's pretty cool.
And he's going to travel America for 8 to 12 months, and he's going to visit game stores all across America, and he's going to.
Oh my god, he's the Guy Fieri of game stores. This is amazing.
Yeah, so he's going to go in and visit all these game stores across America. We're going to record it, and we're going to try to cut together a documentary about it.
That sounds great.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Shout out to
Rick.
for that awesome idea.
Yep. Here, this is a business card. Look how cool that business card is.
Rick Rolls
Rick
America.
Rolls America.
It is. It's going to be a shit ton of fun. And if you go to his website, I'm sure that you can register
Yeah.
to be notified whenever
There you
all
go.
the streams
He's
are
on
going to go live.
He's on Facebook.
I am going to tap to play the stone again.
How many cards you got in your hand?
Enough.
I mean, are you going to have to discard?
Yep. I already have a plan for that.
Discarding why?
Because
More than 8? More than 7 at the end of the turn?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to discard 1, it looks like.
I followed Rick Rolls America, and so can you on the Facebook.
I will also
Yeah, I gotta follow that
actually.
because I had a terrible migraine last week and like I slept most
You
of the night. I
died.
didn't even watch the stream.
Yeah, we
Sorry,
didn't,
friend.
we didn't
I
see
felt-
you talk to us.
No,
either
I felt
at
really
all.
bad for not even checking it, but I was like,
Because you're awful and terrible human being.
I know.
We hate you so
I was
much.
literally just like in a couch nest, like
Buried.
Jake took care of me.
I'm kind of all aboard the no Facebook thing. People in America don't realize how much privacy we give up, but
You say having an open Facebook account.
I know. Well, I have to use it for my business.
I know.
Yeah.
You don't have to. You can
Yeah, I
have
do.
a professional one that's
I-
separate.
Nobody looks at that, though. The professional ones, unless you pay hundreds of dollars a month.
To tap 3 and play the Predator Ooze again.
No.
Predator. Ooh.
Since I can now come in not tapped.
Oozy. It's oozy.
And
Yep.
then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's fine because I already made decisions. I'm putting the Flamewalk Phoenix.
In the graveyard.
Note it can
Come back when you do damage with the spell.
No, 4 or greater. If I control a creature
With 4
or
or greater.
greater.
Got it.
And then poor Great Worm.
Yeah, the
I'm
great one
just
should probably
like-
go. Although, you're lucky none of us are playing Reanimator decks, because that's the first thing I'd pull.
Yep.
Reanimator,
There you
you
go.
say?
That was a sad little gremlin. Aww.
Wait, did I need to do that one?
I'm sure nothing will happen while you go out for a
5,
cigarette.
6. No, I didn't need
Quit
to do
smoking.
that.
Watch Kevin.
Comes
Oh,
back.
Great Worm.
Yes.
It's for your health.
Can keep the Great Worm.
Aw.
2, 3,
I make
4,
good couch
5,
knives.
6, 7.
What's that?
I make good.
So
content.
unfortunately, you got to see
I
my
believe it.
Great Worm.
I've seen your couch nest.
For you. No Great Worm for you.
I'm Jay-Bray, clip that.
What?
All I've seen was, I've seen your great worm.
No, I said
Oh.
I could have stolen it.
Ah.
Even.
It's
Now you
funnier.
know.
The joke would be
Now you
funnier if it's
know, I
like,
can
I've
steal
seen your
things."
great worm.
Yeah.
Rogue's Passage.
That's 2 in play.
Oh, who else has got one? Oh, yay.
I mean, the deck wins by killing somebody with the commander.
Yep. True that. Okay.
Is that thing coming at me again? Because I'm going to kill it, unless we make a deal. Is it not coming at me? Okay.
Alright, I have 8. What do I want to play?
I'm still hungry.
Me too.
I'm tired
There are
of some
cashews next. Do you
mean.
want some of the truffle nuts?
I'm gonna be so mean.
Truffle nuts.
Okay,
So
dude.
mean.
Would you like some of my truffle nuts?
I'm gonna
Yum, yum.
play.
We were in the car the other day driving down to Massive Attack, and I had a bag of
May I have a couple
macadamias. You can have the rest of them. if you want.
Drana.
Thank you.
And I was like, can you please not sit on my nuts?
Drana.
And literally Patrick's like, that's fine. I'll just cradle them in my
Yeah,
lap.
yeah.
Caress them gently with my hand.
Please no.
Drana and the eldest reborn.
What did
So
that
when it
one
comes in,
say?
everybody sacrifice.
Actually, maybe I don't.
All that matters
want
is
that.
No, you really want that to
Yeah.
happen. You absolutely want
What,
that to happen.
Drana?
You want the indestructible ooze to die.
Each opponent,
Each opponent, not-
sacrifices
not
a
her.
creature or planeswalker, so it's
Yeah.
at 1. So everyone has to do that.
Sacrifice creature or planeswalker.
That's not good.
Fine.
There, now the door's open. What's the
and,
next one? What's the next level?
Each opponent discards a card,
Oh, God.
and then third is put target creature or planeswalker card from a graveyard under the battlefield under my control.
So,
Eldest reborn, not reporn.
I like reporning. Reporting is good.
Love that art.
Cool.
Pass.
Look at my cute dog.
Alright, untap, upkeep, draw. That's a thing. I'm gonna play Tatiova, Benthic Druid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a land. Tapped, because I can't do anything else. An Authority of the Consuls. By the way, when I played a land, I drew a card. And I have to discard 2 cards. Kazul, Tyrant of the Cliffs. And by the way, I have the City's Blessing for the rest of the game. Once you have it, you don't lose it.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. God damn it.
Ha.
Tender Shoot Dryad. Pass turn. You're on mobile. Talk shit now, motherfuckers.
All that matters is you're watching the coven.
Yup. Oh. Alright. I will join you. Look around and see if there's anything in there you want to eat. There might be cheese somewhere we can cut up.
I should probably stop eating. I really don't need more. I mean, I guess I didn't really have dinner.
Right. You showed up and had a little bit of salad.
So, that could be why. I need to figure out my protein balance. because
Jake's is so much higher than I thought it was when I started doing keto for him. I was
Really?
like, Jesus, dudes eat a lot. A lot of protein.
Yes, we do.
I'm sacking this spell card.
Okay.
I don't want to go rooting around your fridge.
Why?
Are there any vegetables in there?
Yeah, there's bell peppers in the bottom drawer. If you want to cut up a pepper, just put them in the middle of the table and we'll eat little pieces of pepper. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. We like
thanks.
being a fun Thursday night hangout.
We're trying.
At the end of the day,
Yeah.
like, that's
It's all
why
about having
it's
fun.
why I
That's
fucking
the,
do it.
The whole point
Yeah.
is us having fun. And you
It's an
having fun with
excuse for
us.
me to drink bourbon and play Magic with my friends. Like,
Yeah, and we talk shit. Just shoot the shit. Protein is
Tapped.
yummy. Do you want to cut up? I can cut up a pepper. Your turn's
Oh,
probably
right.
next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't do that.
Here, let me see if I can get it done real quick. Let me know if anyone's trying to murder me.
Oh, I gained a life from that too. Hey, look at that.
I mean, I'm open, so it's probably me.
God, I'm like turn 12 and everybody's still over 35 life, except for you, 33. What are you counting up there, Missy?
I was counting up this.
Oh, there you go.
What was that? Oh.
Can I get a count of enchantments?
She has 1.
Where?
I have 0.
So gets +4.
It gets +4, but it also has
5,
yeah.
6, 7. So it gets +7 total on top of that, and it's
Yeah.
lifelink. Love stinks. Yeah, yeah.
You don't have creatures out?
Nope. It actually, I think, is a 10-10.
Yeah, I don't think this one.
Because
That's
you,
not an enchantment.
you count
Oh,
this.
sorry.
This is an enchantment.
Right.
You guys each have 1.
2, 4, 6,
There are
8.
2 on the board.
No.
Right. 2, 4,
There's 3
6, 8,
other enchantments.
4 other enchantments. Oh,
Well, it doesn't
right.
count
That
itself.
But it gets the +1 for this. So 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. 7, 8, 9. So it gets +9.
Okay.
So it's a 10-10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Waterloo, if you're ever in the same area and we're at a con, you can just come play with us.
Yep. We do MagFest in Washington, D.C. We do Origins in Columbus, Gen Con in Indianapolis, and IllixCon in Reading, Pennsylvania.
And I go to BlizzCon every year.
And sometimes Dragon Con.
And sometimes Dragon Con in Atlanta.
And I will bring
So-
Magic to BlizzCon.
You have 2 options here. You could just hit me because it's a lot of damage, and you can get it through. I'm talking to Val.
Oh. I'm like, what?
Or
I can't
if
do
you're
that.
like, I really hate one of these creatures, you throw it at the person who you dislike
Right.
their creature because they're probably gonna chunk it.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, no one wants to take 10 commander damage.
Right. But
So that's your decision.
she's got enough to make it unblockable with the Rogue's Passage.
That's true. But, like, for me, what our life totals are at currently, it might be worth just killing a creature
Right.
that's
Yeah.
gonna do horrible things.
That's
Although, is
What
there...
has a D20 on it over there?
eat this salad because
just look at this.
awful. I'm tossing it, right?
I think we're gonna do
discard is
the
next
Command
step.
Fest in DC because they are also going to do one here as well. So I hear. But I've never been to Seattle.
So terrible. It was just like
First weekend in November, I'm still at BlizzCon in
So,
California.
Drano's out.
Toronto's terrible.
I'm open, and
Toronto's terrible, but
I
like
don't know what that does.
this is not great. He's been getting life the entire time.
Oh, that would explain why he's at 41. Oh, and he already has 4 commander damage from you.
Yeah. I told him I wouldn't go at him this time, and I will stick with that. However, I think I'm gonna send this one at him.
I mean, you can hit me. Like, I was just pointing
Well, I
out
guess I
that
just killed that.
it's worth considering. Ooh. Jeez.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I hope we're not mumbling too much. I was just pointing out to Val that sometimes it's worth seeing if you can kill an awful creature, especially when
You're
you're
absolutely
threatening 10 commander damage.
That's empty, right? Good.
So what had the D20 on it?
This is a special land
Okay.
where she can pay to remove counters, and eventually when the counters are off, it becomes a 20/20 indestructible flying creature.
That's terrible.
So, but she has to remove 10 counters.
What's got how many on it right now?
10.
Yeah. I can't do anything about that.
Yeah, so she has to get... She has the Hex Mage in there that will remove those counters.
Yeah.
But she clearly doesn't have it, because if she had the Hex Mage, she would play it and remove the counters, because the Hex Mage only costs 2.
And you're at 37.
Yes. So...
None of this is
Who's
good.
up? Is Jayberry up?
I'm up.
No.
Oh.
Val's,
I was gonna be like, I'll go
I'm
cut
still
the.
debating since
I'll-
I told you this wouldn't come your
I'll
way.
go cut the cheese if Jayberry's up. She's cutting cheese in the kitchen.
Because we learned about me cutting cheese on the stream. Which me
You're not allowed.
bleeding while we were-
You're not allowed at this time of night. Early, you're fine.
No, I'm better at night. Much more
That's
at
what she
night.
said. Never mind. Go ahead.
It's also true.
I mean, don't feel bad if you feel like the right answer is to hit me.
I told him I wouldn't,
Like-
but now I want to.
Because your
I
creature...
literally did not kill your creature.
I know. I'll roll between you and Jayberry. Would you like
Okay.
evens or odds?
I like odds, because I'm odd.
Now I'm gonna
odd.
die.
It's odd.
It's a 5.
Jayberry,
So
the
coming
gods
with
of
this
fate.
one,
So you're coming at me?
just with this one.
So I win with odds? That's funny.
Oh no, sorry, yeah.
You
Like,
lose with odds.
Jayberry.
Alright.
are you taking 10 commander, or are you letting Drana...
Block it and die.
Or are you just gonna make it unblockable?
It's
You can just make it unblockable. Well, you might want to see Drama die.
no. I'll be nice. Not make it unblockable.
All right. I'm assuming you're throwing Drawn under the bus.
Yes.
Goodbye, Drana. Oh, wait. Are those like... Okay, yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
All right.
Isn't
MP.
that creature vigilant? Just say
This
you
one is.
attack me. I have no blockers. Attack with
Might
your
as well attack
vigilant
somebody with it.
creature that has lifelink.
Yeah, you might as well gain 2 life.
Like...
I'm so not used to you like not wearing long pants, and
It's
you're wearing
weird.
shorts, and every time I look down, your legs are completely. I'm like, what the
I don't
hell?
like it.
She's
okay. Fun fact: I cannot find any of my pants.
Oh
What happens when you move?
I cannot
literally
find any of my
Can't
pants.
find any of my pants.
Soon.
And today I couldn't find any of my shirts.
no! Okay. Attack.
So I'm wearing a different
Upkeep.
black tank top
Draw.
today. I don't know where everything has gone in the house. We
I am
have little
kind of
gremlins.
amused.
Everything's just
Oh,
everywhere.
that's
It's a lot
More
of
blood for the
work.
blood god.
He's cute.
That's cute.
I will show you. But first...
This is gonna be a really long game.
That's what we do.
Just warning folks.
Be ready for the long haul.
I can go right on top of the dice, and you are my fucking heroine.
Heroin.
And you're my. And the proper response is, "Aw, you're my crack."
Yeah.
What kind of
Ah.
cheese is it?
Come on, Jago.
Ooh, yes.
Good.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
We have
Okay.
now entered snack stream portion of the evening.
Okay. I am tapping
I'm small.
3 and I'm playing my
I forgot.
propaganda again.
Imagine that.
Shut it, Mr. Can't remember the name of what you played, but you totally played it. Like that. And this
Shut
is
up,
what I
Mister.
was-
Can't remember the name of what you played, but you played it.
Yes.
That was fucking
Use
ridiculous.
your words, you bastard.
Use your words, you
It's
bastard.
so funny.
I played Farika, God of Affliction.
Ooh, wait for it, Farika.
I want Freaka Duck.
Yeah. Can Farika be a commander? Because it's legendary?
Yeah,
Yeah.
if Porphyros can.
Oh, right.
But what is the next thing on the Eldest Reborn?
Discard.
Oh, we
Discard.
Got
We
it.
already did the sack.
That's awful.
She's not a creature yet anyway. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah, we just live in a little tinfoil cave. I'm here.
Go ahead, Jayberry. I think you're up.
Oh, okay.
Do you need help?
I dropped it in the mustard.
Oh, fuck. Did I do that wrong? You only live once.
Or if you play many Magic games, you live as many games as you want to play.
That's true.
So
Alright.
what is on that thing?
Sure.
Everything
can be
that
our
was on it
tinfoil.
Before.
The bottom mask is the worst one because it counts all other enchantments.
Right.
Is it like
Oh, and your thing got bigger
It's an
because I
enchantment
played. By 2.
does it have shroud or hexproof or anything?
Wait,
It has.
why did it go down?
It was at 6. It's
Oh,
at 8 now.
No, it was a 10, and when she played that enchantment, it became a 12.
yeah.
Did I bump it?
Probably.
I don't know. It's got lifelink, and then it's got the.
But it's tapped now, right now.
Yeah, it's tapped.
She was just asking what's up.
Alright, well, it's going to. This eldest is going to 2. Everyone discard a card.
Fuck. Wait. Can I do a thing?
Yep.
Yeah, of course. If it's an instant speed, do it.
No, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't help at all.
Alright.
What if you're discarding and
Yeah,
don't want
everybody
it to
discard.
I don't want it to be discarded.
I'm discarding a Beastmaster's Ascension.
Huh.
I'm discarding
That
a
is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's awful.
But right now, I guess with your board state, you're like,
I'm gonna just.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Alright. I need to look at everyone's graveyard.
Oh, Captain Harris, you're back. How was your smoke break?
Yeah,
Or was
we're
it somebody
still
else
done.
that was on a smoke break?
fine. You know what? This is kind of terrible. But I'd much rather
the
you
giant
have
water
that than steal my 16/16
I
indestructible.
really want to steal that 16/16.
I know. I mean, you told me you
Just
could steal
saying.
it, so
Yeah, I mean, I could with Eldest and or something else.
yeah.
Yawgmoth's Vile Offering.
Your every enchantment that comes is that a sorcery?
Sorcery.
What does it do?
Whenever put up to one target creature or planeswalker card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under my control, destroy up to one target creature or planeswalker after that.
That's not good.
Oh, what do you get?
Take the worm.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
worm's
put
not
the
in there.
worm.
The worm's not in
Oh.
there. I wanted the worm. So I need everyone look at everyone's graveyard, please.
Here.
Uh,
I
that's
put
those are the creatures in mine.
Alright.
Beastmaster is not a creature, but
Yeah, doesn't matter.
There's only 2 in
Dryad.
Val's. These are from Val's.
Alright.
Sorry, I'm just trying to reach over so I don't have to.
Cemetery.
I'm small.
Okay. Castilla.
It looked like you dripped something.
No.
he
it's got
does
this little
something
packet.
Yeah.
for enchantment. Like card draw, I
I keep
think, or
thinking
something.
about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no.
Ha ha. That one.
You just transitioned
Yeah.
to bed. Are you watching us from bed?
Hey, Covenant is the best thing I've seen before the end of the night.
Oh.
I can
Or
imagine.
the Windborn Muse.
Yep.
Ah.
Legit. Ooze, also nice. Yeah, maybe the Propaganda one is better.
Kazul is legendary, isn't he?
Who?
The
What?
Kazul, Tyrant of the Cliffs.
Yeah, it is legendary.
You might want to take my guy. The red
That's
or,
what I
the,
was
the
thinking.
ogre.
Pay 3 and you get an ogre. So that's like
Whenever a
someone
creature
has
attacks
to
you, if they
pay-
don't pay 3, you get an ogre.
Yeah.
Every time. With
I
every
would pick
creature.
that one over the Muse, but
No, the Muse is a good choice.
Yeah.
I'd take the Muse, but
Oh, terrible.
But-
that's what my deck does.
oh, they have to pay 2.
You have
But,
to pay
like,
2
if
for
you
right,
each.
can't-
they may choose to not pay, and the person still gets an ogre.
Yeah, but
The
getting a
Muse is
shit
better.
ton of 3/3
Yeah,
ogre.
I'm gonna.
Muse
Yeah,
is better.
I'm gonna take the Muse.
Okay.
Trust me, the Muse is
There
better.
you go.
I mean,
That's
I
it.
don't care. I put it in my graveyard knowing that she
I
was
mean-
gonna take something.
And I know now that I still have to fucking get through that, but it is still the better
You
choice.
get that
for
back.
her.
All right, Yawgmoth has been cast.
Comes in tapped. Give me a
Goes
life.
in- Oh, the Muse comes in tapped.
Yeah.
Yes.
That thing's out again. Okay, cool. Pass.
Untap a keep draw. Oh, that's a thing.
Cat sleeping on you is the best.
Yay.
Does anybody have any non-land? I can't do anything. I can't. Literally. 3/3. I'll see if I can kill something. I'm gonna swing at you with Tatiova. Because you're 45.
Excuse me. Jeez.
Then I'm going to do a 5-point martial coup, and I'm going to put 5 soldiers in play. If X is 5 or more, destroy all other creatures.
Say that again?
So I'm playing martial coup.
Well, I guess
Just pull that
taking
up.
the Muse didn't matter.
Makes you feel better. Had you taken the tyrant, it wouldn't have mattered. The only one who would
So
have
I
gotten me
create
through that
X
would
soldier
be the
creatures.
ooze.
If X is 5 or more, everything else
Oh,
gets
okay.
destroyed. So
Board wipe.
basically, it's a board wipe, and I get 5 soldiers.
So what about that? Does that count?
This is not a creature. This dies. This falls off and becomes a 1/1
You can
creature.
try
It's
again.
Because it's not,
It's not indestructible.
but it's not a spell.
I don't think I can.
I'm not targeting it.
Yeah.
okay.
It's just it's a global effect that destroys all
Hello,
creatures.
Planeswalker. Planeswalker.
What is it?
Cameo.
Just Tameo?
Yeah.
I can't remember what that does anymore.
All right, soldiers, pass turn.
Card
Is this
draw.
right?
Yeah,
So you pick
that's
two creatures.
why I killed it. I needed that to die.
When they attack, you
I'm
get a
literally
card.
holding 6 enchantments. in my
That's
hand.
where tick
I cannot play my deck
is
while that's in play
you
because you'll
tap
kill me with your
two
commander.
So you're done.
creatures or permanents, and they don't untap on their controllers.
Literally all enchantments.
Ever untap or just on the next one?
On the next
Okay.
I've never met anyone who smokes cigarettes recreationally that didn't turn into a habit like in a
Me.
week.
I only smoked at Nation, and I was never addicted to nicotine.
Good for
Pudding was
you.
easy. But I don't know anybody else like that.
Okay,
Like, I just
well, though-
stopped.
Yeah, like I've
Society.
never.
Yeah, I just stopped when they passed the
You
smoking
take your
ban. I was
turn,
like,
and
we're
I'm
done.
gonna go make another Manhattan. Anybody want anything from the kitchen?
What if I'm done?
Then we're gonna pick up NPC's cards and take your turn for her.
If you're done,
No.
go.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm just gonna play my commander.
Okay.
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, draw.
And it comes in tap.
Wait, 6?
Yes.
Third time, yeah?
Third time? So yeah,
Yeah.
to pay 6 more.
Okay, yeah, I'm just playing her. That's how my mana.
Excuse me.
That Manchego was awesome. I'm glad we got it out.
Yes.
I've discovered the key to not getting hungover on Friday mornings.
Does anyone else
Drink
play
water.
with red?
No. Make my Manhattans like 3 to 1. It's sweet. They're just stupid sweet.
Ew. Gross.
Just go keto, then you'll never get hungover.
Nope, doesn't work for me. When I go keto, I get worse hungover.
You don't go keto though. You
When I
go
go-
low carb. There's a
yeah.
big difference there.
Bartender.
Oh well, yeah, I don't smoke cigarettes, but I smoke a lot of weed. But also pain disorder, so
I love that we've actually hit a place in the world, in the United States now, where we can say that and nobody's going to jail because it's legal so many places.
I don't process opiates properly anyway, so that they wouldn't even help.
But I mean, in college, if you said that in an online thing, the police would
What
come and
do
arrest you.
people have in graveyards?
Yeah, fuck that. Do you wanna just see the whole stack?
What's that?
The whole stack in my graveyard.
Yeah. Right?
Creatures. Because I can exile a creature from a graveyard.
If you play Magic the Gathering, yes, you have a fucking addictive personality.
Yes.
Just thought I'd share. I just throw that out there in the wild.
Creatures?
He ends up eating this cheese, and I have a cheese addiction. This is not a secret.
Fireballs Mahoney. So what does a bud tender do? That's kind of wacky.
You work at a dispensary.
What creatures do you have again?
and help
I have
people find
5
their own
1/1
strains.
soldiers.
No,
No,
I'm in the
in
graveyard.
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 Oh, I have these 2. Yeah,
what
2.
a
Right?
Planning on getting my medical card very soon.
Oh, and this one. Whenever you play a land, you draw a card.
Or Tender Shoot. Or Ogre.
I'm
Oh, wow, we played the whole
actually
playlist.
eyeballing Drana.
Legit.
I'm
cool, man.
gonna exile Drana from your
Where are you
graveyard
regionally?
and give myself a tapped snake.
I really like
There
edibles.
you go.
Edibles help with all the pain.
And that's my turn. I have a very sad tapped snake.
Bring more mustard next time you get up.
Go get it.
I don't know where it is.
It's on the door.
Okay.
Really? It's top shelf on the door.
Scooty.
left one.
Scoot, scoot, scoot.
My turn?
Yes.
Alright.
Faster.
Untap.
So Val can, or so NPC can pee and Val can get her mustard
I need water.
and water.
Very hydrated.
I don't know, man. Those are my lands. This is my deck, my hand. Can't do anything else.
Alright. I'll ultimate the eldest So I put target creature a planeswalker card from a graveyard under the battlefield under my control.
From any graveyard or your graveyard?
Any graveyard.
Windborn?
Yeah, maybe. Or I'll look at Tameo.
I mean, this is card draw, which is pretty cool.
What is it?
And if you want to go get an... this is card draw. And the top one is lets you go get something for active in your graveyard. Like a...
Yeah. What about Tameo?
It's... Oh, Planeswalker?
Yeah.
Oh,
or
take the Planeswalker. Hell yeah.
Let me see.
Jesus. Take her. Take Tameo. Trust me. Take Tameo.
I'm just gonna keep wiping the board. Or someone is.
Yeah, but that's right. Tameo's a Planeswalker, not a creature.
Yeah.
Let's go back. How long ago did somebody play Tameo?
This makes you a target, though. I later.
All Planeswalkers make you a target. That's fine.
Yeah.
She's literally just on my deck as a distraction.
Yeah, I mean, better you attack the Planeswalker than me.
Yep, sorry, that's yours. Sure, I guess I'll take Tameo.
Seriously.
Why not?
I pulled her out of the deck.
Anyway, when you're ready.
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
You good?
Alright. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's so weird for mustard.
Play Arvad.
Nice. Arvad's
Kills and
back.
taps.
Yep.
Yep. Game of life.
Alright.
Game of life.
Not a creature yet. Not a creature yet. Any creatures in play?
I have 5 soldiers.
Oh, okay.
And she's got a 1/1 lifelinker.
Why is this here?
Didn't it fall off? No, it's dead.
Yeah, it's done.
Alright,
Well, it's-
I'll pick 2 of your soldiers with
Sure.
Tameo. So she's at 5.
I'm assuming you're done.
Yep.
Double keep draw.
And I picked the 2 soldiers that you're gonna attack people with. I don't know.
Complicated.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I guess technically he would need them split
I
apart.
need them, yeah, clearly delineated. Yeah.
I'm gonna play a Royal Elemental, then I'm gonna
Oh,
play a
crap.
land and take your commander.
Crap. Everyone should
How?
have lost 2 life because I got a snake in.
Let me bring it up.
There's a joke there.
This is the... Everybody hates this card.
By the way, make sure you guys lose your 2 life.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
got a snake.
So I've played a Royal Elemental,
Oh, that guy.
Okay.
and then I played a land for turn.
Okay.
So as long as I control the Royal Elemental, I keep the land the creature I steal.
Alright.
I'm taking Arvad.
Okay.
Guess it's a good thing my enchantments are not creatures. Yet.
You let him turn on, and off we go.
Oh, jeez.
And you're gonna draw 2 cards, but I'm gonna kill Tameo.
Okay.
Right? Whenever a creature deals damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you draw 2 cards, and Tameo goes.
I'm just.
Unless you want to do something about that.
Nope.
And I'm gonna pass turn.
Cameo back.
How much food have I had there?
That was awesome. I love the art on that too. Raymond, of course, it's Raymond Swanland. He's really good at that gestural energy, like the motion you can see in a lot of his things. It's really
Poor
cool.
pony.
Pony?
You didn't
No,
see that?
I looked more at the dragon getting sucked up in the royal than the pony.
And the guy being pulled
Yeah.
from the horse. What do I have in my hand again?
And literally, the only reason I took your commander was so that I have a death toucher in case anybody comes after me. It will die soon enough, I'm sure.
Yep. And I won't play it again.
Well, the royal Anthony. It's a creature. It's fragile.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a 3/2. As soon as somebody does 2 damage to things, it'll die. I agree. Magic artists.
are talented.
Absolutely.
Are they compensated well for working with wizards, though?
Not really for wizards. Wizards doesn't compensate them terribly well. I mean,
why else would they like be selling their art?
because
I
it
guess?
gets their name out
Gets their
there.
name out there.
Yeah, and the cool thing about it is the community now has finally realized the value of this beautiful artwork, and while Wizards only pays them, like $1,500 to $2,000 for a card, they can sell the original painting for $3,000 to $5,000.
Yeah.
So 40 hours of work to make a card. Hell, I think that's $3,000 to $5,000 plus the whatever Wizards pay you for a week of your life. That's pretty decent.
I love Submachimans art. We talk a lot about the artists. We also have a lot of artist interviews from ElixCon last year back in our YouTube videos. If you want to,
I'm still waiting. So I'm still waiting for my playmat
Yep.
from his last Kickstarter.
Yeah, and if you didn't know, my
Still
wife and
waiting for
I
it.
made a movie called Eye of the Beholder: The Art of Dungeons and Dragons, and we met a lot of the artists and interviewed them for the film. It's on, it's on Amazon Prime if you want to go watch it. It's trending. It's a pretty cool movie. Yay. So yeah, go watch the movie and you'll see interviews with all these artists. Like, there's a lot of crossover between Dungeons and Dragons and Magic because they're owned by the same company. And these guys make fun of me, but I'm so sad for Seb. I want him to make physical product. His art is all digital.
Yeah.
I want him to make physical. I want to own a Seb McKinnon painting.
For Seb having digital art, but you.
But me. No, there's an entire community of art people who want to buy his artwork.
If you had like a cool sketch.
He does the prints and stuff, the one-offs.
Yeah.
I mean, we're collectors, though. Imagine that, we're collectors.
Who would have thought?
Um,
I wish I didn't have to do this way.
so the playmat that I got from
Darksteel Sentinel. Well, you don't have to do it right now. Oh, because you want to put that on it.
Yeah, the playmat I got from his Kickstarter, I think, was Deliver Unto Evil.
It's a 3/3.
I'll have it for my...
Let me bring that up.
Nice.
So, Darksteel Sentinel. You can flash it in, but she played it on her turn. And it's a 3/3 indestructible vigilant thing. But she also put this on it. Which one? Ethereal armor, right? Mm-hmm. So, +1/+1 for each enchantment and first strike. So it's now a vigilant first striking 5/5, because that's an enchantment as well.
Yep, it's Nicol Bolas looking over the other walkers. Yep.
How is it a
4/4
5/5?
3/3, 4/4, 5/5. It counts itself as an enchantment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's it
I'm
for
excited
me.
to see how it looks as a playmat. I hope it looks like crazy good, like on the stream, because it's really bright
I'm
colored.
sure it'll look gorgeous.
Yeah, it's bright blue.
And plus, once we get out to the studio where we can actually have real lighting, like proper lighting, this is literally just an LED shining
We're just
down on
hanging
the
out
table.
at the dining room table right now.
I know.
Yeah.
So we have an actual studio in the process, and if you
Just
follow
keep
us on
watching.
Facebook and Instagram and stuff, I should
We have a
do an Instagram video.
Patreon. We're gonna
You
give
should.
away some cool rewards, so check it out at Covenant TG.
If you would like some artwork from like magic artists, especially some originals, some signed stuff, you should
I'm going to play
follow us
Rampant
on
Growth.
Patreon because we're gonna go to ElixCon in October.
Oh,
Yep.
actually.
Yeah,
come
if you
back with
actually
a lot
join the
of cool
Patreon
stuff.
at a
Yeah.
decent level, you can. We're gonna come back with a lot of signed art cards and prints and things, so
Yeah.
we'll be giving them away on our Patreon.
Yeah.
We're interactive enough that you might even be able to choose the artist you want.
Yeah, or like if you shoot us some money and tell us what you want, we'll just pick it up for you.
I'm gonna do.
You gotta give us a coven,
Rampant
coven
Growth
cut,
in a
though.
minute.
A coven cut.
I mean,
on, man.
$10 in support or something like that for us to run.
So-
you
I need the vig. I need the vig.
I would like to.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna do her ability
that came in text,
to
by the way.
exile twice. Now I need to creatures and graveyards
You just gain
again.
All game.
I know. So is everybody.
8.5 Tails, Combo, and Ivy.
Yeah, it's on the ElixCon
Okay.
website.
ILLUXCON. You just go and look. There's, I mean, anybody who's everybody in Magic and D&D art.
Do I know what artists are
I mean,
going?
Donato Gene Cole will be there.
He's
you
so
know.
nice.
Matt Stewart, Steve Prescott.
Palumbo, Prescott.
Both Palumbos are going to
Yep.
be there.
Lindsay will not be there.
Lindsay-
These were
nope.
exiled.
Sure.
And here, you can have
and
that
then
one
he
back.
gets snakes.
No, I get snakes.
She gets snakes.
No.
And you guys
Is that
lose
online?
4
Oh,
life.
No. No,
Yep,
it's
poor
owner.
like I
it's
said.
owner.
Yeah, its owner
It's
gets a snake.
owner. He gets snakes.
Oh, okay.
You want to exile from your graveyard.
Then-
Do you want to
Exile
redo
your
that?
graveyard.
Yeah.
I was like, I'll take snakes.
Alright.
Fine. Dauntless Bodyguard.
My commander is not in play.
Muse. And then, do I really want to do my ooze?
Ooze. Sorry.
Fine, I'll do the ooze.
You have to make an ooze deck and say that every time you play one.
Ooze. So I actually,
Okay.
I put an ooze thing in, what's the new commander? Not Savine. The one that has the eggs.
Oh,
There's
the-
an ooze sub-theme in it because,
Oh god.
yeah. Every time I sacrifice a creature, I get an ooze token.
You need to
So
get
I
a
have
dragon
a
box to
snake
put that in.
blocker.
Ooze.
Bad dragon.
And then I will go
Salty
get
snacks.
that land.
Eat
What
me
do
soon.
I actually want?
Salty
as
snacks
land?
and cheese. Eat me soon.
Past turn.
Alright.
And cuddles.
We're gonna start trying to see if I can find the artist.
Those salty snacks keep you sane.
Like cheese. Thank you.
Right, but my mind went to a dirty place.
You don't say.
Okay.
Into pieces.
Okay, so 2
Hmm.
blues, 2
Oh, I'm
browns,
glad you like us, Johnny Waterloo.
2 reds.
I like us.
4.
I'd fuck me.
Thank you, because that's exactly where my head was.
Alright, I played a Teshar Ancestors Apostle, followed by Quinde, Pride of
They both come in
Fenrath.
tapped.
They both come in
My
tapped.
best friend's ring
Whenever I cast a historic spell, I return target creature card with a converted mana cost 3 or less from my graveyard to the battlefield.
Which one was that?
Teshar, Ancestors Apostle. I bring back Combo.
How about the one that'll allow you to destroy his?
Combo.
I guess he can take.
Okay.
stuff,
Yep, got it.
So never mind.
That's
Maybe
not
not
the
the
idea.
best plan.
Done.
Yep.
And the
the right
combo
view.
came in. What do you mean?
Yep.
Were you gonna bring Arno?
No, I did.
Which one are you talking about? 8.5 tails?
But I want to take my
Or
turn.
You could sack something and kill his horrible shit. The thing that's
I
stealing
can
your
only
creatures.
activate this ability if I only have 10 more than my starting life total.
Oh,
Yeah.
never
Don't have.
mind. Didn't know that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't know.
You know what?
Because
Fuck
that
it.
would have been cool.
It's time to play. It's time to play the Gay Bros again.
Okay.
No.
Time to play the Gay Bros again.
Sorry,
Let's see.
friend.
Ralph Horsley, Julie Bell.
Oh, Ralph's gonna be there? Awesome.
Yeah, Christopher Burdett.
Burdetticorn.
I'm trying to recognize names that I know. That are magic artists.
I am entering my end step with my commander in play. I'm drawing a card. Wait, hold on. I'm drawing a card.
Jeff Easley. Matt
And
Stewart.
now everyone may put a land into play, and if you do not, draw a card.
Okay.
Awesome.
Buenos noches.
I'll do
Sleep
that
well,
in a
Captain.
moment. Good night. Thank you for joining.
Night.
Hello, 9 people.
Yep, we will see you next Thursday.
Let's see. Larry Elmore. Aaron Miller.
I wonder if we can get Larry and Donato to geek out over each other.
Boris Vallejo. Okay.
Boris will be there? Oh, we should get Boris to come and sit with us for a few minutes.
Yeah.
What
So-
has he done?
Scott
I feel like
He's
Fisher.
never done any magic cards,
But he's the famous.
he's Boris Vallejo. I mean,
I need to get a bunch signed by Scott Fisher.
so Boris.
Jeremy Wilson. Mark Zuck.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mark's
Jeremy will be
so
there.
nice.
Mark signed Chainer for me.
Mark Fishman. Or, let's see.
Okay.
Justin Gerard. Donato.
Yep.
I love
Lars
Donato.
Grant West.
Lars is a kick in the ass.
Anthony and David Palumbo. We already talked about.
Burdett will be
Is
there,
it
right?
Val's turn?
Burdetticorn. Yeah. You
Crap.
Yeah.
Sorry. I
Yeah.
clicked
We
on
found
it.
Cave Girl's Burdetticorn
It's your
t-shirt.
do? Nice.
So
Come on.
We shall not be streaming tomorrow. Tomorrow is date night.
But we could stream tomorrow.
We could probably
open up our packs.
You know, we could probably stream Saturday night, like after the
open up
pre-release.
we can't. We have a thing, so we'd have to be early afternoon.
We could
Yeah,
for a little bit.
You guys
sure. I'll leave this shit set up. I mean, I don't.
I'd like to get Jake on the stream.
Sure.
You know, he
Let's
wants to play some
see.
Magic.
Jeff Miracola.
Oh, since I got 2 more snakes in, did everyone lose 4?
Nope.
No, but I should. It's a net loss of 2 for me.
Is it play or enter?
Enter.
Okay.
And they came in tapped, the snakes.
I know.
Ryan Pantos.
That's why this one's a different color.
Oh, Ryan will be there, and Ryan's got the really cool new man. What's her name? The new elf lady,
Oh,
the black
yeah.
elf, the mono black.
Mark Poole.
Mark's
I
awesome.
have so much stuff I need Mark Poole to sign.
So here's what I've been doing the last few days, y'all, and
Y'all.
people watching. I've been going through the bazillions of cards I have lying around and trying to pull the ones for artists who are going to be there and hoping that they'll sign them. And
You know,
maybe,
you're way ahead of the game than the rest of us. Like, I'll look the day before I go.
And then maybe we'll give them away because I have a lot of extra cards lying around and I'm willing to give them to
Exactly.
you. Hopefully signed.
Hopefully signed.
Hopefully we will get some people to sign them. I'm not trying to bring too many.
It's not hopefully. We will get people to sign them.
I'm trying not to bring too many so they're not just constantly signing cards from me. Plus y'all.
I'm terrible at that.
I love doing that so much.
Yeah.
Here, I'll send you my list of people I recognize that I had cards for. I don't know about you. There's probably more people on that list that I don't have their cards. But
So I'm just doing a mana thing.
good night, Captain Harris.
Good night.
That's funny. I
Yeah,
said
follow
that
us
like
on,
2 minutes ago. And I was like,
Twitter
I know.
for the
Yeah.
I was
notification.
talking.
you were talking.
Follow us on
And it
Twitter
was
for the
important
notification
talking.
when we go live, and follow us on Facebook if we do random one-offs. We usually post on there first.
Yeah, subscribe.
But no, the week of IllixCon, we will be streaming all weekend. Probably, like Friday and Saturday night.
With Donato rolling up to the table.
Well, what
whoever.
I normally do is I
Or
set up
whoever.
outside the art room, and whenever the artists come in and out, like usually to use the bathroom, like, hey, come sit and talk to us for a minute about your Magic cards.
Yeah.
The really cool thing on Friday and Saturday night
What you
is
doing?
so there's 2 things. There's the serious art show during the day, and then everything shuts down from 5 to 7.
And then it's free after that? Or is it?
No, you still need a ticket.
Oh, you still need a ticket.
But-
Free for this
But
evening.
everything shuts down for like 3 hours from 5 to 8 for dinner, and then at like 8:30 or so they open the exhibit, which is open until 9 or till midnight, and it's like all the people that didn't get into the main show but wanted to pay a couple $100 to have a table in the hotel. And there's booze, and you walk around, and there's like 20 rows of amazing artists.
It's super fun.
And we
Everybody's
drink,
really
and we
nice.
play Magic, and we interview people. It's a shit ton of fun.
So
That
what
sounds
you doing?
awesome.
You guys will have a good time.
Yes,
She had a blast last year.
it's fucking amazing. I got to meet Donato. He's
You,
one of my
you should
favorite
see the
artists
look
of all
on her
time.
face, like when Donato and Larry Elmore sat down. She's like,
You
"It was."
can, you
it
can
was so
watch my
cute.
face in our replay videos.
Is it in there?
Yeah, that one's on YouTube actually, and on Facebook.
50 pounds ago.
Oh, you were lovely then too.
I
See,
played
I could be a nice human being.
Ludovik's test subjects,
Tapped.
and
Oh, that thing. Fuck.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Hold
I haven't
up,
been.
please.
I haven't been paying attention.
I've been trying
Non-creature
to.
spells on your turn.
No.
Non-creature spells on your turn.
it's a creature.
Okay.
So I paid 2 and I equipped
LUDOVIC
that,
apostrophe.
and then I'm playing that.
I thought I spelled it right. LUDOVIC.
LUDE.
Ah, that explains it. That thing. So, by the way, yeah, it's just a 0-3.
Yeah, it's just
That's what it turns
13,
into.
13. After how many things? How many times
5.
does she have to do
And it's a
things?
semicolon, so I can stack that. for-
Yeah, you can play as many times as you want in a turn.
Okay.
Combat?
I should have paid for this differently. Whatever. I have all the mana I need to do this. Otherwise. Ponder.
Yep. Non-creature spell, lose 2.
I can too.
I gotcha. So is anybody below 35 except for Val?
Not me.
Yeah, like I said, long game.
Oh,
Yeah. Someone keeps. It's you.
Me?
Someone keeps wiping the board. Oh wait,
It's,
you wiped the
it
board
was both of
once.
us. It was all, well,
And you?
I tried to wipe.
It's
I
like
tried to
a-
shut her down. We would
Yeah.
killed her a long time ago if it
Yeah.
weren't for that counterspell.
Well played.
Yep, it was a well played counterspell.
It was.
although now looking at the time, I was kind of like,
I
hey,
couldn't tell if that was the fan turning on or rain outside. It was the fan on the
It looked like it
computer.
was snowing all day.
attack.
Yeah, it tried to spit a little where I was at work today.
Okay, draw.
Yeah.
You still have that creature out.
Yep.
Does it steal multiple times?
Whenever I play a land, I can steal creature.
Okay.
Oh Jesus!
Wait,
what is doing that
The
again?
Royal Elemental.
And it's a creature,
It's flying.
I'm not attacking anybody.
flying creature.
Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't attack with that,
Well, I could. I mean,
but you wouldn't.
I might as well if nobody has a flying. Like if there were Planeswalker, that's what I.
I have flying.
Yeah, like if there were Planeswalker in play, I would certainly be attacking with the Royal Elemental.
I'll get this land.
Yeah, you got it.
Well, hey, I just don't have the patience to do it right this second.
It's gonna be tapped anyway, so yeah.
Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay.
I will note that you haven't played Child of Alara a single time this game.
No, which is weird
Oh, that's
for me.
super weird.
Well, you haven't
Right.
needed to wipe the board.
Yeah, like it's not really.
Don't.
Mm.
Just giving you shit for looking down
Probably.
all the time. That's better.
Call me out. I don't give a fuck.
I'm trying not to do it as much.
Oh. I gotta tell you, like, given what I do for a living, the joy of not having to look at my phone for 4 hours is wonderful.
Yeah, I imagine.
Okay, brain. I can do this thing. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. So. We'll
Oh god,
say
that's a lot of...
wait.
Oh, okay, I thought you were tapping all that one.
Well,
Maybe you are.
things and
It's so
stuff.
good.
Yeah, that's way fine. So that's 3. Then 4. And actually, let me unfuck that.
I would
Me
save the
tapping my
Felwar.
mana.
It taps for any color.
Huh?
Save the Felwar. It taps for any color.
Yeah, but artifacts get destroyed.
Yeah, alright.
So that's been the theme around here, where I'm like, okay, that's 4.
Yeah.
So I'm tapping the Fillmore for white, and I'm gonna play a Tetra
Ketra again. Got it.
again. Let's see. I
Oh,
keep
then you're gonna make some
these.
shit.
And then I'm gonna tap. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna tap 2 and play Lightning Greaves, and then even though she's tapped, she's
I'm excited.
Oh, she's a creature we all lose to.
for Throne of Eldraine.
Yes.
I love
one
fairy
for me.
tales.
Oh, yeah, you
Lose
played
two.
a 9.
And I think some of us
So-
are gonna do the.
So we lose 2
For
from.
release.
Every time a
from
creature
Lightning
comes in,
Creature.
Porphyros
Yeah.
does damage.
Okay, so I don't lose anything because I gain 2 because she played a Lightning Graves.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Lose 2, gain
And
2.
then you lose 2.
Yeah, I already did. Because I was at 37, I'm now at 35.
Are you done?
Outside of searching for my
Go
land,
get your land.
but
Tapped, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
not relevant. Well, it is, but you know.
Are you excited for
Tap.
the new cards?
Draw.
I'm really excited, actually. We're gonna do the pre-release on Saturday.
So I got 2 boxes by accident, but I don't care. Because
I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Fairy tale.
If you
Yeah.
bring anything that you have more than 4 of the commons, bring them and we'll all dig through them.
Okay, of commons.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you want to keep the.
What was it
Well,
commons
I was
and
gonna
rares.
say we could take out all the commons of the artists who are gonna be at IlixCon and maybe
Sure.
get them signed.
Yeah, but we don't want to be those people. Like we don't want to bug them too much. I mean, we can give
No,
some money,
No,
but
I
I mean,
wouldn't do that though
to-
because
Yeah,
I'm
no, I untapped.
there are
good at that.
there are some people walking around with like bins,
No, I'm-
and the artists look at them and go,
No, Mark's like
I've-
looked at a guy with a stack like this and he goes, "Your stack of ones better be as big as your stack
Yeah.
of cards." And I tried to pay him for signing like 6 cards and he refused.
well,
to let me
yeah,
pay.
for 6 cards, like he's like obviously you play with them.
I'm only
If you have a
picking
stack
one.
like that.
I'm only picking one of
Oh,
each card
oh, I
I
gotcha,
own
gotcha.
personally of the artist that's there.
Are you
Maybe,
up? You're
maybe yes, maybe 2 in the cases of I want one for myself.
I'm fine with going around and doing that though while we're there.
Yeah.
Because I want to. I buy a lot of art elks.
Oh, that's awesome! You're taking your 12. That's really cool. That's really awesome.
Yay,
Are they gonna be able to stay
fairy
awake at
tales.
midnight?
Jeez, I was always up at midnight.
That's really cool though. I'm very happy for you.
Champions.
I mean, I got into
Helm,
Magic when I was, like, 9.
Keshar.
My nephew is getting sucked into Pokemon, and I can't wait till he's old enough to be like, oh, what's this other game over here?
So I cast a
Just sit him
historic
down with
spell. I return Eiley to the battlefield.
Oh, that's really cool. I'm glad they're doing it at 7. That's pretty. That's awesome.
How'd you return?
Whenever I cast a historic spell,
Yep. Okay.
yep, historic spell,
Cool.
return it, comes untapped.
What is the
You've got a
mouse
Hammer and
do?
a Zahn. Is that what you have on that thing?
No, Champion's Helm.
Champion's Helm. Let me bring
Yes,
that up,
so
just
it
so we
gets
all
+2,
understand what it
+2,
is.
so it has hex proof. My creature. All right, and then I have
Yeah, that one.
that
Yeah.
left.
Okay.
All right, and then next I'm gonna play 3, 4, 5. No, I only need 4. 4 for Heliod.
Heliod's back. Our lovely god friend.
Oh, and then because I cast a historic spell, 2 or less, back to the battlefield.
Yep.
Tapped. And I think that
Ah,
finally
creature
empties out my graveyard.
Staying
of
alive.
Creatures.
Done?
No. What do you have over there?
Oh, nice. Pre-releasing it
5
all
1
weekend.
1s, a 4/10,
Mm-hmm.
a 3/2, and a 3/3 lifelink death touch. Belongs
Okay.
to you.
Okay. You have 3 1/1s?
How many? So, do my snakes count as black green?
What does
They
it say?
black green.
Yeah, they're black green then.
So then she's online. 5/5 indestructible.
Then I'm hanging out. Go. And I'm gonna sit here and hide.
Keep draw.
There's nothing happening here.
Temple of Mystery. That's online. I'll take it.
Is it online for you?
No, but you don't have it anymore.
Really?
I can't take the thing I want.
Hexproof, baby.
I know, right?
Terrible.
Yes. Yes.
Why did?
Do you get the scry?
Yeah.
Oh.
Temple of Mystery.
Okay. At least he's doing it honestly this time.
Yes.
Ugh.
Oh.
All right. I'm gonna play a Dissipation Field.
Okay.
What does that do?
If any permanent deals damage to me, bounce it. Like, oh, I don't know, Porphyros?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Black? It's funny.
Oh, was that a non-creature?
Dragon Master Outcast?
Was that a non-creature?
Yes.
Yes, it was. I lose
Lose
2.
2.
You all know what, everybody remembers what the Dragon Master Outcast does?
Yes, makes a
No.
5/5 dragon every turn.
Every time during my upkeep, if
Yep.
I have X or more lands.
Yep.
That's not good.
Someone destroy that. Yep. What's the art on that?
Alright, shall we have an attack phase? Anything that needs to die?
All of your stuff.
And all of that
You.
stuff.
You.
Everything.
Everything needs to die.
If you touch me, I am going to fuck up your shit.
Do it.
That's awesome.
Take
Aren't you gonna
challenge.
fuck up his shit anyway?
I don't care if she tries
I
to fuck up
wanna-
my shit because everything that hits me gets bounced back to her hand. Anything that does. Oh, by the way, Kambal's bounced back to your hand.
Oh.
It did
Okay.
damage to me.
Wait.
No, it didn't. Oh, it did damage to you?
Yeah.
No,
Life
it
total?
did.
Oh, it did
damage
loss
to
of
you.
life, actually,
Loss
right?
of life.
Loss of life
I was
is.
gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't attack
and
with that.
also- yeah.
Yeah. No, this comes in. It's in. That triggers, but it's loss of life, not damage.
Yeah.
Anything else? I'm going to enter my end step. I'm not going to have an attack. Leaving people alone.
Okay, so we get to do.
Now
the
everybody
thing.
can put a land from their hand into play, and if you don't, draw a card. Pass turn. And by the way, you should all thank me, because I took the stupid Farika.
Okay. Not really.
Not thanking you for anything.
You're still gonna
Really?
win. You're probably gonna. You have a Dragon Master Outcast in play. No.
Okay.
You thanked me. You said thank you, but I mean, Jayberry should be okay. Like, you didn't take her stuff. But
It's all hexproof.
Not all of
Not?
it. Just one.
Well, the thing I want is hexproof.
Alright. You could take in combo.
there's a thing.
I'll
gaining
get
her life.
Heliod next turn.
No,
I forgot Heliod was online.
Yes, yeah,
Well-
it's online.
There's actually. Never mind.
What?
I'm just gonna let you do your thing.
I can't touch.
Here. Bring up the.
Yeah, let's look.
Zoom. Alright. 8.5 tails, Heliod, Eiley, Eternal
Not fussed about
Pilgrim,
that, not fussed about
Combo,
that.
Quinde.
What does Quende do?
Double strike. Creatures with first strike have double strike.
Sure.
And Teshar.
And Teshar is the one I care about.
Yeah.
And it's almost pointless now because everything's out of her graveyard.
Everything is out of my graveyard.
Right.
Yep. My point is, she's gaining 2 life anytime someone plays a non-creature spell.
I know.
This comes online, and she searches like,
She's got to be at 50 before that comes online.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So we got some breathing space. Ludovic's back, flipped. 13/13 trample.
How's it
Does
flip?
it fly?
She just put a bunch of them on it. She
Okay.
just yeah.
Does it fly?
No, but 13/13 trample is fine by itself.
Yep.
Protection tower.
There's 2 things in here: the arcane lighthouse and something else.
How much did the aura cost? What's the aura?
Take
1.
2 damage because you cast a non-creature spell.
And you gain
and it-
2 life.
That's not tapped.
Hey, I'm back up to 40. Go me.
You're 1 shy, right?
That's not what that's for.
Okay. Just making sure.
Oh wait, you have my commander, don't you?
Yeah.
I was looking for it.
Guess that doesn't really matter though. Okay. Okay. I mean, don't start and I won't be enough.
You got it.
Done.
Okay. What's on that trampler?
Can't. It's unblockable.
Okay.
So it's a 13/13 unblockable creature.
Ouch.
I'll put that on the golem.
She can't because the shroud.
Oh. Then couldn't she switch
She-
the Troud to
She
the
wouldn't have had
13?
enough money. But she wouldn't have enough. Actually, you could have.
There's something else in my hand.
Yeah, she might want to do something different.
Yeah.
Like, could I do that? Yes.
Are you gonna? Nope.
No. I wanted to flip that.
Whee. Think.
How you doing?
I'm tired.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
Long game.
It's okay.
Yeah. I like long games. I don't like long waits.
Thank you for cutting the cheese, by the way, Jayberry.
You're welcome. Considering I forgot to bring any offerings today.
I know, I forgot cheese. It's weird.
It's okay. You guys bring shit all the time. You don't have to bring everything every week.
Steaks.
Yeah, steaks were good.
Costco steaks.
Nothing wrong with Costco.
Fucking Costco steaks are huge.
They really are.
It's so good.
Yeah.
What are you doing over there?
I don't know why
Counting
it's
the
not
right mana. For Afara?
Yes.
Is it a creature?
No.
Not online.
Take 2.
Sure. Okay.
I look every time. It's acumen.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, one of the first bands I ever saw. It was the first thing I ever saw at Nation. First night I was ever there.
That's awesome. You know they're Baltimore, right?
I do now.
Fine.
I have no idea.
Well, I
Tapping
mean, I don't know what they're doing
5.
now. They haven't done it much.
They did cold waves last week.
Everyone
Okay.
lose 2 life.
Apparently.
Alright.
And it is a creature.
Porphyros gets bounced to your hand.
Fine.
It's not a creature yet, though.
No. Whenever any permanent does damage to me, it gets returned to its owner's hand.
Feel it in your hand. I take. Oh, yeah.
Fine.
And it's a creature, so I only take 1. Because I lose 2 game 1.
And land per turn.
And that's tap.
Shinka, the blood-soaked keep.
First strike.
Yep, target legendary gains first strike to end of turn.
I
Nice.
think I only have 1 planeswalker in this deck. Go. Because I can't, like, I don't have enough mana. Oh, I actually have 2. I like that one. Maybe I'll do that one.
Untap, upkeep, draw.
But let me remember what the other one does.
Do I want to do this and be a dick, or do something else? That would also be fun.
If you can be a dick and it's amusing, do it.
Yeah, do it. We're at that point in the night.
Yep.
Yeah, alright. Fine.
Wow, look at it all.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Uh-oh, debt.
5 now. 6, 7. Let me see if I have that right. Just give me a minute. Okay. 7. Sholdred.
Woo! I like Sholdred. I love Sholdred right now.
Oh, right, he could steal.
Oh shit.
No, it's I have soldiers to sack to it. I don't care. I want you guys to sack.
I have snakes right now.
I have 3 creatures, so this isn't great.
Yeah.
All right. I really hope I draw land.
Next I will tap 3. Form a Spear Hellion.
What?
Tech.
Yeah.
We're at that point in the night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Cutoff's gonna be like
Shelly! It's Shelly! We like Shelly! Are you done?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
We may
sure.
or may not have a
Go.
spider named Shouldered at home.
Alright. Untap. Upkeep. Draw. During my upkeep, I get a dragon.
Yep.
Oh, that's a thing.
So at the beginning of your upkeep, you had to sack a creature, did you?
Soldier.
Alright.
My cutoff's 2:30, and I think I'm done anyway. Like, with all the sack stuff going on now.
1, 2, 3. I'm gonna lose 4 life, but I'm gonna do it.
Alright.
Sphere of Safety. Pay 1, 2, 3, 4 for each creature that attacks me.
Okay.
Asceticism. Pay 5 for each creature that attacks me, and all my creatures have hexproof.
Great. Alright,
And you
try to
said you
kill
were
us.
losing how much life?
4 because I played
Yeah.
2 non-creature spells.
Because of me.
9, 8, 7. 5. I'm bad. Math is hard. Right? Alright, enter my attack phase. Any planeswalkers in play?
Nope.
We gotta keep Eiley from going off. What do you have flying? How big is your flyer?
5/5.
Alright, can't do anything about that right now. I'm gonna enter my end step.
Oh, right.
Pass turn.
We get to
wait,
do
Yeah,
the thing.
sorry.
Draw a card.
You play a land from your hand. If you do not, draw a
Or
card.
draw a card.
Right.
Math and bourbon do not mix well. You are absolutely correct.
Yeah. Interesting.
2,
You're done.
3. I am 1 away from Fireka being online.
Oh, good.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna be smart enough to do this at this moment. Beast. Oh wait, is this the right kind of beast? No, that's a big beast.
Is it your turn, Val?
Yeah.
Did you?
Do you
sack
need a-
the
here.
creature
Here,
at the beginning of
here.
your upkeep?
I've got a couple extra beasts
No,
in here. What, 3 3s or 4 4s?
No, I was putting them away.
Oh, I gotcha. There aren't any more of them. Like, if you're putting all the foil ones away.
That's not good.
What you doing? I really want to show the stream my hand, but I will. So just be nice.
That looks probably like game.
The fact there's a rift in there.
Yeah, there was another thing.
There's a rift, a storm herd.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bad things.
Oh, what did you sack at the beginning of your turn to shouldered?
Okay.
Okay.
And how many do we have to pay to attack you? 5
6
for each creature.
for each creature.
I think that's
And
good.
what's doing that?
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5 enchantments. 5 for each creature.
I'm done.
And it's
Oh,
and the enchantments
sorry.
say you have to pay 1 for each.
I just decided.
What do they say?
Sorry, it's the sphere of safety that does
So
it.
it's this. So we have to destroy the sphere of safety.
Yeah.
To get around that.
Yep.
Okay. That's what I need to know.
But remember, anything that does damage to me with
It doesn't matter. We can just somehow destroy sphere of safety.
No, I'm saying if it does damage to me, the dissipation field bounces it to your hand. Anything that hits me gets bounced. Anything that deals damage at all to me gets bounced.
So does that include destroying enchantments?
No, that's not damage to me.
okay.
But like that's why Porphyros got bounced. She played a creature, Porphyros did damage, it got bounced.
Got it.
1, 2.
I love that card. Sphere of Safety.
I need one of those.
It's an amazing card in so many decks.
I have one.
It should be in this deck if it's not. You really need to put it in.
It wouldn't be in this deck.
Really?
And,
Like everything in this deck is an enchantment.
is it in this deck?
If you played it right now, it would
If
be
I had
5
it,
to
it's
attack
probably
you
in
with
this
any
deck.
creature.
I think I got it when I was building this deck.
I think I gave
It
you
would be
one.
in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about it.
The Rakdos believe that all are eager to join their revels, even when told otherwise.
Bit true. Everyone secretly wants to be a carny.
No, not really.
It's true now.
No.
4.
Everyone secretly wants to fuck
I'm
a
playing
card.
Cameo.
Cameo.
I'm sure that's true.
Collector of Tales.
Oh, another Tameo. Great.
What would be the destruction thing for enchantments that would be in this deck?
What did you sack to shoulder at the beginning of your turn?
A snake.
Gotcha.
Am I thinking Damnation? Is that the one that is the right colors? What
This
would
one?
be?
I think that's true.
Yes, but what colors are Damnation?
Black. Mono black.
No, that's not right. What's the blue white?
The Merciless.
Merciless Eviction? No,
I think it's Merciless.
no, Merciless Eviction is black and white. The one you're thinking of is Supreme Verdict.
Supreme Verdict.
Destroy all creatures can't be countered.
It's all creatures, or
Destroy all creatures.
what is the one that gets rid of? It's white. It's got white in it.
Black and white is destroy. It's exiles all of your choice. Planeswalkers, creatures, enchantments, or artifacts.
And that's Merciless
Eviction. Here, I'll bring
The
it
one
up.
with the spires.
I'm gonna take this up and see if that's in there. Because I think it is.
Choose an online name and reveal the top 4 cards. Gotcha.
Okay. Well, there's a god going in my graveyard. Stuffy doll.
I love the and you called it. Val called it. It's actually a play on Damnation. The black sun from Damnation.
Yeah. So these
Richard
go into
Wright.
my graveyard.
I love Richard Wright.
Yeah.
Well, it's the Sun from Damnation, basically killing everyone. They're all being set on fire.
Right.
Okay.
Well, they're all being sucked in to be exiled. As if they never existed.
Fine.
I love Richard Wright.
It's cool stuff.
Wait a second.
My favorite lands are Richard Wright.
I think my favorite lands are actually either Rebecca Guay or John Avon. I do like those ones you like, the Richard Wright lands from Ravnica, the
Yeah.
Spires, the red ones.
Fine.
Which is funny
Cool
since you don't like
set
playing
of
red.
I know.
Thassa.
But all
Bass
my
is in.
Lizella cards
God of the
are-
Sea.
There we go. Actually, are you online?
What did you bring back from your graveyard, by the way?
What?
Oh, never mind. You don't have Sheldred.
I do.
What?
I don't have any
I
creatures
know,
in
that's
my
funny.
graveyard. I already brought them all back.
It's literally there just to kill us.
The only other thing would have been Drana.
It's funny.
But she got exiled.
So she's online. So yeah.
Doo-doo-doo-ba-doo. I love this song. Doo-ba-doo.
Okay. Go
Doo-doo-doo-doo.
ahead. I've been doing this wrong, but I
Why?
don't
What
have
did you
the
do wrong?
With her, I should have drawn an extra card,
Central card.
like, at my upkeep because I played a creature last turn
Okay.
because this guy was tapped. So, not useful, but hey, look, that's a land. And I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I made this deck for Cave Girl, and I realized that this deck just leads to paralyzation late game if you don't
It's a
really
lot of
pay
energy.
attention. Yeah.
Thassa didn't come in as a creature, right?
No.
You lose 2, I gain 2.
I
Wait.
love the fact that
Or
I
did
know.
she?
since I stole her
Because
commander,
when she came in,
Kineos is
1,
now a
2,
4/10
3,
creature.
4. Or she's only blue. 1, 2.
Night, Johnny.
Good night, Johnny Waterloo.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yep. Follow us. Tell all your
yeah,
friends.
so I
Tell your
lose.
friends that they should like us.
That's fine.
I like it.
Alright.
I'd fuck me.
My best
You
friend's
probably
Rick
have.
Dallas,
No.
so much energy.
Alright. Vault of the Archangel.
What are you doing?
Played a land.
Yeah, but you played the Vault of the Archangel.
Yeah, so I can pay 4
And give
tap
all of your
it,
creatures
break
lifelink and death touch.
Death touch and lifelink till end
You
of
got it.
turn. Can't attack you for shit. 24 and 31. I don't know, can I kill someone?
Maybe.
Maybe.
All of my mana is untapped.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's true.
that's a bad idea.
Well,
And it's
that's,
a
I'd swing at
piles.
NPC.
yeah, maybe.
What decks are we playing?
Go around. We haven't done that in a while.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. I'm playing the Merciless Evasion. No. I am playing the Gay Bros, the first openly gay Magic card, Kineos, and Melitos of Tyr.
Thanks for the follow.
And Tyro of Melitus. Yeah, thank you. It's a group hug Pillow Fort deck, so yeah. And Val to my left is playing. What are you playing?
Tuvasa.
Tuvasa. Super duper enchantment deck.
Used to be an attractive deck.
Used to be. And then NPC, who is downstairs peeing, is playing a Child of Alara deck. However, it's mostly gods and indestructible shit. It's just there for the colors, and every now and again she'll play Child to wipe the board.
Yep.
And then Jayberry, who's
I'm
taking her
gonna
turn
move
right
to
now.
Combat.
Yep, is playing. Who's your
I'm
commander?
attacking
Arvad.
you with everything.
Me?
Attacking me.
Yeah, NPC with
Okay.
everything.
You need to pay 2 for each creature that attacks.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, forgot about.
What's her
All right.
her name again that we decided earlier?
Who?
NPC.
Doesn't matter.
Something
Alright.
perfect chaos. Near perfect chaos.
Near perfect chaos. She's our little chaos muppet.
I need
Alright,
5
well,
for
I'm
each creature that
attacking
attacks
someone.
me.
Yeah, alright, I'm attacking you with everything.
Oh.
Okay, so. If we,
Literally all of my mana is untapped.
I know.
Okay.
I'm still doing it. Alright, so we have. Do you want me to count it up or do you want
I'm
to.
going home if I die.
I'm going home if I die.
Do you want me to run down what it all is?
Yes, quickly.
Okay.
Just give me
alright.
a total.
Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Can't block this one block.
24, 25, 26.
Oh, there's no black in the deck,
27,
never mind.
29, 30.
Okay. And what is the largest?
Shouldered.
7, 7.
Shouldered?
Shouldered.
Shouldered. Isn't your commander out? No.
No, he stole
Okay.
my commander.
I still have her
Alright.
commander.
Never.
Nope.
I stole it with the Royal Elemental and I've had it for 3 turns.
Okay.
Okay. What's that?
Void Grafter.
She's flashing it in.
Okay.
When enters the
So,
battlefield,
2/4.
another target creature you control gains hexproof. Okay, well at least you have a blocker. And that's indestructible. So,
So-
like, block
Hexproof.
Shouldered.
shouldered with this thing.
Yep.
The next biggest with that. And the next biggest with that.
Okay, so does shoulder die?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless you
13,
give everything
14.
hex. Well, I mean, if you.
Also trample.
Blocking doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't
do
matter.
trample.
Even if you give it hex.
Okay, so
that's
how
what-
big is the thing that's blocking shoulder?
13, 13.
Okay. And then what's the next thing? So the next thing I have is a 5,
Just
6.
And that's bouncing off the indestructible dark steel.
Okay. So does it die?
No.
Yeah.
Heliod's a god.
Oh, it's indestructible, right?
Yeah, it's an indestructible god.
So they bounce off each other.
Okay. The next biggest thing is my hexproof
flies,
flyer, though. So
Okay,
this is
so
a
that-
flyer.
that's gonna get
this
through.
This is a 5/5 flyer.
What's after the fly?
Take your pick. It's a 3/3, a 3/4, or a 3/4,
Killed
Can I see
Kambal.
those?
Kill
The
Kambal.
life
or
game.
3/3.
Kambal, the one that's been sucking us dry and giving her life all game.
Oh, I
Well, this
just
is a
thought
fuck
about
shit up on the way
something.
out situation. Can I just see the ones that are
Okay.
like
You're not going out.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
You're-
to sack a creature.
No, not
Yeah,
anymore.
so
You
back
just
down
killed
to-
shouldered.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The shoulder died. So everything I have is lifelink, you know.
And death touch.
Yes.
Okay, so this is gonna die, and that's gonna die. This will not, but shouldered is dead.
This one's pretty terrible too.
Oh, if she's gaining the life anyway, kill the thing that's gonna allow her to.
She's
Oh, but
Those are
that's the
both
only
terrible.
way to beat
Yeah.
Give this
you.
It's between these two. Which one do we hate?
Kambal's got to go between those two.
If you're picking between those, I would have honestly been picking between this, but
Well, kill the thing that's gaining her life, and it'll stop that.
no,
Everything's gaining
she
her
is.
life.
Oh, she's gonna
everything-
gain it. Yeah, she's gonna
I'm-
gain it right
everything's
now.
lifelink.
Yeah, you're right.
Everything's
You're right.
death touch and lifelink.
You're absolutely right.
Between them, I like these two least, I think.
Alright, so let me start counting up how much
Read
life I
this
gain.
ability.
No, it's not Cabal. It's Kambal. K-A. What is it?
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
7.
Spell Kambal.
So
Yeah.
Kambal.
because she's already gaining this shit ton of life.
So this thing, every time we've been playing anything that's not a creature, it's been sucking us dry and giving her life, all game. So yeah, that need to go. But I think the better choice right now, since she's going to gain 30 life with the lifelink stuff, is Eiley.
That's what I'm choosing.
Okay, you're killing
That-
this.
That is the better choice, since she's going to be able
Oh
to start
wait,
exiling
no,
things.
fuck it. Pick
Wait, it's-
whichever one you want. She's
that
gonna
Death
get
Touch?
it back.
Why
like
is she going to get
because
it
the
back?
apostle, she's
I-
gonna play something legendary.
And get
Sure.
it back.
Is
Yeah.
everything death touch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What
Whichever one you want to die. It's not
What's
relevant.
the
I
total?
think I can kill her right now.
What's the total I have to take?
She wanted this one to die.
What's the total I have to take, including that one?
Alright. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
That was
18,
30 life.
19, 20, 21. I may have miscounted the first time. 21, 26 plus 27, 28, 29, 30. Yes, 30.
Okay, so I'm taking that 5 flyer.
Okay, you take the 5 flyer. Okay.
And then there's
I'm
two
blocking
more
Killed
down.
children.
Yeah.
And then there's 6,
Okay.
and this is dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
indestructible.
That was already blocked
though,
by the other indestructible.
Okay. So.
And then this
9.
thing, throw under the double striker.
Wait.
Oh.
No, I
Okay,
used
hold
that,
on.
I used that for the last.
Oh, okay.
Shouldred, Heliod, and Eiley, right?
Yes.
Yeah, then there
Okay.
you go. Yeah, you got to take the double
Okay.
striker.
So you want to take the double? You got to block the double striker,
She's
or you
gotta
gonna
take
take it? Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah. So that's 6.
I think we're on 15.
So I guess that would be 33 because this is double.
Huh.
Is it 30? If it is it extra because
doesn't-
of
that doesn't
double
matter.
strike?
I've
for
taken the
me
5.
gaining life.
We're close. But unfortunately,
Take the
MPC
5.
and I are both playing.
Then you take 6.
Sorry.
Then you take 6.
We're both
7,
playing
8,
Pillow
9,
Fort decks.
10, 11, 12. You take 12.
9.
12 total. Do I gain more life because of double strike?
Yeah.
Okay, so I gain 33 life.
Well, no. Did the first strike kill the creature? No, because
No.
it was not blocked, so it all hits.
So I gain 33 life.
Yep.
Good luck with
So
I look at her.
9, and then 30.
Jesus, I keep picking up these,
Thinking you have a hand.
thinking they're my hand.
Second main.
Yep.
One, two, three,
What?
four,
That means it's been a
5,
long game.
6.
We started this game.
Merciless.
Like, before
Oh wait,
midnight.
I'm dead, aren't I? Probably.
Why?
Well, we'll see.
You're
Lena,
79.
Selfless Champion.
Everybody say hi to Solid Plasma.
Hey, Cell Plasma.
So I create
Solid Plasma, are you going to the
1/1
pre-release
tokens.
at the
How many?
local
They come
game
in
center
taps?
on
2, 3, 4,
Saturday?
5 1/1 tokens.
We're
Hey,
Come in
I'm at
tapped.
41.
trying to do that, I think.
Alright. And I.
You probably are dead.
Oh man, past my turn. I forgot about everything coming in tapped. Oh well. Oh wait, I get a thing back from my graveyard.
All right. So how big's your biggest
I
creature?
thought that's the end stuff or upkeep.
So because I played a legendary spell,
Oh, I see. Right.
Oh, I get another dragon.
but it comes in tapped anyway.
Yeah.
Jayberry, how big is your biggest creature
And
that's
your
not
manas.
indestructible?
Mana 3 or less. My mana's all topped out. So.
Yeah.
Oh well, I could have lived, but I died. I guess. We'll see.
How big is your biggest creature that's not indestructible?
Or hexproof.
Doesn't matter.
5, 6, or 6, 7. 6,
Which
7.
one?
6,
Oh, sorry,
7.
That's not indestructible?
I don't know if I saw your
Nope.
message.
We've
We've been sleeping late. I've been reading messages earlier, forgetting about them.
My 5/5.
Pre-releases.
5? Got it.
What, 11:30 a.m. Saturday?
Ah.
Yeah, if I left a mana untapped, I may have lived. I guess.
If you ask
I'm
me
gonna
about
swing at
doing
you for
anything,
4.
I'm still
I'm
reading.
gonna enter
Right.
combat.
All right. I take 4,
Yep.
and then
And then,
you deal 75 damage to me.
how much? No. How much? I'm gonna deal. I'm gonna deal 5 damage to every white creature in play.
Okay.
Let me know how many creatures that is.
So this is Hexproof.
You mean
Does that
dice?
count?
I target one creature, and then every other creature that shares a color with it takes that much damage
So if this is
You mean on the
Hexproof.
board?
on the board.
So if this is Hexproof, does it?
Doesn't
It's
matter,
target.
it's everything.
Okay.
We'll do.
Question for you though.
If it's a
Do
god,
you
it's
care about dying
yes, I do. Well, I don't care about dying. I care about how many creatures are hit with it
or hit with it?
because
Because my
because
god
this spell
is-
has lifelink.
Because my god is hit.
It doesn't matter.
So
Oh yes, I do care.
fine.
So 1,
So how many creatures are gonna get hit with this?
4,
I've got
2.
5.
5.
Oh, I lied.
6.
3.
What are we counting?
So I'm gonna bring up the spell because it's gonna give me like 100 life.
11.
I don't
We
know.
might call it then because
11.
I don't think we have a way to stop your sphere, and if you gain 100 life,
So I've just done 5 damage to each creature with white, and I gain 5 life for each creature dealt damage this way.
Okay.
So how many creatures?
11 from me.
3.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So I gain 19 times 5 is 95 or 90. 95. So all right, all the white shit dies.
Not
I gain 95
I mean,
life. Right?
2 of my things don't die.
That'd be 131.
Jeez.
Do we want to call that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to look at the next couple cards.
Well, fine.
My soldiers all die, but Kaneos and Tyros live.
Yep.
How many creatures do you have out right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm gonna enter my end step. It is not a land, and I don't get to steal something. You
Yeah,
want-
I'm willing to call
I'd like
that.
to see what happens on my next turn, but
Do you want to take? Let's take another
turn.
turn.
One more turn? All
Sure.
right.
I go to
If you don't want to be
131.
done after my turn, I'm fine with that, but I just want to see what happens.
Okay.
Yikes.
All right, I'm at 131. Sounds like
I mean,
a rum.
seven,
I'm at
so I'm not
131.
pulling this out.
Huh?
I'm at 7, so I'm not pulling this out.
None of us are.
Yeah,
I
solid
think.
plasma. NPC and I are both
I'm the
playing.
last person standing.
We are
maybe.
both playing Pillow Fort decks, which is awful.
Yeah.
You're awful.
There's a
Okay,
sovereign
go
in
ahead,
here.
Val. Sorry, I'm
The
tired.
funny thing is,
Like-
That's why.
So
So
wait,
if you want to see what your next
I have
hand will do,
131 life, and I have
let's do
a
it.
Stormherd in my hand. I can get 131 Pegasi.
Yeah.
We're gonna. I mean, I might play a 60 after this if Jaybury wants
No,
to stay awake.
no,
No, I
no.
guess not.
No.
I have to go to the doctor.
We
tomorrow.
primarily play Commander, but every now and again we'll play a 60.
Yep.
And we
Okay.
like playing weirdo
So,
variants.
What you doing?
So this is a 33.
Why?
Wait. I need to do this that way.
You gotta take the boots off first.
Yep.
You gotta pay to equip it somewhere else.
I thought the boots are 0. That's the point of them hanging shroud.
It's a Whisper Salt.
Yeah.
Oh. 3.
How much is that? To cast the thing 8.
I paid it.
Okay, can't attack me this turn. Good.
Why?
You need to pay 5 for each creature that attacks me.
Okay, so it doesn't matter then.
Yeah. This is basically
Okay.
game. Mm-mm.
So I could only take you down by like, I don't know, 40 something.
How?
Because you couldn't pay the 5 to
33.
attack.
No, I can't because of that.
This is a 13,
That's a 13 and this is a
and that can't attack me.
15.
Well,
I can't
neither
attack
could-
you
yeah,
at all. I'm
gotcha.
just saying if I could, my
I'm trying to
total
figure it out.
would have been a lot.
Gotcha.
Meh.
Are we done?
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Sorry,
done.
folks.
Yeah, we're
When
done.
I
he
don't
can
think-
create a ton of Pegasi,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
have no way to stop it.
20 life totals.
And I'm also holding a Collective Blessing and a
I mean, we saw your
Cyclonic Rift.
We saw
and-
your
Can I have my
Like
commander
forever
back
now.
now?
Yes, you can have your commander
Oh,
back.
and you stole my
Yeah, what do I
god.
have of yours? Your god.
Give it back.
Alright, folks. That
Bye.
was the crazy long game
Yeah.
of the crazy long
Well,
gameness.
you know, I think we realize that maybe the gods and Group Hug don't get played together again because they're both pillow forts.
Well,
I mean,
so
I
the
realized
I mean,
difference.
but they have
That's
all
fun.
the same pillow fort cards. Like, I literally.
No, like, they have a chunk of them, but
I
Well, I
realized
mean-
a bunch about my deck and the way that it plays if I can't get my commander out.
Your deck, if you were a little more aggressive, you could have taken somebody out a little earlier.
yeah.
I know. I could have killed NPC like
Good night, folks.
Yep.
that we go.
Good night.
Yoinking people's
I could have killed
cards.
you if I didn't make that.
You ain't-
I mean, you would have taken my life total down.
Actually-
like if you had hit me once, but
I would have killed him if I didn't make a bargain.
No, I literally held 2 mana just to waste the Cyclonic Rift if you attacked me with your commander. Be like, oh, pop the commander.
Yeah.
I know enough to, like, that deck kills with one swing.
Yeah.
It's awful.
That's what we encountered the first time.
All right, well, thank you for watching.
Subtract it out.
thank you.
It's been a lovely evening.
Yoink yoink.
If you're not doing anything Saturday, you motherfuckers should be joining us for the pre-release at a certain
No,
local.
he's running a game and he's asking for help.
Oh, sorry.
He's running a game. He's been asking for help on the Facebooks.
Gotcha.
Saturday.
Unfortunately, I'm
I
also
know.
booked.
Oh no.
I know I'm not free Saturday unless I maybe get up and go to this pre-release. Maybe.
Yeah. But good luck. I hope you
I
have
hope it all works
fun
out.
at your thing at the cool place.
At the cool
The
place.
cool place where I work, but not really. It's not really mine, but it's another
Oh
one.
my
that's
god, I
similar
have
to
no
where I
idea what the
work.
fuck you're talking about, and it's confusing me.
If you looked
that
at his
LGS.
Facebook, you would
I haven't been on
know.
Facebook lately.
He's demoing his game at a library
Nice.
Oh, cool.
for the people to
For the peoples.
experience and enjoy.
That's
Have
awesome.
fun, friend.
Yep.
All right, well,
Bye.
good night, folks.
We
Have
appreciate
a
you.
lovely weekend. It is.
Yes.
It is Friday.
Is way past the fisting.
All right, everybody
Let's go to
wave.
sleep.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
There we go.